love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel.
Israel not number one for you? Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right. It's Monday News Day, folks. It's Monday News Day. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. We're coming to you live from 74 degrees and mostly sunny California, Los Angeles, stolen land for the Tongva Nation. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. About time you went live. Also was Carry the Flame for you. Oh my God, I'm so mad. I swear to God, my fucking fire alarm started doing the low battery beep randomly as I started my broadcast. Like as soon as Austin got done with his fucking broadcast and I got started with mine, my fire alarm started beeping, like doing the poverty beep. Okay, it's just I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. I don't know if it's loud enough, but it's chirping at me. Wait, it's in your room. Oh, so wait, it literally started while you were streaming? It started as soon as you got done with your stream. Yeah. That's crazy. Austin's here, everybody.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah, Austin is a streamer now. He just streams in the mornings. He just streams at night. He just streams all the time. It's crazy.
That's right. You were concerned about my financial well-being because I was streaming so much.
We did have a convo. Or I was like, Austin, Austin, are you all right? Smoke alarm chirping like a true proletariat. Yeah. So anyway, this is part of the podcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, inshallah, we are gonna do that right now. To all the folks in New York, for all the folks in New York that are like, oh my God, it's so cold. It's 74 degrees and sunny here. 74 degrees and sunny here. I wouldn't even know what a blizzard looks like. I wouldn't know what a blizzard sounds like. Is that something you get at a Dairy Queen? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you guys have blizzards? Yeah, we do too. You go to the Dairy Queen, you get one. It's a delicious treat when it's 74 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. Do you even own a shovel? Of course not. Of course not. I'm wearing this jacket so you guys feel. I'm wearing this jacket so you guys feel a sense of kinship, like I'm, like I'm in a similar predicament. You know what I mean? I'm wearing it, but I haven't seen the sun in 3 weeks. Oof.
Bruh.
That's a yikes for me, chatter. Hey, HasanAbi, what happens in LA when it rains? It doesn't rain in LA. Why would you ever even ask that question? It never rains, famously. Anyway, when people are out there talking big shit, oh, look at us. We got Zohran Mamdani. He's our mayor. What kind of mayor do you have? I turn around and I say, listen, our mayor might be not great. Our governor might be gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom. But guess what? It's fucking 74 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Potential blast off meme. Liberals vote for Gavin Newsom or else. Hasan, no. Dude, you don't understand. They got the knives out for me. Boy, do they got the knives out for me. The Gavin Newsom, I'm not voting for him shit. I did not realize that was going to bring about assassination squads. Like, I think death squads are out, dude. Straight up. Like, they're coming after me so hard, bro. It's crazy. Blue MAGA is real. Yeah, the Newsom, his squads, the liberal death squads, the hitters. You underestimated how much hotter he is than you? No, I think he's a much, much better looking guy than me, for sure. Did DNC hate you, Hasan? I know. Harry Hasan is coming for my gains? Yeah, it's over. It's like extra over for me. It's extra over for me because Harry Hasan is like getting brolic now. Like, they're cooking my ass. Foreign wanted to make a donation to your soundboard. It's of your laugh. What is this?
Congratulations on your soundboard. Just for you, I have a gift.
That's crazy.
Okay, so I just wanted to be like quiet so that he could go and finally get that.
Oh, God.
Because there's absolutely no reason that you don't have your own laugh on it, right? He needs his own laugh, right? That's a peace offering for the HasanAbi head community. We come in peace. For the most part. For the most part. I still don't like half of y'all niggas.
Oh, God.
But like I said, right?
Damn, he does the echo is so long. He does, this is Foreign Fridays, right? He does like a lot of soundboard stuff. He does way more soundboards than I do. Learn from this man. I didn't know Foreign streamed. Yeah. He's great. Another day, another green black mention.
That my Zionism is rooted in humanism.
Oh my God. He back. Yo, my ops. Bruh. My ops. My baldest op is back. Now he's on the Jerusalem Post, which is crazy because like he's fallen out of favor in liberal mainstream news. He's like doing this shit he's crying to Jerusalem Post. You saw the latest and greatest from Gavin Newsom in Atlanta? Yes. Yes. I saw. Greenblatt mogs you? No. Gavin mogs me. Greenblatt does not. Greenblatt does not mog me. Shut up. Okay. So where was I? Oh, personal news wise. Shot the episode of the Fear and podcast last night. End of the broadcast. Shot the episode of the Fear and podcast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's the Cutie is Back episode. And it was a wonderful time. Lots of fun was had. But after that, went to sleep. I didn't really have too much time to do anything else. I couldn't watch the Game of Thrones season finale, unfortunately. So, you know, I will watch that hopefully tonight. But season finale couldn't watch. You only have fun off stream. You changed. It's true. But other than that, I went to sleep. I woke up early. Are you out? What's your view on Tourette's? Oh yeah, I'll talk about that as well, of course. But lots of fun was had. I went to sleep. I woke up early, and as I was walking out of my house, Austin came in and had this like look of shame. He had this look of shame in his eye, like he was doing something shameful, like he was gonna live stream before I go live, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. And I straight up had to ask him, like, are you doing all right financially? Like, I just genuinely, I had to ask him because he's such a goddamn penny pincher that there are times, and he also schemes so much, and he also like will do financial engineering on people like me and Will from time to time when we go on travels, that like it literally made me like, it made both me and Will think like he might not be doing so good. He might not be doing so good financially. And he was like, no, I just like, I'm doing all right. Like I'm doing all right financially. And I just want to stream more. So he basically was like, there's never too much money that you can make. That's what he said to me, And then he also said,
I'm gay and Lebanese.
And I was like, all right, man. All right. You keep doing you. Yeah, Mr. Frugal. It turns out he's just frugal. He's not, if he tries to get you guys to like fucking farm donations, like sympathy donations or anything like that, where he's like, oh, I'm so poor, like don't believe his ass. Okay. So yeah. Will you play GTA 6? We're not in World War III by then. By the way, the show was 9.5 out of 10. Thank you. Anti-black racism and ableism discourse at the same time. I'm begging you, don't get involved. Oh, dude, I'm going to drop a bomb. I'm going to drop a stinker, dude. Certain group of people going to have a field day with this one. Yeah, when is this from? I think this is like old, but Trump hands Netanyahu White House gold key, says it's the key to our country. Oh, it's from 2020.
Given by my.
See, there you go. I was like, this is not new. Abraham Accords 2020 ceremony.
From the First Lady to Prime Minister and the First Lady of Israel. And it's a key. We call it a key to the White House. And it's a key to our country and to our hearts. Given by myself and the First Lady to Prime Minister and the First Lady of Israel.
Wait, what? Peter Mandelson is arrested? No. Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing, bro. Peter Mandelson is arrested too. I called this. Let's fucking go. Did I not call it? I said the same charges that they apply to Prince Andrew, they could just as easily fucking use on Peter Mandelson. Let's fucking go. Anyway, we'll do Tourette's Gate. We'll do all of that. We got, let me blast off real quick. We got the Mexico cartel war, SODU tomorrow. Mar-a-Lago shooter was MAGA. Tourette's Gate at BAFTA. Tourette's Gate at BAFTA. Pete, another Epstein affiliate down in UK. Tariff terrorism. Oliver Ma for Lieutenant Governor of California in the building later. In the building later. Get in now. Dude, it's Twitter discourse I just like usually shy away from because I think it's like really stupid. And I probably shouldn't do this either, but I might do it. What is this? Can you tell him he can't tweet like this? Locked, loaded, plowing, track our fleet in real time. I can't tell him shit, man. Okay, listen. He's cooking. On social media, he's cooking. There are areas where I disagree with him, but his social media is so good. He's so goated. He's so goated on social media. He's like almost not single-handedly. He has an incredible team. Shout out to all the boys and ladies that are working on the team. But his social media presence has been able to cut away at like the unlimited faucet of right-wing misinformation. So he is doing a phenomenal job, like an actually phenomenal job here. You told him he was a real ass eater. I mean, he is. He is a real ass eater. But yeah, let's blast off. Mexico cartel war. SODU tomorrow. Mar-a-Lago shooter was MAGA. Tourette's Gate at BAFTA. Another Epstein affiliate down in the UK. Tariff terrorism. Oliver Ma for Lieutenant Governor of California. The building later. Get in now. Boom, 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 boom. I don't have that one. I don't have that one on my soundboard. So I have this instead.
And pussy too.
Yeah.
And pussy too. And pussy too.
Tourette's Gate is crazy, bro. I mean, it doesn't explain what my take is on it. Calm down before you get fucking mad at me. You don't know what I'm about to say. Did you pump weights this morning? I did. That's why I'm in a good ass mood, bro. I did not pump weights yesterday morning, so I wasn't as good in a mood, but this morning I am in a good ass mood, and the reason for why is because I pump weights. Anyway, always better. Always in a better mood when I get a lift in. Redeemed on Newsom again. Oh yeah. I have another thing that I got to talk about with Gavin Newsom, but relevant to what you spoke about over the weekend with the cartel. Yeah. Okay. Where should we begin? Where should we begin? We got the playlist. Thank you, Themasius. Should we do with the Tourette's Gate? I mean, it's like I talked about it briefly on the podcast on the behind the paywall, but I mean, I don't know why it's like a matter of profound discourse, because like it's I think it was Ested that said it best on Twitter, where he was like, it literally is like it's like an LSAT woke thought experiment. You know what I mean? It's like the way that they designed it is, or maybe it wasn't Ested who said it. Oh no, it was. Yeah. This is like, he said, this is like some wokeness word problem that would appear on a standardized test. Like, of course, like there are, don't trust this guy. He's in the pocket of big Tourette's. Yeah. It's like a woke trolley problem where on the one hand, it's like, black folks ain't trying to hear this. Okay, calm down. You don't know what I'm about to say? You don't know about what I'm about to say? Bro, it's still Black History Month. This is like an Eric Cartman bit. No, it's just like, I think if you want to blame someone, blame fucking the event organizers who just straight up kept it in, because stuff like that is on a delay. Stuff like that is on a delay, and they could have just as easily edited that out, you know, and they didn't. And it's fucking insane that they didn't edit that out. I don't understand why they chose not to edit it out. But basically, BAFTA Film Awards host Alan Cumming thanked the audience for the understanding after a series of audible outbursts from Tourette's campaigner John Davidson interrupted the ceremony. John Davidson himself was being recognized as someone who has crippling Tourette's, and as a part of Tourette's, there is a aspect of Tourette's where you like say something that is incredibly inappropriate. And the things that he was saying, he said a bunch of things that were inappropriate, but the most inappropriate thing he did was basically when Michael B. Jordan was on stage, he said the N-word with a hard R. And what's crazier about the story, of course, is that they literally fucking apparently edited literally the Free Palestine segment, but they didn't edit this. Like, it blows my freaking mind, dude. How is that possible that you are capable of editing out a speech where someone says Free Palestine, but you can't edit out the N-word? You are out of your dang mind. But in any case, there are a lot of people who are like, oh, no, he was doing it on purpose. Like, he was doing it on purpose. No, I don't think he was doing it on purpose, but it doesn't matter. It's still horrifying to hear that if it's horrifying to hear that when you're a black person in general, but you're also like a professional actor. This is your moment of glory. You're on stage and you just get slung with the fucking dehumanizing slur. Of course, that's like impactful regardless. Like, I don't know why it's like such a difficult thing to comprehend. Yeah, corporalia is the specific type of Tourette's where you like say something that is incredibly inappropriate and you have no control over it. And I don't understand like why people think like, no, it's fake. Like, it's not. Like, it's not fake, man. What the fuck? That's kind of the whole thing. That's the entire ordeal, you know? I will say this, not to get into the woke Olympic side of this at all, but I do think there are certain types of slurs that if he were to say, they would have cut it out. If he said something like anti-Jewish, they would have cut that shit out. They cut out Free Palestine. Of course they would have cut out an anti-Jewish slur as well. Like, the fact that black people are just treated like shit in general by even polite society in a moment where they're supposed to be honored is fucking insane. Okay? Like, really? You're not going to clean that up? Really? That's crazy. That is actually fucking crazy. There is no world where there is no world where if he had dropped something different that they wouldn't have actually cleaned that shit up. They would have. Okay? Pretty sure real sufferers don't switch it up based on who is speaking. Wait, what do you mean? Definitely was a black man walks up and he switches up the words. No, it's literally the maximum worst word. Like, that's the whole point. What? No, you don't know. I don't think you know. I don't think you know how it works. That's not how it works. And there's also, it's funny that there's like discourse happening right now around this stuff, which is discourse around ableism in general, because like this is one of the disabilities that like a lot of people will say is fake, and they'll say you're doing it for attention, which is, again, unironically ableist. Okay, this is actually a very ableist thing, because this is something that you're fucking dealing with for your whole life, and then all of a sudden everyone's like literally wait, what is it? The vocab is in his lingo? No, dude. What, you think someone that is at his age has never heard the N-word? Like, what are you talking about? No, this is all made up shit. You're all wrong. That's not how it works. That's not how this works at all. Also, it's funny because there are black people with Tourette's, and they have already spoken about this. Like, I don't understand why you guys are making it seem like this is a white only issue. Like, go listen to a black person with Tourette's. They will tell you the way Tourette's works is exactly like that. It's not like there isn't the real racism, I think, is coming from the expectations for black actors and black people in general to just like eat it. Okay, the real racism is coming from the systemic racism that BBC didn't choose to fucking take that out of the final editing process. The racism isn't like in the individual there, where it's like a dude with an individual with a pretty significant disability is just out there saying the N-word, and he like did it specifically to like hurt a black person's feelings, and they're doing it for attention, or there's like some other sinister purpose for it. No, the actual racism is the racism at the systemic front, where people just think like, you know, black actors are supposed to eat that shit, and they're supposed to be accommodating to a moment of dehumanization, even if this is a moment of dehumanization that comes at the tail end of like a real disability. So that's what the problem is. What happens if Michael B. Jordan or another person not aware of this guy having a disability confront him on stage for dropping the slur? Would they be given the same clemency with the person with the Tourette's? Fuck no. What? Of course not. They would have cooked them. But they're fucking consummate professionals. They just literally ate that shit and moved on, which was crazy. Yeah, it's just like TikTok on the topic. Yeah.
Ignore how I look right now. Pretty kitchen. I am not feeling too great. However, there is something I have been asked to talk about, and that is going to be the BAFTA situation. I have been seeing a bunch of outrage about it, people saying, oh, well, why would that even be in his vocabulary? He did that on purpose and all of this stuff, and that racism is to excuse. A very sad day for the Tourette syndrome community, especially for the ones that have coprolalia, because when you come online and you see thousands of people hating on your condition, specifically coprolalia, because that's something that is already very embarrassing for all of us. I'm not going to say that people can't be offended by the fact that somebody said the N-word as a tick. However, it's not something that somebody can control. It's not something that somebody wants to say. And I've been seeing a lot of people be like, well, he said it like when the crowd went silent. That is most likely when a tick is going to happen, when you're in public, when you're in complete silence, or when you're trying not to say or do something. We must understand what coprolalia is. Coprolalia causes involuntary swearing and
people with Tourette's are 4 times more likely to die from suicide than the average person. People who think it's fake or crazy. Yeah.
Appropriate ticks. This can include the N-word, slurs, etc. I mean,
like, it's the maximum worst thing you can say in that moment. Like, do you understand? So, like, in a weird way, like, the person is obviously aware that saying that is going to be completely unacceptable, which is low-key part of the reason why it's uncontrollable and he's saying it. So it's like, it's not like a sneaky way to, you know, get away with like being a heinous racist person. You know what I mean? Like, I think because a lot of people approach it as like, understandably, a lot of people approach it, especially a lot of black people approach it as like, oh, here we go. Another fucking Caucasian person at it again. And I totally understand why people think that that's what's going on here, because there are a lot of people who do that. Okay? There are a lot of people who are constantly trying to get away with it, you know? They're playing fast and loose. They're fucking racist, and they're expressing their racist tendencies. But this is the one instance where, like, and it's ironic because, like, he literally was there to offer visibility to his disability, right? Like, and I think he like left the room after it happened so many times, and it wasn't just the N-word. He was like doing a lot of that, right? So he like literally excused himself from the room because he was like, this is, you know, this is really fucked up. He once also shouted "fuck the queen" when she was supposed to knight him. My friend from high school said you say what you know you shouldn't because you fear saying it, that you end up saying it because you're so fearful. He sadly took his life 4 to 5 years after high school. Not gonna lie, this is a, what is this? This is a hard thing for me to wrap my head around. Not gonna lie, as a black person, I don't want anyone call me a slur. Yes, that's why I'm showing you a black person with Tourette's explaining it. So it's a little bit easier to comprehend that it's not like coming from a place of like, it's not coming from a place of like being sinister. It's still unacceptable regardless. You know what I mean? Because at the point of the, if you're on the receiving end, who gives a fuck what the purpose is, right? Like, who gives a fuck why you're hearing it? I'm just describing to you that it's still an involuntary process.
Person, and even I have the N-word tick. And
for the record, I don't think it's ableist for people to be like, well, why didn't he apologize? Like, just because it's involuntary doesn't mean you can't still be, it still can't lead to a harmful, it still can't lead to harm. Like, what? Do we even know he hadn't apologized? What are you talking about? Like, it's just like, it's a very, I don't know if he did or if he didn't. I'd be shocked if he didn't, but like, oh, he did apologize. Okay, yeah. Tourette's activist John Davison says he's deeply mortified if anyone considers my involuntary tics to be intentional or to carry any meaning, and he chose to leave the ceremony early. Tourette's activist John Davison, who inadvertently shouted the N-word during the BAFTA Film Awards on Sunday night, has released a statement after widespread backlash. Davison, who first appeared... All right, we'll look at that in a second. Bro, can you let her explain her perspective without pausing her mid-take? It's hella rude. Man, shut the fuck up.
Blurs as tics. This is something I don't see many talk about because of situations like this. Is it a disappointing thing, shut up, that it happened in public in front of that entire crowd, specifically to Michael B. Jordan and the other presenter? I'm so sorry, I do not know his name. I wish I did, but no disrespect to him. I just am not too aware. Yes, it is a very unfortunate situation. Seeing so many people say that they would invoke violence against people with coprolalia if they can't control their tics. That's ableism. The fucked up thing that this happens, yes, but it's something that we can't control. Aggression in the brain being triggered, shut up, and ultimately causing inappropriate tics. Michael B. Jordan and the other presenter have the right to be upset, especially if they were not aware. However, we need to understand and educate ourselves. And on my videos, I constantly see people saying, oh my god, it's so funny. If I had cursing tics, I would be laughing all the time. But when people actually have cursing tics, then it's offensive and they're a bad person and this and that, the third. We need to do better. We need to educate ourselves better. This is not me saying that people don't have the right to be offended. However, you can't be offended when a disabled person is disabled. I might make a part 2 to this. There's a lot that I need to say. This is part 2 to my last post about the entire BAFTA situation. I am seeing a ton of people saying, oh my god, during Black History Month, Tourette syndrome is not based on a month. Offensive tics are going to happen no matter what.
Apologize for your disability, please. No, I think it's no. That's unacceptable. Listen. We live in a society, okay? And I think it's important for someone to be like, this is my disability. It's real. It's not, you know, I didn't seek to offend you, but it's also good to communicate that. What are you talking about? Like, that's not, no, that's a part of like, you know, being a social animal. There's a part of like having a normal social experience. Like, I don't know how else to explain it.
Shut up, a person.
Like, there are plenty of different disabilities. Like, it's not.
I also have the N-word as a tic. I have other slurs as tics. Does this mean that I use them regularly? Does this mean that I mean them? Does this mean that I can control what I say? No, it does not. That's not how coprolalia works. That is not how Tourette syndrome works. Quite literally the Sweet Anita situation all over again. shut up, where she ended up saying the N-word on stream. She got canceled for it, got called racist, etc. We need to do better. I've seen so many people say that we can control.
You wouldn't ask someone with Alzheimer's to apologize for forgetting something? Because at that point, depending on which level of Alzheimer's they're on, it's gone. You know what I mean? A better example of this would be like something that your disability is brought about. That is like, this is a social issue, right? This is a social issue in this circumstance. Like, there is like, forgetting something doesn't have the same impact of dehumanizing a black person in public, dude. I know that it's not deliberate. I know that it's not on purpose, but like the impact of that is far more consequential than forgetting something when your grandpa has Alzheimer's and you forgot something. The fuck are you talking about? Like, you know? I also don't understand why you guys are saying this kind of stuff. Like, now you're making me think you're just saying it specifically because like people should be able to say it, you know? Yeah, if you have IBS, you can fart and you can apologize for farting. You don't go, I have IBS, fuck you. like, what do you mean? It's not ableist to be like, you know, oh, that I didn't know what was going on, but it still made me feel some type of fucking way, you know? Hello? That's why the discourse is discoursing. They be saying wild shit like that. Kanye should have to apologize, or are you saying Kanye shouldn't have to apologize? He's bipolar. Does that chatter think Kanye shouldn't apologize because he's bipolar? Yeah, that's the other side of the story as well, which is like, you know, like there is, and with Kanye, there's also other components involved in it. It's like the frequency of what he did. It wasn't like a one-off, right? So even then, it's not like a full-blown 100% one-to-one comparison.
Are ticks, that's not, if you can control a tick, it's not a tick. Let me explain what a tick is in detail. Shut up, bitch. A tick is when your neurons misfire. You think that you can seriously fucking control a neuron misfiring. I've never seen a human possibly do that. We have got to stop thinking with our feelings and start thinking with logic. It is okay to be offended. Shut up. But what it is not okay to do is be ableist and try to make it seem like people with Tourette's, specifically those with coprolalia, say their tics on purpose. My whole think piece on this, if you are offended, I do deeply apologize, but I'm just being logical here. I see a lot of people giving their think pieces, and they are specifically talking about racism when tics don't correlate with racism. But that's not what causes offensive or obscene tics. What causes those kinds of tics are coprolalia. Coprolalia, shut up, is completely involuntary and does not involve your vocabulary.
Okay, but where does it stop? The Baptist gave multiple disclaimers. Does he have to apologize after every tic? Look at the woman in his video. If she was saying a slur or something offensive, should she have to apologize 5,000 times a day? At what point is it just dehumanizing to literally every single person involved? Both the people uncontrollably saying something offensive or hateful and the person on the receiving end? I mean, that's why I said they should have just like edited that shit out 100%. I don't know why you have to go to, oh God, this is the debate lord mentality. This is, why is it that every person that gets hyper, and oftentimes this is a little, I'm just going to say it's a little neurospicy, okay? It's a little neurodivergent to just like remove the normal social function of existing in a society with other people to present a hyper isolated and incredibly exaggerated version of events in an effort to basically draw out a situation where it's like, well, this guy's you know, he's Mr. N-word. He just can't stop saying it. What if he's just like saying it a million times over Okay, saying it a million fucking times over. Like, when does it get out of hand? It's not even like every single tick. It's just that one instance. He did say it 3 times. Yeah, that's true. He also said it in different moments too. The racism conversation is important though, but not for John, for the BBC choosing to air it. Yeah, I think the BBC should not have aired that at all. Like, I'm understanding of the involuntary aspect of it. I'm not saying he was like doing it for sinister purpose or anything like that. But while a disability is inadvertent and out of your control, the impact of that, especially the social impact of that, is still very much within your it's very much up to you to like offer some kind of explanation for it if you choose to do so. Because, like, wouldn't you want to make sure that people know that you're not racist? I've spent the last 12 hours watching people defend slurs and say I should be cordoned off from society forever and face violence. It sucks. Okay, but you say you're both black and disabled. Like, in this situation, I'm trying to offer a nuanced perspective. Like, what about my commentary that has been? What about my commentary that you do not agree with? They should know he has a disability. This is fucking stupid Hasan. He doesn't need to apologize. I don't understand why. Like, guys, it's up to the individual, okay? But there is like it's up to the individual, okay? But like, wouldn't you want to let the other person know that it is outside of your control, that you're not like trying to harm them? You're making it seem like people don't apologize at all. You're taking away autonomy from this individual, okay? I'm saying that in this circumstance, being like, hey, this is completely out of my control. I'm so sorry that I'm horrified that you thought I was being racist to you, I think is the appropriate measure to take. And he said something along those lines regardless. Now, obviously, people don't think it's enough. People don't think it's sufficient. Tourette's activist John Davison, who inadvertently shouted the N-word during the BAFTA Film Awards on Sunday night, has released a statement after widespread backlash. Davison, who first began experiencing tics at the age of 12, made a number of outbursts during the first half of the ceremony, including shouting, "Shut the fuck up," during BAFTA chair Sarah Putt's opening remarks, when Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo took to the stage to present the Best Visual Effects Award to Avatar Fire and Ash. He was heard shouting the N-word. "I want to thank BAFTA and everyone involved in the awards last night for their support and understanding and inviting me to attend the broadcast," Davidson said in a statement. Here, we'll watch the video first because, like, I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. Where the fuck is it? Isn't it here somewhere? Oh, here it is.
Delroy and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
We're here to celebrate.
And the Delroy Lindo is like, I mean, he was like, what the fuck, right? And they just kept it pushing, right? They just kept it pushing. They're professionals. They're pros. Sometimes we do something wrong, even if you don't mean to, you still apologize. Have these don't apologize shadows ever thought about the impact of their actions? Don't hate on this dude, and it's good that he apologized. Yeah. He would be apologizing his whole life. Though this is a larger broadcast issue, it's something people with Tourette's struggle with, apologizing and having to explain their condition instead of getting to just exist. I mean, there are differences, okay? There are certain instances where, like, there's no apology that's warranted or necessary at all. You weigh it on an individual basis. Like, what are we talking about? Why are people acting like context doesn't fucking matter? Because it's the internet. That's why. Okay, that's the reason, right? It's because it's the fucking internet. That's got to be it. No one is saying you got to be like constantly on, you got to constantly be like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry for every other thing that you're saying. But this is like a high profile incident, you know? So that is like separate from having a disability, and more so about, you know, working in a being a part of a social setting. Because he's not just like cursing, you know what I mean? He's saying a slur, the maximum slur. It's the right thing to do for him to apologize, but I don't think people should expect an apology beyond, I'm horrified that this happened and I apologize if people were offended, when it's literally outside of any intention or control. And I think that kind of broad apology is sufficient. Yeah, no, I agree as well, but we're white. So I'm white. So I know that when I say that, people are going to be like, oh, you're just saying that because you're a white baby. You know? So he said, I wanted to thank BAFTA and everyone involved in the awards last night for their support and understanding and inviting me to attend the broadcast. Davison said in a statement, I appreciate the announcement to the auditorium in advance of the recording, warning everyone that my takes are involuntary and are not a reflection of my personal beliefs. I was heartened by the round of applause that followed this announcement and felt welcomed and understood in an environment that would normally be impossible for me. Host Alan Cumming twice interrupted the BAFTA Film Awards proceedings to address Davidson's outburst and wants to thank the audience, which include William and Kate, and the Prince and the Princess of Wales, for their understanding. And the second time, apologize if you are offended tonight. Davidson added, in addition to the announcement by Alan Cumming, the BBC and BAFTA, I can only add that I am and always have been deeply mortified if anyone considers my involuntary takes to be intentional or to carry any meaning. He concluded the statement by saying, I swear, more than any film or TV documentary explains the origins, conditions, traits, and manifestations of Tourette's syndrome. I've spent my life trying to support and empower the Tourette's community and to teach empathy, kindness, and understanding from others, and I will continue to do so, Davidson said. I chose to leave the auditorium early into the ceremony as I was aware of the distress my takes were causing. In I Swear, Lord of the Rings of Power star Robert Aramayo plays Davidson as he's diagnosed with the syndrome. Aramayo beat out Hollywood stars including Leo DiCaprio and Ethan Hawke to take home the leading man statue for his performance. The film, which was nominated in 5 categories, also won an award for casting. Did bro plug his project? Dog, the reason why he's there is because of the movie. What is wrong with you? Calm down. You have, in your mind, you think like, oh, he has a sinister purpose. Yeah, the sinister purpose is what? Broad awareness for his fucking disability. Hello? What the fuck? The person who called Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo the N-word had no control over their actions, but neither did either of them, and having to endure being called it publicly amongst their peers. What about a moment of understanding for them as well? Yeah, this is the other side of this, obviously. Like, I'm not even saying, like, Michael B. Jordan needs to fucking suck it up or something. And I think some people are saying that. That's a little crazy, you know? That's just a little crazy. Like, come on now. What the fuck? Like, that's insane. That, like, of course he's not supposed to just suck it up. All right? And it's not ableist. It's not fucking ableist to be understanding of 2 black men who are on stage in front of their peers getting fucking humiliated and dehumanized in real time. Okay? What the fuck? That's crazy. You're being crazy. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that that is like a normal situation at all. Of course it's not a normal situation. It's not. Delroy Lindo wishes someone from BAFTA spoke to us after the N-word was shouted at he and Michael B. Jordan were presenting. Lindo told Vanity Fair that we did what we had to do in that moment when the racial slur was said by John Davidson, who is diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome and attended the BAFTA Film Awards as a subject of the nominated biopic, I Swear. Sources told Variety after the ceremony that floor managers informed guests and attendees sitting around Davidson of his condition. According to multiple sources, none of the nominees or attendees were contacted by BAFTA or BBC ahead of the show to notify them. That's wild, too. Like, I don't understand why the same sympathies aren't being given to Michael and Delroy. What do you mean you don't understand? It's because they're black, okay? We live in a white supremacist society. Of course people are, literally looking at that and going, oh, it's just some bad words. Why don't you just take it on the chin? It's just some bad words. It is a manifestation of white supremacist attitude where, a lot of people who are blind to the impact of anti-black racism are basically expressing that same anti-blackness in the discourse by leaning into a situation where they feel like this is a totally appropriate moment to say, shut the fuck up, you can't feel some type of way about this as a black person. That's what it is, okay? That's what it is. And some people are just unaware of their, unaware of their blind spot here, okay? They're unaware of their blind spot. They don't even realize. They think that they're being accommodating. They think that they're being nice. They think that they're being positive about it without recognizing that this is also reinforcing the same anger and resentment that black people feel because this is a experience that even born out of a disability, even when it's inadvertent, is still going to be traumatic, okay? And you can't comprehend that if you don't understand the impact of white supremacy. If you can't even empathize with growing up as a black person in a white society, in a majority white society, you're just never going to be able to understand it. You're only going to think, oh, it's just a mean word. It's just a silly word. Why do you care so much? Oh, black people use it too. Like, this is reinforced in every aspect of our existence, okay? It's reinforced in every aspect of our existence. So I am, so fucking woke that I also am understanding of the role that social conditioning plays in teaching a lot of non-black people and even some black people, as a matter of fact, that like you're just supposed to take it on the fucking chin, and you can't say anything about it. An issue I have is the centering of John and the removal of the harm MBJ and Delroy in the situation when they're fully victims here too. There's a lot of oh poor baby going on, and I think John's getting a lot of undue hate, but this mirrors a lot of what we see in society about how black people are expected to suck up slur usage in all different regards. Exactly. Like, both parties could have been wronged in this situation. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. You're kind of telling the disabled person to do the same, though. Take it on the chin and apologize for how you were born. Oh. There is a social function of living in, there's a social price of living in fucking society. And it is obviously up to the individual to do the, to do their due diligence if they choose to do so. But it's fucking crazy to just be like, there's like, I'm not saying he needs to like constantly be on the fucking defensive, running around and being like, I'm so sorry. But there are certain things that even if they are inadvertent are going to cause harm. Do you not want to fucking address it? Hello? Yeah, if someone accidentally hits you due to a tick, they would, I'm sure, apologize for accidentally hitting you. So I don't know why the confusion and apologies being okay. Honestly, I think it's because it touches on the subject of disability discourse where it's like you're not supposed to fucking apologize for every little thing that's outside of your control. And when I say be normal, for example, that's like an inherently ableist fucking take. Like, what is normal? Why are disabled people supposed to be invisible or expected to like to hide their disability all the time? And like the additional burden of having to live with a disability, especially one that is a social one like this, is like it causes people to get frustrated about that. Anyway, there's a difference between apologizing for a disability and apologizing for the effects it has on others. I'm a wheelchair user. If I run someone's foot over, I'd apologize, even though it's much harder for me to navigate small spaces. Exactly. Yeah. What is this? What kind of specific type of individual is that? Isn't it strange to say that a person should be okay with being called a slur and receive no apology for it, even if they understand the context? Makes no sense to ask for grace while dismissing people hurt and embarrassed. It takes a specific type of individual to get offended by a product of an involuntary tig, which contents the person swearing specifically fears, dislikes, deems as inappropriate. So yes. What is this? It's okay to apologize. Sweet Anita does it all the time. Sometimes even before the tick happens. Ignorant chatters have no idea. Yeah. Would you not agree? Just be normal applies to Davidson and his disability. No. When I say just be normal, it applies to me saying be normal about like a person with tics and not be like a fucking weirdo about it. But that also doesn't mean that like in order to exist in a normal social function, even if you inadvertently caused harm to someone, that you shouldn't fucking apologize for it. That's my point. Okay? Anyway. This is the perfectly crafted woke trolley problem, pitting the social model of disability against centering BIPOC voices and concerns. This is something the FBI would concoct in a Quantico laboratory. Oh, for sure. 100%. It is a perfect woke trolley problem. Straight up. It's like a LSAT. It's like a LSAT question. It's designed as like a. It's designed like an LSAT question, but for woke. It's crazy. But like I said, there's also black disabled people that exist. If chatters expect an apology for microaggressions in this situation, should be no different. Yeah, I mean, I'm much more, you know my opinions on that. Right? I think there's also like, guys, my point is there's also an expectation, like hopefully a mutual understanding of like the function of social conditioning, right? The role that social conditioning plays in developing blind spots of privilege for every single individual in society. So when you're trying to like have a normal conversation with a person and they say something, right, and it rubs you the wrong way, like you don't always have to address it. I certainly don't. There's a lot of shit that people say about, Muslims or being from Turkey or whatever the fuck in normal conversations. And I just kind of, you just learn to eat it sometimes. Okay. But it's not for every single thing. If someone were to be like, you're a fucking terrorist, that's different. Right. The M word is the mother of all bombs, okay, of all slur bombs, okay? It's like the peak. It's the maximum one. So it is situational, it is contextual, and I think ironically enough, it's never situational or contextual when it comes to the internet. But also here's a little bit of irony. John Davison did an interview with Big John about his tick throwing out the N-word and how people interpret him as being racist.
Sometimes my ticks, I'll shout the N-word.
Yeah. That can get you in trouble.
People misunderstand that and they see it as being racist.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I ain't racist.
You just can't control what's coming out of your.
It also doesn't help that like they kind of look this way. You know what I mean? I mean they Big John Bosch. He's tough. He's woke. He's my woke king. I believe this man. But it's hard to not. It's hard to assume that a man that looks like this is just dropping the N-word with a hard R, and then people are like, you know what I mean? It's not his fault that he looks like a thumb. Okay.
So what is supposed to not be said?
Yeah.
Type thing,
I
don't
know. I'm not down with lock them away discourse. Lock them away. What the fuck are you talking about? What are people just being like cordon them off? That's crazy. What the fuck? What? Wait, is that the Bosch dude with the elite restaurant order? Yeah, Bosch. Anyway, there's people in the chat believe you shouldn't be able to attend events. That's crazy. They were like, oh, if you have Tourette's, you should go to a camp where you are concentrated. I like that every part. This is like the Hitlerian horseshoe, where on the one hand, people are like, well, you know, black people, they should be in a concentration camp. And then on the other hand, people are like, you know, disabled people, they should be in a concentration camp. And the synthesis of that is Adolf Hitler, who thought the same about both of these groups. You know what I mean? I like that. I like that. That's like the current discourse when it reaches its like maximum, its maximalist conclusion is just like, well, someone's got to go to a concentration camp. You know what I mean? What are we doing? Like, are we not putting anybody in the camps? Like, what's happening here? That's why the only real opinion is that this is a CIA operation. I mean, I don't think this is a CIA operation. I think it happened so perfectly. Inventing segregation out of first principles. Calling black men the N-word is racism. If John was has corporalia and can't control the slurs, he says he should watch from a separate area. Sometimes I consider swapping sides and becoming a Hasan clipper because you make it so easy for them. That's crazy. Yeah, you know, separate but equal. That's wild. Oh. Oh my God. Okay. Check how many likes the original post has, bro. It's just 3.9K. That's not that good. Yeah, but for real, this is why whiteys need to confront not just white supremacy, but our universal supremacist worldview. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got that, not to use a trot sentiment here, but this was probably one of his best inventions. Everyone has a little bit of Hitler particles. Like, that's just how it is. Everyone's got a little bit of that in them, and it just like kind of comes out when you can't like when you can't comprehend like things like this are happening inadvertently. And you know, when we get to that point and we decide like, yeah, we should cordon off certain segments of society, all of a sudden you're kind of broaching that territory, which is crazy. Honestly, though, if flying your freak flag is the best way to fight fascism in classroom, then maybe it's good BBC aired it so people just talk it out. No, because it adds insult. It literally makes the insult worse. Like, it makes the humiliation worse. Because, like, it makes the humiliation for both parties worse, if that makes sense. It's like the absolute worst fucking thing. Why do you hate on this poor dude with Tourette's saying something racist? Okay, calm down, dude. Come on. I'm over here talking about like disability advocacy, and you just did the absolute worst thing. This is like that. Are you my op? Like, really? You want Ethan to farm this shit? Come on now. Like, I'm trying to have a productive conversation that I'm trying to have a productive conversation that basically focuses on all of the communities that are impacted here. And you just, you know, you want to farm a fucking quick, funny moment. It's craziness. All right. Don't be a drama pervert. All right. Here's what they were able to, I guess, silence a little bit at the BAFTA. Bush! Fucking hell!
For pouring into our film and supporting this with all your heart and soul. And lastly, to all those whose parents migrated to obtain a better life for their children, to the economic migrant, the conflict migrant, those under occupation, dictatorship, persecution, and those experiencing genocide, you matter, your stories matter more than ever. Your dreams are an act of resistance. To those watching at home, archive your loved ones, archive your stories, yesterday, today, and forever. For Nigeria, for London, the Congo, Sudan, free Palestine. Thank you.
So he said that, but they took it out, I guess. Did they take it out of the main video? Is that what it was? They edited the Free Palestine side of it?
Been Britain's big night to celebrate art and culture, with royalty mixing with the Hollywood elite.
Great take. Afrotastic64, as a black person, it absolutely bothers the shit out of me that the BBC was willing to censor Free Palestine, but allowed a slur to pass with a 2-hour delay. That's evidence of the media hierarchy of which groups deserve more protection than others. It makes me question if they did this shit on purpose to foster the discourse. Yeah, so no, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. Like the real racism here is at the systemic level, right? When you have a media institution that doesn't take that out, whether it's a blind side for them, which I think it's impossible for this to be a fucking blind side. Let's be real. Holy shit. But that is the actual moment of racism. The moment of racism isn't coming from the guy with a disability who is like maybe for some sinister purpose saying the N-word with a hard R, which is like what a lot of people were trying to. The real racism is crazy when it's the literal N-word. Yes. I'm saying this sincerely. Like, it's not the person who has this specific disability that is actually doing this as a racist act. The racism actually stems from the fact that the BBC didn't cut it out. The racism stems from the fact that the BBC and BAFTA did not even approach the actors after the fact to be like, hey, I'm really sorry that happened. Just so you know, this is a person with a medical condition. Like, it wasn't on purpose, right? Like there was no intervention at any point. The other side of it also comes from the fact that, the expectation as a black person is that you just eat it, right? You just eat it. You can't feel some type of way about it. Okay? It doesn't matter. No matter what point you reach in society, you work hard. This is a white take. Wait, what? How is this a white take? I disagree. He had the N-word in his vocabulary. Do you live on this planet? Do you fucking live on planet Mars, or do you live on this one? Do you speak the English language? Do you think that this person is never going to hear the word? Hello? I'm not saying you shouldn't feel some type of way about it, but you're fucking crazy if you think like, oh, well, I can't believe this guy encountered the N-word at some point in his life and knows that it is a horrible thing to say, and his involuntary tick happens to be saying the maximum bad thing you can say in that moment. It's not a white take at all. The fuck? What, you think every person that has heard the N-word, like every person that has heard the N-word is automatically, they have it in their vocabulary. So every single person has it in their vocabulary. Like, what kind of question is this? What kind of statement is this? Yeah, like when you say it, when I read it, even if I don't say it out loud, I'm still reading it in my mind. I guess I'm being a white supremacist in that moment. Like, what the fuck? Please. What if a black person had it as a tick? These guys would explode thinking about that. No, I already showed you a black person with a black content creator with the same exact tick. She described it. But yeah, the actual anti-blackness in my opinion, is the expectation that especially a lot of white people have, a lot of non-black people have, and even some black people have this expectation as well, that like black figures are supposed to sit there and take it and not get offended and not and not feel some type of way about hearing this dehumanizing slur that they've heard their whole lives. A slur that isn't just a bad word, by the way. It is a reminder, and I'm not doing this for the black people in my chat, okay? You already know this shit, so just calm down before you fucking yell at me. This is for the white audience and the non-black audience. This isn't just a bad word, okay? It's not just a bad word. The reason why it's not just a bad word is because it is a reminder of the systemic discrimination, the death, destruction, rape, pillage, and a justification for a non-human status for an entire racial group. It is specifically designed to dehumanize black people. And its modern usage is not only to remind black people of their racial pecking order, but it's also basically to remind them that like that racial pecking order still exists, that racial hierarchy still exists because a lot of these systemic issues have not been properly fucking addressed. That's the reason why there's a difference between like saying a lot of other different slurs that broach into like inappropriate territory or personally discriminatory territory, but doesn't have that same impact. That's also the reason why nobody bats an eye if you say cracker, and only the silliest people on the internet get offended by it, or they fake get offended by it, right? And say this is anti-white discrimination, as opposed to the N-word. Okay? Are you saying black people are a lower tier of human? What the fuck? What? Come on, man. I'm trying to have a fucking serious conversation. Like, do you really feel like this is a good opportunity for you to make jokes like this? Fuck off. Okay? Yeah, good rage bait, dude. Good rage bait. Anyway. Stop baiting. This is a white ass chat, and the fact that you even have to say this in 2026 is why your black audience is so small. Oh God. Okay, this is the woke version of the rage baiting. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Yes, this is a white ass chat. Yes. What do you mean? It's the white ass world. Like, we live in the Western world. It's white. It's white supremacists. What do you want me to fucking do? Not try to educate people to the best of my ability? What the fuck? Stop being obnoxious and annoying. Okay? Especially in the moment where I'm fucking describing it. What the hell?
Instead is mired in controversy this morning, the BBC apologising to BAFTA viewers after several obscene outbursts from Tourette's activist John Davidson were heard on a broadcast. Davidson is the inspiration for the movie I Swear, which was nominated for 6 awards and took home the leading actor BAFTA. He was diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome at the age of 12. It's a neurological condition that can cause involuntary movements and vocal tics, sometimes involving outbursts of inappropriate language. One such outburst heard on the broadcast was while Sinners stars Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were on stage.
Delroy and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
A racial slur could be heard while the men presented the award for Best Visual Effects. Jordan and Lindo looked startled, but continued on. Host Alan Cumming later asking the audience for their understanding.
You may have heard some strong and offensive language tonight. Tourette's syndrome is a disability, and the tics you've heard tonight are involuntary, which means the person who has Tourette's syndrome has no control over their language. We apologise if you were offended.
So the big question this morning, why did these outbursts remain on the broadcast when other parts of the event were cut, like the words of one award winner who said "Free Palestine," especially when you think that there was a 2-hour delay on this broadcast?
I'm just saying, kind of feels like they got the capacity to chop shit up. I'm just saying, kind of feels like they saw that and were like, keep that shit in. Keep that shit in. That's good. That's good stuff. But other things were not allowed. How interesting. How interesting. Wow. That's what I mean when I say this is the real racist part of the equation, okay? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. They should have done a role reversal where someone saying Free Palestine should not be edited out because it's not offensive at all, okay? What the fuck? And the N-words should have been edited out of the final broadcast. That's crazy. Do you see the real racism question mark? Yeah, like as in the actual deliberate act of engaging in a white supremacist expression is not the individual inadvertently saying a slur, even though no matter how you say it, it's still very clearly going to have an impact such as that, and therefore it's totally warranted to feel offended or to feel humiliated in that moment. Having said that, the actual deliberate act or the lack of investment in dealing with this, the lack of interest in dealing with this comes from identifiable white supremacist attitudes. The tick is involuntary. It's such a sad state of affairs. It's like a humiliating incident. The funniest part is this is my take too. Yeah, but chatters are gonna fucking get their licks in no matter what. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. It's fine. As you guys know, I'm the top white supremacist on this platform that Asmongold also exists on. So that's the reason why I'm doing it. Is Black History Month? It happens. Yeah. Yeah, fuck BBC and BAFTA. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Have you considered if you had a higher PSL? If he had a higher PSL, it could have been True Adam with a halo effect and avoided the massive social cortisol spike. That is something that I have thought about as well. I like that we're now calling this guy who who had like his very worst like nightmare happen in real time in a very public way. Now we're calling him ugly. Okay.
The BBC has this morning issued a statement apologising that Davidson's comments were not edited out ahead of the broadcast, and they say they will now be cut from the online version and on streaming. You've got to feel for Davidson. He must have been very embarrassed by all this. He left the event, it's thought, early, halfway through, it's thought. Guys.
Yeah, the BBC should have caught that.
Should have caught that. And he left on his own. He wasn't asked to leave, but he knew it was best to leave. But you had so much time to edit out those remarks.
And the guys handled it well. The guys on stage kept moving through okay.
The biggest night in the British movie business, broadcast on the BBC with a 2-hour delay. Time enough, in theory, for the broadcaster to edit out any offensive language.
Good evening and welcome to the EE BAFTA Film Awards 2026.
And while some cuts were made, not this. When the stars of Sinners, Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo came on.
Maybe don't invite the guy who involuntarily shouts out racial slurs. Come on, that's crazy. And Sean the Black is right. He says, I disagree. He has a right to be there. We should strive for accommodation. That's crazy. Come on, dude. Yeah, we should cordon him off. We should cordon the disabled off. We should put him somewhere else. You know? Oh, you can't hear? No accommodations necessary for you if you're deaf. You know? Fuck it. What is happening? Yeah, we should ball gag him. That's nasty, man. That's a nasty fucking approach. How do you not recognize that? That's crazy. What if it was a loved one? What if it was you? Think about it that way. Ironically, the ableism and the anti-black discourse here literally stems from the same fundamental lack of understanding that we have in our hearts. All of us have this. It's you can't see yourself as a black person on the receiving end of the N-word, Okay, so you don't get it, and you're like, "What the fuck's the big deal? Suck it up, dude. It's just a word." And you also can't see yourself being a disabled person who is going through that, in that moment. So you go, "Oh, dude, just don't fucking show up, bro. What the fuck?" Like, just put him in the utility closet. What the fuck? It's like, God damn, dude. Just be a little bit more open-minded, please, to every single person involved. Adolf would say both sides in this case. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's someone's got to go to the camps mentality. You know what I mean? Someone's got to go. I mean, I don't know. It's just, we got to put somebody in there. What the fuck? Anyway.
On stage to present the night's first award, the N-word, which we have beeped, was shouted out.
Presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making. We're here to...
Visibly shocked, they were praised for carrying on. Lindo later telling Vanity Fair he wished someone from BAFTA...
So we said the N-word and we still got to sympathize with him? A little bit. I mean, kind of. Like, you shouldn't be... I'm not saying sympathize with him, I guess, but like... or I guess I am saying that a little bit, yeah. Like, this is the one time where it's like kind of... I mean, this is the one time where it's not his fault, you know? It's a little bit more complicated than that, right? Like, he's not... It genuinely stems from thinking that he's doing it for some sinister purpose. That's the problem. And I kind of understand why you think that, because you've probably experienced that if you are black. I don't know if you are, because it says Max the Arab here. Maybe you're black and Arab, but like it does come from this experience, this common experience of like white people routinely trying to use any opportunity they can to fucking disparage and undermine black people. If you don't want to sympathize, focus your anger on the system that didn't protect the actors after the fact and that aired it. Exactly. Exactly. I'm sus how this take gravitated to that word. Oh my God. This is why I spent a good deal of time explaining this is why I spent the first half of the broadcast explaining what this is. You know, it's... Yeah, he's not... You are speaking from ignorance if you don't understand subconscious thoughts and how someone with Tourette's has to live with everyday worry they might take something bad, in which turn makes it more likely they might do so. Imagine having to live with the fear that you might hurt someone unintentionally and completely out of your control. Yeah, I mean, that's like the whole point of the movie, ironically enough, is how he is literally having to deal with that on a daily basis. Like literally having to deal with that on a fucking daily basis. That's his whole life. And that's what the movie is about. That's why he was in the room. They didn't bring him in the room to be like, haha, this is the guy who will definitely say the N-word. They brought him into the room because he was also being celebrated. Because there was a movie made about his life called I Swear. That's the reason why he's there. Like... Anyway, but once again, just as though I will duke it out with chatters who don't understand why an apology is warranted or why why these actors felt how they felt, I will also try to explain. I'm not disabled, right? And I'm not black. But I have the capacity to understand to the best of my ability what the lived experience looks like. You know, I'm never going to fully grasp it, but you know, I am sympathetic to both parties involved here.
I'm gay and Lebanese,
if that makes sense. I think people really need to make a clear distinction between disability general and Tourette's syndrome and Coprolalia, specific and crucial to this conversation. So it's not if you are disabled, you get a pass to say the N-word. Yeah, I mean, obviously not. Black woman take what you do, who you are, and what you have are three different things. What you can / should take responsibility to apologize for is what you do. Love and accept who you are and give yourself grace for what you have. But also, apologies don't take time off your damn life. Forgive yourself so that apologies are easier on you and quicker to deliver with meaning. Don't be obtuse, be curious, blame the BBC. Yeah. But yeah, the person that was saying that wasn't like, you know, sneaking that in is my point, right? Like they're not, it's not within their control. That's kind of the whole thing. I promise you, I'm not doing this. I know it's tough for you to come in here and see a white man say this, right? Because you've probably seen many people that look like me constantly go, it's just the word. Why so mad? I'm not doing that, okay? I don't give that any fucking daylight, any time of day whatsoever. I'm simply explaining that this is the one instance where it's quite literally the disability. Like it is the reason for why he said it. Like, it's such a wild state of affairs, and I totally understand why it's like tough to comprehend, because you have experienced people who have lied about it or have tried to find reasoning for or justifications for why it's appropriate to say it. And while it's always inappropriate, this is the one instance where it's like contextually, while still inappropriate, is not malicious.
Had spoken to them afterwards. The slur was shouted by John Davidson, seen here on the right, a campaigner who has Tourette's. It's a condition characterized.
You should get someone knowledgeable on the disability on. People are being really ignorant about it. I did. I already had in the beginning. I started this conversation by showing you a black content creator who has this specific disability, who gave her thoughts on it.
By sudden and involuntary tics, which can include socially unacceptable words and swearing.
Hello, hello.
He was at the BAFTAs after his life story inspired the film I Swear.
I was blown away. I did not imagine anybody could pretend to have Tourette's as an actor.
Robert Aramayo from I Swear.
It led to a dramatic and surprise win for its star, Robert Aramayo, for Best Actor, who appealed for understanding about the condition.
Tonight, especially, I just want to say that for people living with Tourette's, it's us around them that help define what their experience is. So, to quote the film, they need support and understanding. Thank you so much for this. It means the world to me. I can't believe that.
But whilst there has been much support and understanding for John Davidson, many still have questions for the BBC.
We understand that it's involuntary, and actually this is a great learning moment for the Tourette's community and learning more.
Guys, the BBC used all of their editing juice on editing out Free Palestine. Sorry. We had all of our editors working around the clock from Tel Aviv, making sure that no one said anything remotely bad about the genocidal state that is known for having an apartheid. We just could not have a moment wasted. So apologies for everyone involved. We just had one edit that we could do, and we wasted it on the other black artist who was talking about his experience on stage, coming from an immigrant background, for example, where he, likened that shared mutual understanding of fighting against colonial violence to saying Free Palestine. We had to use all of the editing juices on that. Okay, we were working tirelessly to make sure that there was not a single moment that people heard the words free and Palestine next to one another. So we just didn't have any editing juices left to fucking edit the N-words that were slung.
About what they go through. But like I said, two things can be true at the same time. We can still be offended by what happened, and we can still feel unprotected if you don't do anything to censor it.
So you feel the BBC was too slow to react because the programme wasn't edited and it stayed.
They weren't too slow to react. They deliberately did not react because they have the capability of reacting. They reacted. They reacted on the Free Palestine statement. They straight up were like either going, who cares? This is not that bad. Or, which again is still an expression of white supremacist value systems, right? Because when you hear that and you don't think, oh, we should cut this out immediately, this is like very fucked up, you are still inadvertently continuing the same white supremacist systems and constructs. However, there's also a even more cynical approach, which is, oh, this is good content. I don't know if they went with in either direction. It's still the same. It still comes from the same, it still comes from the same place of lack of care for black people. But I think, fuck it. Maybe they did it on purpose. I'm in the camp. They did it to humiliate the black actors, but I'm cynical, so I don't know. Yeah, I think they wanted the content. They were like, oh, this will be great for the fucking discourse, yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah.
On the iPlayer for some 12 or so hours.
I gotta pee. I got do a willy in it. I got a fucking wee, lads.
Community, would that have been edited out? If it was a swear word that he had shouted out, would that have been edited out? I think it would have.
Camilla Davis Jr. and Wally Davis.
In fact, other remarks were edited out from the BAFTAs. When filmmakers Wally Davis and Akinola Davis Jr. won the award for Outstanding British Debut, these words about Palestine were cut from the broadcast.
For Nigeria, for London, the Congo, Sudan, Free Palestine, thank you.
The BBC didn't respond to our specific questions, but gave us this statement. Some viewers may have heard strong and offensive language during the BAFTA Film Awards. This arose from involuntary verbal tics associated with Tourette syndrome. And as explained during the ceremony, it wasn't intentional. We apologise that this wasn't edited out prior to broadcast, and it will now be removed from the version on BBC iPlayer. John Davidson said this evening, I've spent my life trying to support and empower the Tourette's community. I'm deeply mortified if anyone considers my involuntary tics to be intentional.
If you haven't seen this yet, get ready. Grab the tea and crumpets, because this is, you want to talk about loser media clip potentially of the year, and it's only what, February? Did you hear?
We got another racism inadvertent. I mean, I don't even think Gavin Newsom was like being racist when he said this, but Republicans are absolutely fucking dumping on it. Yeah, one type of bigotry is safe, the other is too risky. So the BBC definitely left that in so they could have Alan Cumming make a point and they could have a viral moment about how the British are so understanding. They thought it would be a safe controversy, but Palestine is too risky, so they cut that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so, my white ass is doing this on Black History Month, and, I'm bad. So get it out of the way. Get it out of the way. 2 black discourses in one day. Okay, so, as you guys know, I'm not the biggest fan of Big Gav, right? I think that's known at this point, right? People know. Not the biggest fan of Big Gav at all for a bunch of different reasons, right? This is not one of them. This is not one of them at all, as a matter of fact. I mean, it's a bad look in general, but this is ironically a moment where he thinks he's being human. Gavin Newsom is in Atlanta, Georgia, and he's speaking to a crowd as he's on his book tour, right? And the crowd is black. It's Atlanta, Georgia. Gavin Newsom, on his book tour, has been trying to convince people that he is just like you. Okay? He's just like you. He's an everyman. He's a regular guy. He got 960 on the SAT. For those of you who are tuning in from not America, that's a very low score, like a very low score. So he's talking about his upbringing and the trials and tribulations, and you know, he just keeps telling people in these masses, in these crowds, that he is fucking stupid. I don't know how else to describe it. He literally just keeps saying, I'm dumb just like you. I'm a stupid guy just like you. Now, of course, I don't personally think that's like a very good approach to the issue at all. I don't know why he's trying to become relatable by being like, I'm a dumb guy, bro. I'm a dumb guy, bro. I'm really dumb just like you. And he's been saying it. And he's been saying it in front of every crowd. But this time, the crowd he's saying it in front of happens to be black, and of course the Republicans are cynically using this to be like, see, he's lol. It's a twofer for the Republicans, for the conservatives, for the reactionaries. They get to have double the enjoyment out of this, because on the one hand they get to say black people are stupid, and on the other hand they're saying, see, Gavin Newsom is saying black people are stupid. Let's take a look at the video and then we'll discuss the way that people are approaching it.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy. And, you know, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940.
It's also very Brandonized too. And I feel like while he's delivering this, in the back of his mind, he might have had a brief moment where like, this might not look good. This is a Brandonian moment. This is Brandanistan. We thought we were living in Mamdanistan. We're not living in Mamdanistan. We're living in Brandanistan. This is full Brandon. And this motherfucker's like, what, 60? He should not be Brandonizing this early. What the hell is going on? And here he is being Brandon for the rest of time. We are stuck in a perpetual Brandonization, one Brandon after another, okay? No matter who wins the election, they will have to Brandonize. I have realized this now. I'm just saying it. He is going to go full Brandon. This is just our future. The closer you are to Brandon, the better your chances are at winning the presidency. He is pulling a corn pop. It's an infinite Brandon time loop. Donald Trump won after Brandon, right? 2020, Brandon wins. He Brandonizes pretty aggressively. 2024, Trump wins. He is more Brandon than Brandon is. Let's go, Brandon. Your goddamn fire alarm keeps making me think it's mine. Okay, we're going to fix it. It just started. Okay, time is a flat circle, as I was saying. So.
But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in. I'm not.
So I've already heard him say this, by the way. That I've already heard him say these words, so it didn't like shock me that he said that in this room as well, right? But of course, Sean Hannity and all these other guys are like, Gavin Newsom thinks a 960 SAT makes him like black Americans. Let that sink in. Now, this is a fantastic opportunity for me to shit on Gavin Newsom. Okay? It really is. And it's taking up a lot of my mental faculties not to use this, to just like really go, see what now, liberals. But like he said this over and over again. I think it just more so is an indication that he doesn't know how to make himself look like a normal human and not this like alien figure that was placed on God's green earth to one day become president. Okay? That's what I think. I think it's not Like he wasn't like he wasn't trying to imply that like black people are stupid or you know, he wasn't trying to say specifically that black people are bad at the SATs or anything like that. He just thinks all Americans are stupid. He thinks all Americans are dumb. And there's decent reasons to feel that way. He's not totally wrong to think that, but he wasn't like directing this at black people in general. Here's a video. Also, I've now spoken to several people who were there. Everyone confirms that there were only a handful of black people there. But if you didn't see the room, why did you publicly declare that he was talking to black voters? Because it's Atlanta. And that's the reason why they're saying this. And also because they want to shit stir. They want to say like Gavin Newsom is a racist. And if you want to say Gavin Newsom is a racist, there are probably plenty of better ways to do that. Like, you know, he's a white man in power. It doesn't take much for you to figure out what some of his areas of interest have been that have disproportionately targeted black people. You know what I mean? But these guys don't want to do that. They don't want to like think about systemic racism because their job is to never identify that. Their job is to act like systemic racism isn't a real thing, right? I don't know. I thought this was racist as hell. Why are you sucking Newsom now? Why have you accepted him as a Democratic nominee and now defending him every day? It's because I got the check. That's not what he said. Putting direct quotes here is dishonest. You left out words and context, almost as if you just cut and pasted what the right-wing blogs are saying about this without actually watching the video yourself. Please do yourself a favor and watch the video.
So Gavin Newsom thinks that because he's a dumbass and scored less than 1,000 in the SAT that he can relate to the black experience. That's what he said to a room of black and brown people in the city of Atlanta, Georgia, just this past weekend. And this man said this with a straight face, that because he scored a 960 on the SAT, he was just like me.
Oh, brother, shut the fuck up. For the record, this is CJ Pearson. He is a right-wing Republican content creator. I didn't say it. Nice bathroom is black. He said hairline opinion discarded. I didn't say it. I'm highlighting. I'm giving room to black voices. I'm listening to black voices. Nice bathroom is black. He's the one who said hairline opinion discarded. I didn't even notice it. I didn't even realize he was black. I'm colorblind. Anyway, they only do this shit to the left. Let it happen since it's Gavin. I know they love doing this shit to the left. The Democrats love doing this shit to the left. Cynically all the fucking time. And a lot of people who are going to go out to defend Gavin Newsom today also are some of the people who love throwing that out there in a cynical fashion. Okay? Like a goddamn grenade.
Well, Gavin, let me tell you something. I didn't score a 960 on the SAT. I scored.
It's crazy to be a guy who says, I love Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not racist. Donald Trump literally calls every black legislator low IQ. Like every single one. Every single one. And this motherfucker has the audacity to turn around and be like, I mean, he did the fucking Barack Obama and Michelle Obama are apes thing like not that long ago. It was not even a fucking month ago. And these guys have to come out and be like, yeah, you know, the real racism here is Gavin Newsom trying to relate to every American by saying, I'm stupid. It hasn't even been 2 weeks.
They got higher than that on the SAT. And by the way, a lack of academic performance or the ability to excel within school doesn't make you black. But what it does do, if you think that does make you black, is that it makes you a racist, right? So it's so funny to me that the Democrats, while they no longer wear those white hooded robes that the KKK would run around in as they terrorize black people, they still find a way to remind us.
Bro. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Yo, who is this for, dude? Who is this for? I mean, I know who this is for. This is for the white Republicans. Yeah, that's right, brother. They are the Klansmen. But also, even though I'm currently a Klansman, I think they're the real Klansmen. I might. Now, listen. This articulate, urban-style individual that I would definitely lock my door around is a bright young feller. Okay? Let me tell you. This is one of them good ones. Like, that's the audience for this commentary, okay? Straight up. The audience for this commentary is that guy who has never, ever been, who has never felt safe around black people. Even black people that share the same opinion as him is over here being like, yeah, that young feller's got a good... He's got a good future ahead of him, okay? Unlike the rest of the urban-style individuals I encounter on a daily basis. He is so articulate.
He's big and small that they did used to wear those robes. Apparently, Gavin Newsom's heart still wears that robe because he thinks that being a...
You work for the white griv, shut the fuck up, clown. You lucky Twitch is censoring us black shadows in here, or we would really be roasting his ass? Yeah, I mean, you can't, because Twitch will ban you for saying certain things.
Makes you black. Gavin, you are disgusting in every which way, and this moment from this day will haunt you for a time long to come.
No, it won't. No, it won't. It will 100% not. No. No. Isn't what he's saying is woke? Yes, Republicans are the greatest purveyors of woke. Hello. Understand that Republicans love weaponizing woke. Reactionaries in general, people to our right, love weaponizing woke to us, okay? Gavin Newsom is objectively a, let's say center-left, maybe center-right, not center-left, center or center-right figure. This guy is far-right. Of course he's going to weaponize woke against him. Just like people who are center-right or people who are centrist or center-left love using woke against people like myself and others that are further to the left than the average person is. Okay? It doesn't work. It's so stupid. I mean, we've experienced for the last week, we've experienced a version of this over and over again, this like sinister deployment of standpoint epistemology in an effort to defend American imperialism, specifically in Cuba, right? Oh, all of the blockades and the invasion and the assassination attempts and the constant crippling of this island for the crime of gaining sovereignty is not the real reason why Cuba is suffering. It's actually because the Cuban regime is a dictatorship and it's communist and it's scary. And I'm a Cuban woman. And if I say this, you have to listen to me, right? You have to listen to me. And everyone's like, oh, shut up, white baby. And Miami Cuban is speaking, right? Listen to the Cubans. No, not the Cubans on the island that are impacted from the embargo, from the sanctions, from America intercepting oil shipments going to the island. Listen to the Miami Cubans who want to blow up the island. It's stupid. Okay? Make up your own damn mind. Just asking why you don't cover Ukraine, not even for a bit, but everything else you do. I do cover Ukraine. But there is a lot of other stuff happening as well. Are you planning to cover the bipartisan effort to dismantle Section 230 will allow the destroy leftist internet end to end? Yes. So Mark Lamont Hill says that's not what he said. Putting direct quotes here is dishonest. You left out the words and context. And Mark, just like myself, is not exactly fond of Gavin Newsom. We are, however, fond of the truth. So even if it's advantageous for me to lean into this shit and be like, see, what now, liberals? I'm not going to do that. Having said that, it is it is funny that all of the same liberals that were saying like I'm anti-black, I don't care about immigrants or whatever, that absolutely would cynically attack me in the same exact fucking way, are also defending Gavin Newsom now because a more right-wing figure has now attacked Gavin Newsom. How strange it is to feign outrage about racism while hurling racial epithets against me. For the record, I don't support Gavin Newsom. I'm not even a Democrat. I just happen to have watched the video before commenting. That said, I have no desire to send an insult back your way. I'll treat you with civility despite how you're engaging me. I only ask that you watch the actual interview before drawing a conclusion. I mean, Mark is my goat. I love him. He's a legend. He is a much more civil person than me. I'll be honest. So you're saying that Newsom is just elitist and classist, not racist in this instance? I mean, I think he is elitist. I think he's classist and probably racist too. But this instance doesn't imply that he is being the intention here is not him being racist at all. Like not even a little bit. When you've lost Nicki Minaj, says a Fox News commentator, his way of bonding with black people is to tell him how stupid he is and that he can't read. This means my first read on him was correct. He's been handed so many things. Oh my God. Oh God. I hope this is a moment of recognition for a lot of liberals who cynically deploy this kind of identity politics against people like us, because it's fucking bullshit. And you know you're doing bullshit. They're doing it to you now. They're doing it to your guy. So I hope this is a moment of fucking self-awareness, okay? It won't be. I know it won't be. But it's fucking annoying. It's rotisserie chicken time. I'll put the heat lamp on. Don't worry. Bro, you can't go from that guy to Nicki in a span of 15 minutes. I can't deal with this shit. Ha ha ha. Do you want to know the craziest part of this footage that will haunt him forever? He's literally slowing his speech down and talking in a sporadic cadence. He's not just telling them that they're all probably stupid and probably can't read. He's literally slowing down his speech to make them understand the words that are coming out of his mouth as if they're children. That means he literally believes they're slow. He's not just saying it. He didn't misspeak. He believes it. Do you love it? Do you just love it, black people? Also, them. Nicki Minaj is black. Why is she using them when talking about black people? Like all the black people, not just the black people in that room, but just like black people in general, right? Interesting. I don't know if it was a ChatGPT writing or if he wrote it herself. I don't think she wrote it herself. I'll be honest. Just something interesting that I noticed in the way that she's talking here. Something that happens when you become a Republican. What is this? Nicki Minaj's social media propped up by thousands of bots. Analysis finds. Yeah, unsurprising. There are so many legitimate reasons to dislike Gavin Newsom, but don't fall for fake news. Newsom was talking to a room full of white people. He never mentioned black people. He was talking about his dyslexia, and he made the same exact comment to a white interviewer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is just his like shtick, okay? This is his like way of saying, I'm just like you. I have a fucking terrible SAT score. Like, that's it. He's not saying this specifically to like black people in general. This was his retort back to Sean Hannity, who put the entire who put it like a 3-minute and 27-second compilation. This will be like the main driver of discourse on the right wing circuit for, you know, the next 2 days, probably, you know. We should ban any adult who brings up their SAT score, though. I agree. To which he responded when Sean Hannity was like, Gavin Newsom thinks, 960 SAT makes him like Black Americans. You didn't give a shit about the president of the United States of America posting an 8 video of the former President Obama and calling African nations shitholes, but you're going to call me racist for talking about my lifelong struggle with dyslexia. Spare me the fucking outrage, Sean. Brother, this time to Griff, just say, yeah, fuck it. Gavin Newsom did mean it to be racist. Anything to prevent him from being a convincible candidate in 2028? No, I'm not going to do that. I don't need to do that. The commitment that I have is to the truth. Okay? It's ridiculous. I don't think I need to do this at all. I'm not going to do this. But I hope it's a wonderful opportunity for a lot of people who cynically deploy this exact same kind of like cynical ass identity politics. Every single liberal content creator that is right now defending Gavin Newsom straight up did this to me for the past week. Okay? For the past week. They were clipping shit out of context. They'd be like, see, Hasan hates black people. Hey, if you're black, don't listen to him. You know? And now they're turning around and, opening up their minds, I guess, to the possibilities that someone can be clipped out of context. Anyway. After years of trudging through the cesspit that is Twitter, where comments from right-wing posts and debates calling us black people low IQ and genetically inferior, I find it very difficult to square this current wave of sudden regard for racism against black people, which is very clearly a political Trojan horse. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a successful one, to be fair. Okay? It's not even a successful one. It's just, like, it's not going to be successful. People are not going to think like, oh, wow, Gavin Newsom is a white supremacist because of this, right? You're right about the Brandonization. This media cycle reminds me of the Biden media cycle on poor kids are just as bright as white kids. Yeah. Well, with Brandon, there's at least a lot more that you can point to showcase that he is actually not exactly a fan of black people, right? We're talking about the architect of the crime bill, which liberals aggressively defended, for the record. We're talking about a guy who eulogized Strom Thurmond, a white supremacist, Strom Thurmond. A guy who actually wrote legislation alongside Strom Thurmond that was horrifying for black Americans. Okay? Like that, to me, is a way better indication of someone's, racial animus than this. Oh my God! Oh, we're gonna talk about the discourse around the Gaza was a big part of the reason why Kamala Harris lost already. We talked about it yesterday with the Axios reporting coming out yesterday. I gave my thoughts on it. It was a moment of vindication, obviously, for all the people that have been saying this leading up to the election and certainly post the electoral defeat. But there's a certain karmic irony in watching Newsom get eaten up by the very right-wing disinformation machine he's tried so hard to platform and appease. Yeah, bro, they lie. Yep. It's true. It's true. Did he talk about Candace Owens saying Israelis are Turks? Oh my God, is she doing the Khazar theory? She's leveling up. Is she saying that Jews are actually Khazar Turks that converted to Judaism? That's what she's saying? Respect. Respect. That's why she's the GOAT. Okay, that's why she's at the tippy top of this commentary sphere, and I'm just I'm a lowbie. Okay. That's why Candace Owens keeps winning. And we're fucking out here duking it out with people who are cynically telling everyone Hasan is an anti-Semite. Hasan is an anti-black racist. All this shit.
If you haven't seen this yet, get ready. Grab the tea and crumpets because this is, you want to talk about loser media clip.
My fucking goat is back. Can we get a... Bro. The fucking king of pod is back, baby. Nobody does it like Dan. Ain't nobody does it like Dan Bongino. That's my fucking goat. Woo! He was done with that boring bullshit defending pedophiles at the highest level of the Department of Justice, okay? Deputy Director of the FBI, bullshit. He's back where he belongs, behind a microphone.
Potentially of the year, and it's only, what, February? Did you hear this clip of Gavin Newsom? He's talking to a largely black audience. This isn't no fake racist Donald Trump. This sounds like real racist stuff.
I'm just trying to impress upon you.
Yeah, this isn't fake racism like Donald Trump, where he says every black person is low IQ, African countries are actually shitholes, that we don't want black migration, that Haitians are eating cats and dogs, or being prosecuted by the federal government for refusing to fucking rent properties to black people, taking a fucking full page ad in the New York Times demanding the execution of the falsely smeared Central Park 5 teenagers. This isn't about, all of the different ways in which Donald Trump has fomented anti-black racism. Obviously, all of that is fake. All of that is fake. This, on the other hand, this is the real racism. Yeah, depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes. None of that fake racism, but the real racism.
I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
Definitely sounds pretty bad. What are you talking about? We just watched him. I guess it sounds bad if you haven't watched him deliver this exact same speech like 3 other times, right? He did this with Dana Bash when this is a part of his book where he's trying to present himself as like a normal guy. I'm just like you. I had my own trials. I'm dyslexic. I can't read. I'm illiterate. Okay. It sounds bad if you assume only black people live in Atlanta. I mean, there is definitely probably more black people in that crowd than Gavin Newsom will ever have, right? It's Atlanta. And even though most of the people that fuck with Gavin, Big Gav, are white people, I'm sure there were more black people in that crowd than he ever will. He will ever sit in front of, right? But it doesn't matter. Like, he's not saying it because there's black people in the room. He's not saying that to like identify himself with like black people because he has this like hidden notion that like black people are illiterate or whatever. He's just saying that because he thinks this is a way to appear personable to all Americans. So in any case, I'm a real hater, okay? I'm a hater for good reason. I'm not going to hate on someone for bad reasons, okay?
No, your audio's not broken if you're listening on Apple or Spotify. I don't even know how to really respond to that.
God, he's the best, dude. That's why he's the best. Look at that reaction. We have so much to learn from Dan Bongino. I have so much to learn. I yearn to be like Dan one day. Okay? He's the fucking GOAT. That's my guy.
This would ordinarily be the end of the political career of anyone else if they...
Do you live on the planet, Dan? Do you live in the United States of America in the year 2026 of our holy Lord? What the fuck are you talking about? None of this is career ending. even from a Democratic Party side, you saw Joe Brandon run around and be like, if you only vote for me, you ain't black, Jack. And then he won that election. The fuck are you talking about? This doesn't even reach that level. Oh, it's so awesome.
We're on any other party affiliation other than Democrat, talking to a group of black voters and saying like, I'm dumb like you guys or something. This isn't.
Dan, you were the deputy director of the FBI, big dog. You saw that the government is currently run by elite pedophiles. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would this be a career ender? Like, what are you saying? It's certainly not a career ender for a Republican anyway. Yeah, this probably takes the cake. This is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite racism moments from Donald Trump.
Say that when we have a protester inside, which isn't even very often, I say, be very gentle. Please don't hurt him. We had a case where we had an African-American guy who was a fan of mine. Great fan, great guy. In fact,
Yeah, the person he's talking about is Michael the Black Man, one of my favorite Trump characters in the Trump extended universe. Here he points to him.
want to find out what's going on with him. You know what I'm... Oh, look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. So we have an African-American...
That was Donald Trump.
This was when he was woke. Yeah. That's Michael the Black Man he's pointing to. Don't out me how Hasan refers to his black mods as well. Come on, man. It's true, though. I do that. Put it in private. Unlike Tourette's havers, Hasan does not let his mods say it. Anyway. Yeah, that was I mean, that's like a funny moment. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Like I said, what is more consequential is what you do in a position of power. Okay, if you're like a slumlord, for example, and you refuse to rent out to black people, so much so that it actually ends up with a federal investigation, I feel like that's far more consequential, and I feel like that's a clearer indication of like who you are as a person, right?
An important clip because there's more here than just poking fun at this moron, okay? This is the basis of liberal paternalism.
And that he's not smart like everybody. And he says,
oh my God, everyone is chirping. Everyone. Is it me or outrage manufacturing is all we get on social media lately?
Speeches were written, he wouldn't be able to do it. Jeez. And the only thing he was missing in this video is a hot sauce in his pocket to pull out and say that he carries with himself all the time, but that's somebody else's shtick. Rob, go ahead and play this clip. Go for it.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940.
Oh my God.
But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to
What
be
is he talking? Okay, can we, in this room, everybody, whatever you're doing at your house.
Dude, what is this? What is this? Everyone is like, I'm so offended. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. What is this fake bullshit? Why can't anybody be fucking normal? Why can't anybody just be like, come on, dude, what the fuck are we doing? God, I hate it. Everyone is doing theater. Everyone is just fucking milking. They're milking. MAGA turned woke overnight. Oh my God. Like, what the fuck is this? It's just like fake outrage. It's such fake fucking outrage. God, it's so fucking annoying. I hate it personally. I think it's like, it's so lame. It's so fucking lame, dude. This is the guy that is offended.
Governor Newsom, thank you for being on the podcast.
Thank you for having me, Stephen. I'm really excited to be here with both of you. So hopefully we'll just, knock this one out of the park.
So you're the governor of one of the biggest, most diverse states in the nation. How do you handle that kind of pressure?
Yo, I'll tell you, dog. I think it came from my upbringing. You know what I'm saying? Just, being from the streets just made me like really hardcore. You feel me? You guys feel me?
I thought you were from Marin County. That's one of the richest neighborhoods in California.
I mean, yeah, you're right, but my area was really, really tough. Do you feel me? You know what I'm saying? I had to teach myself to be a man. You know, my pops dipped out early. I know y'all can relate to that, right?
Nah, my dad never left.
Oh.
Yeah, mine neither.
Right. But it was hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, my mom's is working all day. You know what I mean? I'm home. You know what I mean? No money, just sitting there with just stacks of Wonder Bread. You know what I'm saying? Just stacks with like mac and cheese. Just putting that mac and cheese on it.
Okay, OG Gavin.
Yeah, that sounds real hood.
Bro, I'm so hood, bro. I would just be in the backyard for hours just shoot.
I don't know if I want to keep watching this because I feel like we are approximately 35 seconds away from him pulling out a bucket of KFC and also watermelon, okay? And approximately a minute away from him just straight up doing blackface. I don't want to see that unfold. I don't want, when he pulled out the basketball, it's like, I think I'm out, you know? On that note, Sharks, I'm out. Okay, this is too much. Too much. Too much.
Legalize comedy.
It's Black History Month. We've been doing too many. We've been covering too many issues that pertain to black people. I feel like we don't have to see Italian Steven Crowder do this minstrel show. What? We got to see through it now? Nah, it's already cooked. Might as well finish it.
Shooting hoops, you feel me? Just putting in the work. And then my mom would come out, you know what I'm saying? And she'd be like, hey, Gavin, dinner's ready. I'm like, man, shut your white ass up, woman. Always trying to keep a brother down. You feel me? That's how they always do, these white women.
I have to ask, though, is there any proof that you were really about that life?
Yo, I'm so happy you asked, dog. Give me some dap, fam. California dreaming, homie. I actually brought my childhood journal, you know what I'm saying, just to show y'all how hood, how gangster I was, because I documented everything, fam. Check me out right here. In West Marin County, born and raised, on the playground was where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool and all shooting some b-ball outside of the school.
Wait. Isn't that the theme song to Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
I don't know who he is, but he sounds like he had a rough-ass life. You feel me, dog? You feel me?
All right, we're about to wrap this thing up. And
legalize comedy.
Governor, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Man, y'all already know what time it is. 2028, it's Newsom, nigga.
Dude, what he's doing right now is way more racist than what Gavin did. Yes, because what Gavin was doing wasn't even fucking racist.
Legalize comedy.
Comedy is when you impersonate someone and then add racism. They never did. But doing this is not racist because it's...
Legalize comedy.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's like... Fucking brilliant, dude. Brilliant. And now he's back to being like...
You're in your garage, you're making coffee. Do you understand? A white man is in Georgia sitting on stage with a black man who is the mayor, Andre Dickens, and he's basically slowing down his speech and saying, like, I'm dumb like y'all. Like, I barely passed the SATs because I'm dumb like y'all.
Do you still have the shock collar? Yeah, but it's on your mom. Yeah, I'll put it on your mom. She loves it. Sorry, we're playing kink. That's every time I hit that, she's upstairs coming. W Kink positivity. Yeah, you got it. Is this a guy you debated? I mean, I don't know if you can call it a debate. Vinny was almost, he almost pulled the ultimate exit move, which is dying on the debate stage. I've never had that move pulled on me, I'll be honest. It was interesting. Where was I? What were we talking about? HasanAbi vindicated. That baby dumb as hell. What is this?
Oh my God, my Shayla. My Shayla.
When I look at you, I can't believe it's true.
Okay, a lot of people in the chat are saying, actually, someone did do that move to you. They did pull that move on you. His name was Charlie Kirk. And I don't know how to respond to that. I guess, yes. Okay, well, you got me. That did happen to me one time. It's very odd that it happened at all, and it almost happened twice. But it happened to me one time. Okay, and obviously we honor Charlie Kirk on the broadcast.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
You know. Before we move on to the British police arresting Epstein-linked ex-ambassador Mandelson, I want to take some time out to talk about this Gavin Newsom situation, like to wrap it up with a nice little bow, and I don't know how to do it because everything I feel like has gotten so much more cynical. Like, discourse is never productive nowadays. And I don't know if I'm one of these guys that's like, oh, why can't we have a normal conversation? Like, I don't know if there's any way to have a productive conversation any longer. I feel like we're all just like siloed in our own little corners on the internet and constantly whipping each other up to get angry at shit, like manufacturing outrage. And it's very, very frustrating. I don't know how we get out of it in general. I'm just, I'm always going to tell you how I feel. Okay? Even if it's advantageous for someone like myself to lean into this Gavin Newsom shit, I'm obviously not going to do that because it's fucking idiotic. If you want to call out Gavin Newsom, there are a million better ways to call out Gavin Newsom. This is not one of those instances where he's like behaving in a racist way, even a little bit. He just thinks this is his way of trying to come across as like relatable, explaining his like big trials and tribulations throughout his development. Like, oh, you think I grew up in a lifetime of, you grew up with a lifetime of privilege, or you think I grew up with a lifetime of privilege, but in fact, I also was illiterate, or I was dyslexic, and that was really tough for me. That's what he's trying to do. And to me, I don't think this is relatable. Do we have to be careful how we talk about left-leaning people when right-wingers will try weaponizing our criticism to prop up Vance? No, not at all. Because right-wingers never actually fucking say Gavin Newsom is an elitist who just wants to be president and he wants power for the sake of having power, and that he is going to be the same old establishment neoliberal that will defend the interests of the wealthy unconditionally and not try to even lean into a left populist sentiment in an effort to advance the material interests of the working class. They're not going to say that. They're just going to say this dumb shit. They're like, he's racist. Oh, I'm outraged by racism. Bro, you work at the racism factory. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean you're outraged by this microaggression of Gavin Newsom? You literally put hours at the fucking racism assembly line at the racism factory. What the fuck are you saying? It's so fucking annoying. I wish we could like rise above that and have a normal conversation every now and then, especially amongst the stupid fucking liberals, okay? Liberals, I beg of you, please, if you're at least like having a conversation with someone to your left flank, stop doing this dumb shit, okay? Stop. It doesn't work in general. You just come across as like annoying and smarmy. And most people can understand that you are deliberately weaponizing identity politics to an audience that you perceive, that you correctly know does care about, not coming across as offensive to marginalized identities. Okay? It's so annoying. It's woke 1.0 bullshit. Okay? I hate it. Would have been far more relatable if he just said, I have dyslexia. Education was a struggle for me despite the privileges granted to me by living in a wealthy school district. I can only imagine a student like me going through critically underfunded schools. Yes. Also, stop writing better lines for Gavin Newsom. Let him fucking fail on his own. But you're right. That is, that comes from a place of like recognizing your own privilege. It's probably much more real for him to say that. Obviously, he's not going to say that because he is out of touch and an elitist. So, did you watch the full segment? Is Clip Chimp to make him seem way worse? It doesn't even come across as bad.
Away from that, what would you like for the reader to know more intimately about you and how those two separate lives that you had together and the tough decisions you made and the risk that you had to take, and even growing up with dyslexia and all that, like, what do you want us to take from that and where you are today?
Well, that like so many folks, I put a mask on. And my face was starting to grow into it. I think Oliver.
This is the same. This is it. This is in the book too. He said this to Dana Fash as well.
Well, I think it was maybe Oscar Wilde who said, the first act in life is we all strike a pose. The second act, no one knows. You got to figure it out. I'm in the second act. And I talk about that, I was trying to be someone I was not. It wasn't that I was inauthentic, I wasn't who I am. I sweaty hands, nervous, just.
Bar for bar, exactly what he said to Dana Bash yesterday.
Just trying to.
Is today's stream all about the American Identity Circus news? Yes.
Put on a facade. And
you don't think there's utility in dissecting identity politics being fucking maliciously deployed? Like, it's not pro-identity politics. It's like a criticism of how identity politics is used.
And I walked through that journey and what that gave me, the opportunities and privilege, but what it also took away and who I was becoming. And my mom saw that. She saw those cracks in that mask. And she challenged me, and so it's a story about resilience, redemption. It's a story about humility and grace. I think it's a very human story. I'm not trying to be someone I'm not. I can't do that anymore. I tried that for a long time, and I wasn't happy. I say to kids all the time, learn from, don't follow others. Your expression's unique, nobody else has it. And I've really the way we're doing, some of you may have seen some of my social media. I'm on the other, this, I'm on the other side. I just am. I'm on the other side. I don't want to dream of regretting anymore. No coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's all out there. And I just want to put it all out there. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. This may be the wrong business to be in.
To take away from that, what would you like for the reader to know more intimately about you and how those two separate lives that you had?
I'm charmed, really? So I had him perform Philly Friday night, and the guy in the front row was HasanAbi head. Adam scoffed at him for that. Lol. Fucking hater, dude. Is this the first time people listening to politicians run for office? I think Trump made people forget or something. This is a very common stump speech pattern. Yes. That's it. He is trying so hard to come across as though he is relatable, as though he's like a relatable guy. He's not. Just own it. Who gives a fuck? You have a different lane. Like, I'm not giving him, I don't want to give him any like ideas. I don't want to give him any fucking good pointers here, but like, everybody knows who you are, brother. It oozes from every orifice. Okay. You walk into a room, people fucking know who you are. You walk into a room, people know exactly what your lived experience looks like. This is so fucking annoying because people always do this shit to me where they're like, Hasan, you hide that you come from an affluent background. It's like, no, I don't. Why would I? It's fucking idiotic. People can see who I am. I see no reason to like hide it. I see no reason to fucking lie about it. I think it plays a role in my development. Okay? It's just silly. It plays a role in who I am today. That lived experience. There is no reason to try and like be phony about it and be like, oh, dude. Like, imagine if I was always like, man, I went through so much adversity growing up, rich in Turkey, because I was fat and I couldn't fit in at all. My life was so tough. My bitches were too bad. My steak too juicy. My lobster too buttery. You know? This is how your haters think you talk, Lamau. I know. It's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. Yeah, I was discriminated for being tall. Be real, you didn't have bitches, brother? Why do you have to bring that up right now? It's just, I mean, it's true, but like, you shouldn't have, you don't need to say that. Okay? You don't need to say that. Drawn ones, maybe? I feel like I've made the mistake of oversharing my lived experience, perhaps a little too much. Bro was drawing boobs on DeviantArt. You think he was going on dates? We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that right now in this moment. Okay? The point is not you play with action figures until you were 14. Enough. I overcame those odds. Anyway. You are folding on the soundboard policy, trying to appease the stream's influential life enjoyer special interest group. It shows that you are in the pocket of big fun. And that's true. I am in the pocket of big fun. Okay. Be so for real. We all know you're playing with those One Piece figurines before bed. I mean, I have no shame whatsoever. I would tell you if I did. I wish I still had that childlike wonderment. I'm gonna be honest. I genuinely do think that I was a better person when I was a kid. and like enjoyed life more. And I wish I still got that same. I wish I still. I'm 34 now. I'm about to be 35 in July. I wish I still could enjoy playing with toys and shit. Like, it would legitimately be awesome. It's called being a kid, Lamau. Yeah. I killed the fun in me a long time ago. May God strike you with obesity again to protect our women. Okay, calm down, dude. Calm down. Were you a big Lego guy? No, I was a big like action figure guy though. I loved playing with action figures. I don't got it either. Can't get in the Christmas spirit or nothing. Yeah. So anyway, the point I was making is that like this kind of discourse is unhealthy, unproductive, idiotic in general, and I do hope that this is a learning moment for some of the shitty libs that will cynically deploy this kind of stuff towards me as well, or towards people like me, people that are on their left, people who do care about, people who do care about tackling white supremacy, especially in a society where most people don't. It's fucked up. I hope this is a learning. Yeah, I say it's obvious to any normal human that Gavin Newsom was doing his classic "I'm a normal guy" shtick that he's been deploying during his book tour. It's unsuccessful, but I hope this is a learning moment for libs to my right on how dumb this cynical weaponization of IPPOL looks. How dumb the cynical weaponization of IPPOL actually looks like. Is that a good sentence? My brain is not working. Crusty ass noob level character assassination ploys? Yeah. Did you have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles TV show on Turkestan? Yeah. It wasn't my favorite though. All right. Speaking of like incredibly dumb, bottom of the fucking barrel commentary, we're back with the main character of everyone's lives, Nick Shirley. Now, Nick Shirley's been up and down the beautiful state of California, trying to make the same exact dumb content that he's been making to limited success. This time, it's incredibly it's even dumber than the last time. Here, let's watch what Nick Shirley had to say, and maybe you'll be able to spot it out in real time. Maybe you'll be able to spot out why he's lying in real time.
Here in California at this UPS store in San Diego.
Fantastic that he's also sponsored by Poly Market.
Over 30 people are registered to vote as this is their primary residence. It's all right to have...
Can you see? Can you see something here?
This is the location where you receive a ballot, but you can't have it as your primary residence. And all of these people do right here. For instance, this lady right here, Gloria, she's 100 years old and she voted in the 2024 election. In fact, the large majority of these people voted in the 2024 election, and some of these people even have the exact same P.O. boxes. I don't think too many people can live inside of a P.O. box. And what's concerning about this is right now in Poly Market, Gavin Newsom is also setting the stage to become the next Democrat.
Oh, it's a Poly Market ad. Oh my God. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I hate everything. Oh my God. Oh my God. The tweet you linked isn't opening for me. Oh, I think he deleted it. As soon as I quote retweeted it, that person deleted it. Damn. Damn. Okay, I'll delete it too then. Fuck it. It's a good tweet.
Nominee for the 2028 election. Meanwhile, there's massive voter fraud taking place. You actually don't even need an ID to vote here inside of California. And like I said, over 30 people are registered to vote inside of this UPS store alone.
You can literally see it in the video, dude. The UPS store is a part of a Kensington Commons mixed-use development. The 30 registered voters are registered to homes that are also part of the complex. Mixed-use properties are very common in major cities like San Diego. You can literally see it in the video, by the way. It's fucking insane that this dumbass tried to do the most obvious lie of all time. Most obvious fucking lie of all time. And he didn't even do us the dignity of hiding the fact that the UPS store is right on top, like right underneath a goddamn fucking residence, dude. 71,000 likes, by the way. Yeah, this detective forgot to look up a little. How is this? Like, we cannot. We have to do something about the level of intelligence in this fucking country. I'm sorry. This is unsustainable. He's not even trying, man. He's not even fucking trying. It blows my mind that this is the level of effort he's putting into it. Ugh. Click away is a rage bait gambling ad. Yeah, the fact that it's also a gambling ad is adding insult to injury as well. This is one of the cases where I think he is trying really, really hard. No, I mean, I guess you're not wrong. I guess he's that fucking stupid. I don't get it. He literally went to a residential complex that's mixed use that has residential apartments on top of the UPS store. And he acted like there were 30 people that registered to vote in one UPS store. Like it's fake. Like these people are actually not real. They're not real voters that live in that apartment complex. I think education should be one of our primary places to focus on, no matter how much advocacy we do. If people are too dumb, it don't matter. I think it's going to be impossible to fix it. I think we're cooked. I've delivered to customers in UPS stores like that. The customers register to their addresses to those stores. I don't know what else to say about this shit. I have family members who believe this video. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's devastating. All right, let's do some good news now. Let's do some good news. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but we're now going to go to the United Kingdom for some good news, which is unexpected.
The fallout from the Epstein files has sent another shockwave through the British establishment. Former ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. He's seen here being led away by police from his home in North London. Police previously searched 2 properties linked to Mandelson in Wiltshire and North London earlier in February over suggestions that he passed market-sensitive government information to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Let's take you live to London. Al Jazeera's Charlie Angela is in Westminster. What more can you tell us, Charlie, about the arrest?
Yes, well, everyone here in the UK has probably now seen those pictures of Mandelson being led away from his central London home by police. The property was being staked out by a news outlet who who seems got lucky. So it comes after police carried out searches on 2 properties belonging to Mandelson, looking, as you say, for documents relating to allegations that Mandelson passed on sensitive information that could have moved.
Yeah, this is the exact same hit that Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew, got. It's not about the pedophilia, obviously. Should be obvious to all who are paying close attention to the story, but it's more so about them giving state secrets to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? That's literally, as soon as Prince Andrew was arrested, detained, and called in for questioning, and the charges were about revealing state secrets in a state capacity, I said back then that it was going to be about Peter Mandelson as well, because Peter Mandelson has also done the exact same shit that Prince Andrew has done. So it's the same charges. This is a good thing. I feel like this is more of like a Al Capone style situation where he's not busted for like racketeering, but or being a mob boss, but instead for, you know, tax evasion. And I guess the British government is doing that as well.
Market to his close friend Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted paedophile, in 2009. Now, this was when Mandelson was at the heart of the Labour government under Tony Blair, at a time when governments were looking for bailouts. He would have been in discussions with European counterparts as well. And it looks like documents would have been seized during those searches, and that might now be what the arrest has been based on. Now, Mandelson has denied any wrongdoing, and he has expressed his regret for his close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, but his fall from grace has been absolute.
Selling state secrets isn't exactly tax evasion. No, the reason why I'm using the Al Capone example is because Al Capone was obviously a criminal, but they busted him for anything they possibly could, which was tax evasion. Mandelson and Andrew are obviously directly affiliated with a very famous pedophile and potentially engaged in pedophilia themselves. With Prince Andrew, we have a lot more information on that, obviously, than we do for Mandelson. But they're getting them not on the pedophilia charges, but instead on the state secret charges. Now, of course, the state secret charges in this circumstance are actually pretty aggressive, because if found guilty, Mandelson could receive life in prison. So this is really good. It's hard to look at this and just like try to cast it away. I mean, it's treason, and they should be prosecuted for this. So justice is being served in this regard if they follow through on this. Okay, so I'm in favor of this, and it's fantastic that this is happening. Shout out to the UK. I didn't know you knew ball like that. UK apology form. I thought the country was run by nonces. I thought the country liked being used as a cum sleeve for Jeffrey Epstein. I was wrong. I saw all the charges that the Palestine Action people received, and I thought there is no real justice in your country. It turns out you have a higher, I mean, it's a very low bar to clear, especially when compared to the United States of America, but you fucking cleared it, so respect.
Seismic. Just last year, this man was the US ambassador to the UK ambassador to the US. He was sharing jokes with President Donald Trump in the Oval Office. And he has been at the heart of the Labour government for decades and has had a pretty Teflon-resistant career. He has had to resign twice, but both times he has bounced back. He was made a Lord, but he has now had to resign from the House of Lords. And
yeah, I mean, the British Kingdom would never offer lordship to, very famous pedophiles, of course. Jimmy Savile, notwithstanding.
Lost his title. So we will wait to hear what police reveal, to see how long he's questioned for as well, how long he will be held. But this is going to be a huge blow for Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who has really had to come back fighting and defend his appointment of Peter Mandelson, which he has now said he didn't know the extent to which Mandelson...
Sorry. Savile was a knight, not a lord, lol. Oh my God. I apologize. Okay, British people, calm the fuck down. God damn, dude. My bad, bro. Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. The first moment that I give a little bit of recognition to British people, all of a sudden they have to immediately make me feel bad about it. Oh, how dare you, sir? It's a knighthood, not a lordship. Apologize. The word carries big weight around these parts. My bad, dude. I didn't realize. Oh, you have mistitled. This carries a fine of 50 quid. 8 rounds of silver. And a decapitation post haste. Off to the gallows with you, my good sir. How dare you?
Maintained his ties with Jeffrey Epstein, but it has been a huge blow to Keir Starmer. This arrest is just going to add fuel to the fire.
What are the likely political ramifications going to be, Charlie, particularly, as you say, with the pressure right now on Prime Minister Keir Starmer?
Well, we do know that they were discussing in Parliament today when new tranches of information relating to the appointment of Mandelson will be released. We understand that the government has been cooperating with the police in their investigations and handed over all relevant documents. But as you know, it has been within his own party. He has garnered support, but outside his party, calls for his resignation. But it's not just in the political establishment that we're getting repercussions. Of course, the former Prince Andrew, Lord Mountbatten, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, excuse me, we're getting used to his new title, is still under suspicion. We understand that Metropolitan Police today were speaking to his former protection officers who, it emerged, were asked to guard Andrew while he dined with Jeffrey Epstein in 2010, and they have been brought in for questioning. At the same time...
I told you, this goes even beyond. You take out Mandelson, all of a sudden, Kid Starver is also compromised. Just as I told you, you take out Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew, on these charges, you take out Mandelson. You take out Mandelson, all of a sudden, Kid Starver is also in the fucking crosshairs.
Former civil servants have also come forward anonymously, giving information that when Andrew was trade envoy to the UK, he was filing unnecessary and excessive expenses, including charging for personal massages, charges that would have ultimately been passed on to the taxpayer. And while there's no evidence of any criminal wrongdoing, that will have to be assessed, it does paint an incredibly unfavourable picture. But the message, really, both from the palace and from the Prime Minister, is that
That's Lord Kid Starver to you, plebeian.
Is above the law, and that these investigations will have to run their course.
Charlie Angela reporting live from London. Many thanks, Charlie. Well, Peter Mandelson's arrest is the latest fallout from the Epstein files, a trove of documents linked to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Al Jazeera's Camille Nadelek reports.
We live in a society where arresting pedophiles is too far, apparently. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I love that. This is incredible. They're fucking losing their minds
in the end,
over
all the people he's offended for all those decades have suddenly now turned around and pointed at him. That's
and when it comes to the hue and cry, you know, and I know you hate that aspect of our national character, you know, where people are tarring and feathering somebody almost as prey, he's been used as a lightning rod for all the anger that people feel about so many other things, and that's what's happening.
I just think simply because you don't like somebody who you've never met before and never will meet doesn't mean that you should be treated treating this as some blood sport. I mean, what we're demanding now is, at least based on the evidence that is currently in the public domain and is all allegations at this stage, it goes, in my view, way too far.
Do you not feel embarrassed? Is there not like a moment where you go, maybe I shouldn't be defending pedophiles getting arrested? Nope. You just let that shit fly, huh? That's crazy. I guess, I mean, it's surf mentality, right? Like, this is a real thing. This is one of the most visible versions of the thing I talk about all the time, like surf mindset. Straight up.
Absolutely hounding this man.
You may well be right. You may well be right.
We want him to be stripped. He's been stripped of all of his baubles. There are people who demand that he be exiled. Where's he going to be exiled to? Stripped of any money. How is we expecting him to
well,
be?
He can
we
go
want him
and,
to be ostracised from all of his family.
But he can't be, at the moment, he's under police investigation, so he can't be exiled, but that is an option.
Not the baubles! My good sir. Not his lordship, not his titles, his royalty. Wow. New York Times opinion added again. The Epstein files should have never been released. Gross. Yuck. We're, for the first time ever, like, we're a nose hair away from seeing like a fraction of justice for the super wealthy, the elite in society. And everyone is showing their fucking asses, dude. Everyone's showing their goddamn asses. It's disgusting. Oh, my lordship can do a little noncerie. It's the finer aspects of life. They deserve it.
Cornerstone of British politics, Peter Mandelson has had a tumultuous career. His last major appointment was as the UK's ambassador to the United States.
I'd like to have that accent. Thank you. My mother would be proud.
Mandelson was fired after allegations linking him to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Documents released by the US Department of Justice appear to show Mandelson shared confidential government information with Epstein, including memos on the state of the British economy in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis and the prospect of an EU bailout. Information he had access to during a decades-long career in the British government and as EU Trade Commissioner. Those revelations shook the government of Keir Starmer, leaving the UK Prime Minister fighting for his political life, as he tried to justify how and why he appointed a man who many believe should not have passed a background check.
At the time I appointed him.
I wonder why. It's because of those reasons that he was appointed. Hello? Straight up. Yeah, I know. I'm going to cover the case for striking Iran in a second.
I got answers from him which I believe to be true. He painted a picture of barely knowing Epstein.
If he's charged and found guilty, Mandelson could be sentenced to life in prison, although convictions for misconduct in UK public office are rare. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera.
Jonathan Tongue is a professor of politics at the University of Liverpool and a specialist on British and Irish politics. He joins us now live from Manchester. Good to have you with us, Professor. Seismic, our correspondent, called it. What's your reaction to the arrest of Peter Mandelson?
I think the arrest of Peter Mandelson was almost inevitable, given the arrest last week of the former Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, because all the evidence we have to date is that Peter Mandelson was even closer to Jeffrey Epstein than was Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. I mean, Peter Mandelson was writing to Jeffrey Epstein when he was in prison and saying what an injustice it had been, the imprisonment of Jeffrey Epstein. And we do have some evidence via emails that shows that Peter Mandelson was passing on some aspects of cabinet governance to Jeffrey Epstein. There's some particular emails that deal with that. For example, he was advising him that the government was going to sell £20 billion of assets. He was advising on tax issues relating to the UK government. And Peter Mandelson encouraged the head of JP Morgan, a major American firm, to get in touch with the Chancellor, the UK Chancellor, to oppose bankers' taxes on bankers' bonuses. So there are those pieces of evidence. I think it was almost inevitable that police would at least make inquiries over what Peter Mandelson has been up to.
As we've been hearing, Jonathan, Mandelson was one of the most consequential political operators of the new Labour era. I mean, how politically significant is it to see someone of his stature being arrested like this?
I think it's hugely politically significant because it shows bad judgment.
You're breathing really heavy, my G? No, I'm not. I'm not. It's their microphone, dude. It's the fucking newscaster. Notice how it stopped? It's from the fucking video, dumbasses. Why do people pick on you constantly? It's just a way to get my attention, I think.
On the part of Tony Blair initially, who appointed Peter Mandelson, and Peter Mandelson had to quit cabinet twice because he was involved in controversies. Gordon Brown then made, or helped make Peter Mandelson a member of the House of Lords, so it reflects badly upon his judgment. And it certainly reflects badly upon the judgment of Keir Starmer as the current Prime Minister, because it's only a few months ago that Keir Starmer was, and I quote, declaring he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson as the UK ambassador to the United States, arguably the most important ambassadorial posting that there is. It was under pressure from the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, that Keir Starmer began to row back from that. And now Keir Starmer says that Peter Mandelson lied to him. But surely the vetting of Peter Mandelson before he was given such a key appointment should have been far, far, far more thorough. We'll now see.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me, okay?
Whether the UK police are more thorough in their investigations of Peter Mandelson.
What about the electorate? Given his history at the heart of government and the governing Labour Party, what are the immediate political ramifications of this arrest? What could it mean for Labour electorally? And you mentioned Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Could this bring him down?
Possibly, although I think that Keir Starmer has now sufficiently distanced himself from Peter Mandelson to avoid that. But I think the electorate will take a dim view of the Prime Minister's judgment in ever bringing Peter Mandelson into such a key post. And it might make those electoral tests that loom for Keir Starmer that much more difficult. He's got a very difficult by-election, Keir Starmer, in Gorton and Denton this week, Labour trying to cling on to that particular parliamentary seat. And he's got a huge set of elections come this May with English local elections and Scottish and Welsh Parliament elections. Given that there are questions at the moment over Keir Starmer's judgment, then I think, you know, at the moment, and with his low polling rating, those elections look highly problematical at the moment for the Labour Party.
Good to talk to you, Professor. Many thanks indeed. Jonathan Tongue there in Manchester.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture.
A very public arrest. It was just before 4:45 in the afternoon, in broad daylight and in full view of TV cameras and photographers, that Peter Mandelson was led from his London home by police officers and taken to a police station to be interviewed. Around half an hour earlier, the same officers had been seen arriving at Mandelson's home. And minutes after the former peer was driven from his home in an unmarked car, the Metropolitan Police confirmed he'd been arrested. Officers have arrested a 72-year-old man on suspicion of misconduct in public office, said a spokesperson. He was arrested at an address in Camden on Monday, 23rd of February, and has been taken to a London police station for interview. This follows search warrants at 2 addresses in the Wiltshire and Camden areas. Those searches began at both addresses more than 2 weeks ago, and police officers were later...
Bro, this is how I... This is how I feel watching New York receives Zohran Mamdani. This is how I feel watching another country that is so close to ours in culture actually do a little bit of justice for some of these elite pedophiles. It's fucked up. It's actually fucked up. Wait, what is going on? Can chatters hear me breathing heavy? Like, I don't understand. Am I breathing heavy? You can't even hear my breathing. Are we still on the previous video? In this video, you can't even hear him breathing. Like, I don't understand what's going on. It's just, yeah, this is what our law enforcement is doing right now. But it's just crazy to watch countries that have like an interest, at the very least, an interest in like showing that they have a adequate justice system. Very, very strange experience. I am feeling a little bit of jealousy. America has not even attempted to course correct here. Like, not even a little bit. Hopefully, this will light a fire under our asses collectively. Hopefully, it'll piss us off. And maybe we'll demand justice. I don't see that at all. I don't see that happening at all.
Seen taking boxes away. It's Mandelson's friendship with the American financier and convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein that's led to this dramatic fall from grace.
Well, Mr. President, thank you very much indeed in hosting us this morning.
Less than 6 months ago, he was British ambassador in Washington, the UK's most glittering diplomatic posting, before being sacked by Sir Keir Starmer in September.
Are you embarrassed for putting your trust in Peter Mandelson, Prime Minister? What does he say about your judgment, Prime Minister?
Earlier last year, he told Sky News of his regret about his association with Epstein.
My knowledge of him is something that I regret. I wish I'd never met him in the first place.
But the release of the Epstein files, suggesting he shared government information with Epstein when he was a cabinet minister under Gordon Brown, may have prompted the police investigation. Mandelson's arrest comes just 4 days after the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor over his actions as a government trade envoy.
These are extraordinary moments. What we need to remember, though, I think, is that the police investigations in both cases, and they're separate investigations, one by Thames Valley Police, this by the Metropolitan Police, are in the early stages. There may be other documents and emails held on digital devices at Mandelson's homes in Wiltshire or Camden that they will have wanted to look at.
Mandelson's arrest is a huge blow for Sir Keir Starmer, and the Conservatives are turning up the heat on the Prime Minister.
I asked him if he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson just a few months ago, and he said yes, despite all of these allegations being known. Only to see the man arrested shows that the Prime Minister has a terrible judgment. He's weak. He could have done more.
Mandelson continues to deny wrongdoing, and Labour ministers insist the Prime Minister acted decisively.
As soon as Keir Starmer understood what the reality of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was, he sacked him in the middle of the night, actually. So, I think that's an important area of judgment.
You knew about it ahead of time. That's the reason why you brought him in. Get the fuck out of here. Straight up. Hopefully there's an additional investigation that takes place. Hopefully there's an investigation that takes place that's conducted here that completely blows this shit up, and that not only do people understand that Keir Starmer was heavily involved in this, had full knowledge over it, but also people are forgetting the other component of this, okay? This is a moment of vindication for Jeremy Corbyn. This is a moment of vindication for the true left in the UK. Because Jeremy Corbyn, in spite of his other issues, like, not having like a super solid position on Brexit, which definitely hurt his chances, was rat-fucked internally by the Labour Party, by the likes of Mandelson and Keir Starmer. Okay? Jeremy Corbyn, because of his position on Israel, was called an anti-Semite over and over again endlessly by the British media, by the British press, by members of his own party. They actually created an anti-Semitism panic within the party deliberately just so they could keep feeding into the media that was aggressively trying to persecute him. Fuck Corbyn. He fucked over Sultana. Shut the fuck up. We're not having a conversation about your party. Every moment that we don't talk about your party is a good moment. Okay? It serves you. It literally does not serve you at all. It does not serve you at all to even bring that shit up a little bit. Okay? What should Corbyn's stance be on Brexit? No Brexit. He should have been anti-Brexit. I know that there were plenty of labor strongholds that wanted Brexit, but he shouldn't have been afraid to lead there. He should have just been like, no, we're not doing Brexit. That's crazy. Okay? Brexit literally hurt the UK in very meaningful ways, and it still continues to do so. Why do you support the EU? Yes, I love the European Union. I love neoliberalism. I love taking away the sovereignty of British population. I love it all. Corbyn was a Brexiteer his whole life. What do you mean? Yes, it doesn't matter. The appropriate thing to do in that moment was to be no on Brexit. Okay? Just like I'm a massive fan of Gavin Newsom, I'm also a massive fan of the European Union. You literally can't have any sort of leftist policies with this in the EU. You can't privatize literally anything. Okay. Being anti-EU is an OG 70s British lefty position. I know all of this. I covered it years ago. I know. Is that not the same as NATO? Oh. Okay, we're not going to have a conversation about Brexit right now. Please, this is not the point that I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is that Jeremy Corbyn got rat-fucked by his own party, by the Blairite wing of his own fucking party. Okay? Keir Starmer being one of the leaders of that charge. They created a fake anti-Semitism panic within the party structure. A lot of people got duped by it. A lot of people leaned into it. It was not about anti-Semitism at all. After all, the Tories were objectively and openly, infinitely more anti-Semitic than Labour ever could be. They straight up kept hammering him with false anti-Semitism smears over and over again. And they made the entire conversation about Jeremy Corbyn's unelectability because British Jews were going to be leaving the country in droves and all this shit. Okay? And they did that specifically because they were terrified of Jeremy Corbyn's anti-Israel position. Okay? A position that has been vindicated a million times over.
But for Mandelson personally, his arrest is the latest humiliation in a spectacular downfall for someone formerly at the heart of the Labour High Command. John Craig, Sky News.
Peter Mandelson has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. So what does that mean? Well, the Crown Prosecution Service defines it as when someone holding public office willfully neglects to perform their duty and or willfully misconducts themselves to such a degree as to amount to an abuse of the public's trust in the office holder without reasonable excuse or justification. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested on suspicion of the same offence. We don't know what evidence the Met Police may have considered before making this arrest. Mandelson has consistently denied any wrongdoing. The latest files painted a picture of Epstein's reach in the highest circles of power, politics and celebrity. And the two arrests in the wake of their release are a vivid example of that. Peter Mandelson features extensively in them, as photos in the files attest. Again, being included in the files is not evidence of any wrongdoing. But Mandelson was often photographed at Epstein's side in multiple occasions over multiple years. Here, Mandelson is pictured on a yacht with Epstein and others. And here he is celebrating Epstein's 54th birthday. Now, this photo, also part of the files, shows how Mandelson was comfortable around Epstein, even when being photographed. Mandelson's association with Epstein was public knowledge, very public knowledge. But the files did shed new light on its nature. First off, its length. This is from 2009. Mandelson wrote to Epstein, "You are the only person who knows everything about me. Don't go away." To be more precise, the date is May 2009. This is while Epstein was still serving a sentence in Florida for procuring child prostitution. There are casual, jokey intimacies in the documents. This is 2.5 years later. Mandelson writing to Epstein, "You don't care about me anymore." Epstein replying, "Rubbish." Mandelson was happy to discuss politics too. In 2009, Mandelson's assistant emailed Epstein a government speech here before it was delivered. And this email was sent while Mandelson was secretary.
Yeah, we knew years ago that Mandelson has stayed in Epstein's flat whilst he was in prison. The media here are lying. Yes. The reason why he was brought back into the fucking fold was because of his Epstein connections. Because Jeffrey Epstein connections, I think, for a lot of these people imply that you're connected to the American State Department, that you're connected to the Israeli espionage agencies. And that is precisely the reason why you kept your prominent position of power. Mandelson was not doing the Corbyn rat fucking specifically because Corbyn was a danger to capital interests in the UK. That was definitely a component of it. But he was also certainly doing it because he was a danger to Israel. Okay? Straight up. That's it. I'm saying it out loud so that you are not confused by this. These guys can absolutely be seen either indirectly or directly as agents of the Israeli state apparatus. Okay? At this point, you'd be delusional not to recognize that Jeffrey Epstein was both a CIA and a Mossad asset. Anyone who tries to tell you like, oh, they were not collaborating with the CIA or collaborating with Mossad is fucking lying. Some people say it's just Mossad. They're fucking lying. Some people say just CIA, not Mossad. They're fucking lying. And the third group says it's KGB. Those people they should never be listened to ever again. Okay? Not only that, but this is all, all of the statements that I'm making, you can get from the readily available information. You may not know, but Mandelson is also Jewish, and people here were trying to smear people as conspiracy theorists, anti-Semites. I didn't even know that Mandelson was Jewish, but it's not surprising to me that people are fucking saying it's anti-Semitic conspiracies. Okay?
of State for the Department of Business, Innovation and Skills. In 2010, as governments were struggling to deal with...
Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Anonymous user.
...crisis, there was this exchange. Epstein emails Mandelson, "Sources tell me a 500 billion euro bailout, almost complete." Mandelson says, "Should be announced tonight." Epstein asks, "Are you home?" Mandelson replies, "Just leaving number 10, will call." Again, we don't know what evidence the Met Police may have considered before making this arrest, and Mandelson has consistently denied any wrongdoing.
We will know if the investigation finds no leads, and that we will know if this is a fake sham trial specifically to prove Mandelson's innocence, okay? We'll see if this is true justice being served, which is unlikely. But even a step in the right direction like this is a positive. It's good news nonetheless. Israel Today called the Green Party UK hateful and racist. Yeah, led by a Jewish guy, by the way. Jewish HasanAbi head. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. At the end of the day, these guys don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. I don't know how many times I have to explain it. They do not care about anti-Semitism. They just care about Israel. That's it. Zach Polanski is Jewish. He also happens to be anti-Israel. And they're literally saying that Zach Polanski, a Jewish man, is anti-Semitic. And it might work for the record. I mean, the British media is obviously very pliant with this kind of demand. They love smearing anyone and everyone that is anti-Israel as anti-Semitic. Anti-Zionism is treated like the highest stage of anti-Semitism. You can be a Holocaust denier, but as long as you fucking are pro-Israel, people won't look at you funny in the same way that they do if you are Jewish and also anti-Zionist. Now, I don't think the public is as unaware of these sorts of smears after the last 3 years of maximum genocide, a live streamed Holocaust, and the smears that were deployed towards anyone that said you shouldn't kill children, right? Have you read the Insane BB quote where he claims that his connections to Ehud is proof he is not a Mossad agent? Yeah, I know. Jeffrey Epstein's unusual close relationship with Ehud Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel. It proves the opposite, Netanyahu said. That Israel worked for Epstein? Is that what he's saying? Yeah. That hasn't stopped dumb fucks from running their mouths, though, of course. Dumb fucks like my baldest op of all time, Jonathan Greenblatt. Here he is.
I think that my Zionism is rooted in humanism. My Zionism is rooted in...
It's like saying my Nazism is rooted in humanism. I'm sorry. It's identical. It's an identical fascist ideology. You're out of your fucking mind.
In a belief that all of us as children of God, created in the image of God, have certain basic rights, and that we have a covenantal relationship with Hashem, and that allows me to see the humanity of Palestinians on the other side. Now, ultimately, at the end of the day, again, I'm not a political scientist. I don't know what a final resolution will look like, but I pray for the peace of Jerusalem, where my family here in this country, where my friends here in this country, where my colleagues here in this country, where people like you and your family and friends will be able to raise their children as Israeli Jews, if that's what they want to do, at whatever level of observance they want, from whatever walk of life they may come, and do so in such a way that others can enjoy their own lives as well.
So
sorry for the long answer.
No, it was a great answer.
But it's just it's sad, and I think what I see in my position at ADL, Schiffer, every day, are people who deny the humanity of Jews, who deny the humanity of Israelis, who deny the humanity of Zionists, and I have no patience for that. I mean, these people who, again, make these wild claims, these conspiracists who concoct these fantasies, whether it's Tucker Carlson or Hasan Piker or Alex Jones or Max Blumenthal, the whole lot of them. I mean, I think they're a sad, sad group of people.
Wait, did he even not mention Nick Fuentes? I get a name drop before Nick Fuentes? Straight up lumping you in with Nazis? I know. I mean, Max Blumenthal is not, but... Oh, Open Presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. And Anonymous, thank you for the 100 gifted subs as well. Nick fell off after you called him gay and Mexican? You mean acknowledged that he is gay and Mexican? I believe he's naming guys he wants you to fuck his wife. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess Nick is Fuentes. Nick is pro-Israel. They say vote reform despite them being a party full of anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers because they're pro-Israel, but don't vote green, led by a Jewish man because he views Palestinians as human beings, so he's the greatest evil. I know. I don't know how many times we have to play this song and dance until people realize that, like, they're lying. Anyone who is pro-Israel that fucking tries to lump people like myself in with even people like Tucker Carlson or Alex Jones or Nick Fuentes or all these other people, like, they're fucking lying. The reason why I'm mentioned side by side sometimes with the likes of Nick Fuentes in this situation is to try to associate me with anti-Semitism. I'm actually anti-Israel, unlike Nick Fuentes. I'm just not an anti-Semite. Also unlike Nick Fuentes. This is why normies think you are a right-winger. My normie friend thought you were a Republican. That's actually not a bad thing, because the reality is a lot of people probably are more open-minded to like a Republican guy talking about politics than they are about a socialist. It's not even a joke. Like, think about liberals even. Like, the average liberal is constantly obsessing over how to win over Republican votes. Constantly obsessing over winning Republican votes to their side, as opposed to like listening to the demands being made by their left flank. By the way, going back to this, Ajit here says it's worth investigating why the Epstein files are having a much bigger impact in Europe than the U.S. Despite despite the fact that Epstein was close to many big figures in the U.S., including 2 presidents, and that's precisely the reason why. Just so you understand. Why are you a socialist? When did socialism work? It works in mysterious ways every day. It works, different aspects of socialization even works in the United States of America, as a matter of fact. Socialization initiatives are the reason why you have so many things that you don't even, that you take for granted, like Social Security, things of that nature. Okay? Meanwhile, capitalism doesn't work for you. It works for the super wealthy, and yet you still defend it. Hasan, why are you a socialist? Because I think it's a necessary evolution away from the current economic organization of society. For mankind to thrive, we must bring about a socialist revolution. 100%. That's the reason why. This is funny. Newsmax, Western civilization, Judaism, Christ, Christianity, USA. Funny how capitalism works better for you, the socialist, than it does for that chatter, and that chatter would likely benefit from socialism so much more than you, yet here we are. No, that's also not true. When people think that like wealthy people would not benefit from socialism, they're wrong. Like, there is a self-interested advocacy from even those who are wealthy, especially not capital owners, but like those who are more affluent than the average person. Like, I want to live in a thriving society, okay? I want to live in a society where everyone is maxing out their potential. I want to live in a society where people don't have to fucking worry about shelter. Like, that's a far better society to live in than the one that we currently live in. Who the fuck wants to live in a world where in the wealthiest nation on the planet, there are 700,000 people sleeping outside, okay? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it. It's stupid. Please admit it. What is this? Hasan, I'm confused why people don't think you're a communist. And if that's true, I do not understand why you don't think you're a communist. That's my question. But in the other direction, you're a communist. Please admit it. I have said over and over again that I do not mind being called a communist. I believe that a stateless, moneyless, classless, borderless society is an ambitious project, but one that I think is an end state that I would love to live in. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know why you're like, no, you have to say you're a communist. Nancy Pelosi's a communist. You're a fake one, though. It's true. I don't care about the way, I mean, I don't care about what people say I am or what the speculation is. Okay? I am not an anarchist. Make no mistake. Okay? I am not an anarchist. My organizational principle is very different than anarchism. I'm not. I'm not an anarchist. How can you support a stateless, classless society without anarchism? Because I'm an adult. Okay, I don't want to have this conversation. It's a great theory. It's very honest. I love it. It's fantastic. More power to you. Okay, but the methods required to make this sort of change, the anarchists are not going to be able to achieve it. They never have, and they never will. Although I love anarchists, I have much love for anarchists. It's not happening, guys, okay? Please stop. Also, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what you call yourself, okay? As long as you are moving the needle in the right direction, you're good in my book. As long as you're anti-capitalist, you're good in my book. Okay? Who gives a fuck? What is this? This lady got really scared. The message discipline of this man on the street talking about private equity owning homes.
Yeah, there's still people out in doorways looking for shelter, and I think a lot of people think this is why we shouldn't allow hedge funds to own residential property.
And so what we were talking about earlier too is a little bit of the nostalgia aspect, right? How this feels kind of like back in the 90s when we were growing up.
Yeah, like we were saying, yeah, it was much more snow, colder winters, and again, private equity didn't own so much of the housing stock in America.
Thank you so much, Kaj. We want to keep what we're kind of looking at now.
Do you think we should encourage people to learn about other opinions within the left too, though? Sure. I don't got no problem with it. Oh, there are a lot of anarchists that synthesize Marxist analysis and praxis, man. Oh my God. Here, this is why I don't like talking about my ideological tendencies, okay? It's stupid. It causes unnecessary sectarian infighting. It's fucking stupid. Stop. Stop obsessing over things that are utterly irrelevant right now. Okay? Please. Jesus Christ. I think it's fairly obvious what direction I lean in. It's just incredibly unproductive at this stage to talk about these like minor differences in opinion. Okay, we live in a country where people think Bernie Sanders is like the scariest communist of all time for running on an objectively social democratic platform. Okay, holy fuck. I will tell you what I'm not. I'm not a trot. I'm not an anarchist. I'm not a Maoist. I don't want Marxist-Leninism or communism. I just want a better future. Well, it kind of feels like both of those attempts are fairly successful at bringing about a better future. Anyway. Why not a Maoist? I don't know, because I fucking live in the United States of America. What are you talking about? Why I'm not a Maoist? I live in the Imperial Core. I live in the Imperial Core. There's nothing resembling a peasant class here. What the fuck? Okay, we're done. New protests break out across Iran.
With Iran. The next round of nuclear talks set to take place on Thursday in Switzerland as U.S. builds up its military presence in the Middle East. President Trump has threatened to strike Iran if a deal is not reached. I want to go to our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. Fresh wave of protests breaking out in Iran amid rising tensions over a possible US military strike. We're seeing demonstrations in several universities with students shouting slogans against Iran's supreme leader. Remember, protests last month were brutally crushed, with at least 7,000 people killed by regime forces. Meanwhile, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff warning Iran could be a week away from having material for a nuclear bomb, but that's been the case for months. Amid growing fears of war, another round of negotiations is possible this week. President Trump has given Iran an ultimatum to agree to a nuclear deal within the next 2 weeks, and he's confirming he's considering a limited strike on Iran if it...
MAGA is pretty close to a peasant class. No, they're not. The closest we have to a peasant class is undocumented migrants in this country. And even that is like, I don't know if they would be considered. It would not be considered peasant class. Prisoners, maybe. Yeah. Meanwhile, while this is happening, yeah, MAGA is a petite bourgeois and the lumpen proles. They are the closest to historically a fascist class. Like that's where fascism thrives. Small business owners, titans of industry, obviously, which are either liberal or fascist, and of course the lumpen proles, the vagrants, people living in trailer parks, people who have been discarded by civilized society that are just angry, confused, and have plenty of reactionary tendencies. Slaves are the peasant class, and yes, we will have slavery. Yes, we still have slavery as a permissible form of punishment. Yeah, that's why I said like prisoners are the closest to a peasant class. But the reality of the matter is, as far as the productive forces goes, in the normal process of commodity production, our peasant class is in the third world. We have outsourced it. We've outsourced it to the child miners in Congo. We've outsourced it overseas. Also, we're not at that stage of industrial production to have a peasant class anyway. Like we have a totally separate mode of production here in the United States of America. This is like, it's important to understand historical development, but there's no comparison you can make here. Like there's nothing, like you do not comprehend what rural peasantry looked like and their living conditions look like in an industrializing China in like the fucking 30s and 40s and onward. You have no way of comprehending what their day-to-day existence looked like and try to compare it to the day-to-day existence of like the poorest person in the United States of America, even a homeless person in the United States of America. It's just not comparable. And it's also a totally separate category anyway. That is also different from, genuinely different from like the industrial worker as well. You're in this, ready for LA, ready for a bold transformational change the movement. We'll look at that in a little bit.
Doesn't, but Iran making it clear it'll retaliate against US troops and bases in the region. Michael?
All right, Ian, thank you for that. It's something none of us really want to happen.
And the U.S. State Department evacuating non-emergency personnel from its embassy in Beirut. So the department says the embassy remains operational with its core staff in place. The move comes as the Trump administration builds up military forces in the region ahead of possible strikes on Iran. And Bill has much more on that from the board.
Yeah. The enshittification of probably one of the only aspects of American existence that still kind of works, the military, continues. President Trump's decision to extend for a second time the deployment of the aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford is taking a toll on the ship's sailors and their families. Missed funerals and blocked toilets. Iran deployment takes a toll on U.S. sailors. Because remember, nothing works in this fucking country. Let's be real, right? Your roads are shitty. Your infrastructure is shitty. Everything is busted. Except the military is supposed to work. It's like one of the last organizations in American society that kind of works, right? And yet, even these guys don't fucking work. Update, sewage apocalypse on USS Gerald Ford toilets. 80% of the toilets are completely stuck, waste backing up and flowing in reverse. And shitification, but literally and figuratively. The guns work, the toilets, who cares? Yeah, except you can't actually have a real working military without the fucking toilets working on the goddamn ship. So it does unironically put a hurdle in front of the imperial plans, the imperial design of America here. $13 billion U.S. carrier stopping in Crete so that the crew can take normal shits. The USS Gerald Ford, seen arriving earlier today at Crete Naval Base in Souda Bay, Greece, for a multi-day port visit, allowing the ship to replenish supplies and the sailors on board to rest prior to continuing her journey towards the Eastern Mediterranean near Israel. 6 years ago, still trying to fix the $13 billion boondoggles toilets. Those $1 trillion Pentagon budgets aren't for peasants who serve. It's all for mansion-dwelling North Virginia arms merchants who kick some of it back to the political class, rinse and repeat. This is literally the same corruptive cycle that has a corrosive influence on even one of the only aspects of the American, only aspects of like daily American existence, modern American existence that's supposed to work. Okay? This is literally the one thing you can't fuck up, because the entire confidence as the global reserve currency in the petrodollar, in the dollar itself, stems from America's logistics and its just-in-time imperial warfare. America cannot maintain the global reserve currency if its military force can't be anywhere all at once in real time around the fucking planet. The sewage system in Crete is about to experience such a devastating breakdown that Greece might require another EU bailout. You can't even flush toilet paper down most toilets there. And these Navy guys blew up their aircraft carrier's septic system by flushing T-shirts and rope. Walsh is pretty bad. According to an email the engineering department sent in March, sailors were working 19 hours a day to track down and fix the leaks. The email references 205 calls in less than 4 days. Toilets, which the Navy calls heads, can go down for hours in parts of the ship. I love this story, man. Once the carrier finally left Norfolk in June, the problems seem to have gotten worse. In July and August, there are increasingly heated discussions between leadership and the engineering department. Since it's a vacuum system, a problem with one head can cause all the toilets in the part of the ship to lose suction, making it more difficult for the maintenance crew to isolate a problem. The crews find everything from T-shirts to a 4-foot piece of rope clogging the system. One of these guys literally went the old-fashioned way, Roman style, and was like, I'm going to use a piece of rope to wipe my ass. When you start reading about the Navy and the military and the way that they fucking live their lives, you understand why they have to be taught that they must brush their fucking teeth. They have to be taught that they have to literally be taught how to wipe their asses, dude. This is why. Because they're a bunch of goddamn animals. But the most common problem seems to be part of the back of the toilet that comes loose. Yeah, I guess Iran is going to find out why we don't have health care. Because We're busting the fucking toilets in this $13 billion walking island. America doesn't have enough masks. This is from March 24th, 2020. America doesn't have enough masks for doctors or ventilators for patients. Meanwhile, it has new aircraft carriers, $13 billion a pop, where the toilets don't work properly and must be cleaned with specialized asses costing about $400,000 a flush. That was in 2020, chat. 2020. But someone's out there taking advantage of this economic activity. Someone's always making money. Let's take a look.
On Iran has a hitch. Most of the bomb targeting crew are busy queuing for toilets on the lead vessel, the USS Gerald R. Ford. This is not a joke. A set of emails was obtained by NPR, a US public broadcasting group, revealing that toilet wars have broken out on board the most expensive ship the US Navy ever built. And the Wall Street Journal followed up to confirm the tale today. TLDR summary: there are too few functioning toilets for 4,600 sailors, and the problem is worsening daily. Problem 1, design planners screwed up by including too few toilets for 4,000 plus sailors, leading to 45-minute queues on a daily basis. Problem 2, engineers screwed up by installing a fragile vacuum system in which a single valve breakdown on one toilet can stop all the toilets in an entire department functioning.
I'm in favor of this because the toilet situation has unironically put a pause on the Iranian strikes, which means that I will be able to play video games with Adapt on Wednesday. I'm not even joking. Like the strike target, I think, and they might still do it without this carrier making its way to Israel or Iran or wherever the fuck it's supposed to go, but I'm supposed to be playing video games with Adapt on Wednesday. We're playing Reanimal together. And I was really worried that the State of the Union is tomorrow night and that Trump will probably facilitate the strikes on Iran after the State of the Union, which happens to be Wednesday, which happens to be when I was supposed to play video games. And I think the dookie from the butt from this aircraft carrier, unironically, is putting a damper on those plans.
The queue is even longer. Problem 3, some of the temporary repair operations, such as using an acid flush to clear out calcium buildups, can only be done while the ship is docked. No prospect of that. But with so many toilets out of order, too much pressure is put on the ones still working, so the problem will just spread. And the issues have already been mounting for more than a year. A March 18th, 2025 email from the engineering department sent out to all chiefs on the ship said there were 205 toilet breakdowns in 4 days, the NPR reported. Now, the ship is at the heart of US overseas attack operations, working for months in waters near Venezuela to support the abduction of the country's president and the seizing of ships carrying oil to customers around the world. And the ship is now heading the planned regime change operation in Iran. Israel wants a pro-Netanyahu leader installed, as the US has done in many other countries. But how can they attack Iran while staff are queuing for the loo? One result of all this is a war of words between sailors and onboard sewage staff, called hull technicians, or HTs. One sewage engineering chief complained that sailors put all sorts of problematic material down the toilets. Even T-shirts were found clogging the pipes. Our sewage system is being mistreated and destroyed by sailors on a daily basis. My HTs are currently working 19 hours a day right now, trying to keep up with the demand. The US taxpayer spent $13 billion on this ship. On the plus side, it would be delightful if the carrier's desperate lack of functioning toilets caused the attack on Iran to be cancelled or postponed. Got to look on the bright side of life, right?
I don't know who this guy is, but I love him. The person who did this video, what a fantastic voice he has. Potentially internal sabotage. I'm not gonna say anything. look, all I will say is this. If you want to build a working movement, you can't fucking disparage veterans and active duty service members. If you want to organize, perhaps one of the best areas that you can organize in is active duty service members. I have a fundamental opposition to the likes of those like Bad Empanada and many other people who keep saying, oh, we're troop exploders, fuck the troops, they're all fucking Nazis, all this shit. I will never, ever do that. Okay? I will never, ever, ever do that. Fecal subterfuge? No. They're just being dumbasses, most likely. There's also another person putting a damper on the plans, further complicating any final decision on military strikes. Arab leaders have been calling counterparts in Washington to complain about comments from Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel. In an interview with Tucker Carlson, the conservative commentator that aired on Friday, Mr. Huckabee said Israel had a right to much of the Middle East, outraging Arab diplomats and countries that the United States is hoping will support, or at least not openly oppose, an American attack on Iran. And the last part of this equation is, aside from the dookie overflowing on the ship, the last part of the equation is, what is this? You're promised the world and brainwash when you're there? What? Yeah. Unexpected dividend from Iran's strategy of deterrence through proxies, rightly called into question after Israel subdued Hezbollah and bombed Iran. The Houthis ate up U.S. air defense munitions, raising risk to U.S. forces today if Iran is attacked. There's also that side of the story. And there's also the fucking generals, including General Raising Cane, mind you, who's openly fucking telling the president that it might not work. That's right. Right now, internally, as an outsider looking in, right now, there are virtually all the forces that are in Trump's orbit are telling him that this is a disastrous idea, that you should not follow through on this, that this is going to have devastating consequences. There is no guarantee that it's going to fucking work. It's all garbanzo. Okay? This is the third story today about the Pentagon raising doubts about a significant military operation inside of Iran, this time from the Washington Post. Wall Street Journal wrote about it. Axios wrote about it. The American military does not fucking go to mainstream news to tell them that they have concerns unless those concerns are pretty fucking big. Okay? Trump might say it's fake news, but it doesn't matter. These concerns are definitely so valid that there are people in the military that went to their pliant media counterparts and openly revealed that there are some really big problems. Okay? Washington Post says, as the Trump administration weighs an attack on Iran, the Pentagon's top general has cautioned President Donald Trump and other officials the shortfalls in critical munitions and lack of support from allies will add significant risk to the operation and to U.S. personnel. Yeah, Trump says it's fake news. It doesn't matter. The reason why him saying it's fake news makes me believe that this is not fake news at all. It's real news. Taking out Iran's missile program would require hitting hundreds of targets across the country, more than 3 times the size of Iraq. If the objective is to overthrow Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as Trump has mused publicly, the target set would expand dramatically to thousands of sites, including command and control nodes, security services, and key buildings tied to Khamenei. Such a campaign could extend for weeks or months, require much more munitions, and expose U.S. forces to more intense retaliation, the former defense official said. 2 munitions critical to the defense of U.S. military personnel against Iranian-launched ballistic missiles, terminal high-altitude area defense, or THAAD interceptors, and Patriot missile systems have been extensively used in recent military operations in the Middle East, as in Israel. Okay? Specifically in Israel. Because they put all the THAAD missile launchers in Israel. Not all of them, but a big chunk of them. And Israel depleted them when they were doing the 12-day war. You don't have enough runway to fulfill the demands, the needs of Israel. You can't just go and fucking invent THAAD missiles overnight. Okay? It takes a while to replenish the stocks once they are depleted. Iran 100% was able to deplete their fucking defense systems in the 12-day war. As I said, even back then, that this was actually a much bigger success for Iran than the way Israel presented it, than the way that Americans presented it. Just so you understand. The official number that they are releasing is that the U.S. used about a quarter of its high-end missile interceptors in the Israel-Iran war, exposing a supply gap. That was back in July 31st, 2025. The real numbers are probably even more devastating. So the question I have for you is, who is this for? Okay? Who is this for? Clearly, the American military commanders don't think this is the adequate thing to do, don't think this is the appropriate thing to do, that they're exposing their soldiers to tremendous amounts of danger. The allies in the region have been begging, if not demanding, America stand down because they too also recognize the imminent threat that Iran presents. There's only one group that wants this to happen, a group that has wanted this to happen for the last, 60 fucking years. It's Israel. This is what happens when you put Israel in the driver's seat. Barack Obama was the last time the United States of America had a separate policy in the Middle East that did not abide by Israel's designs. Israel got Donald Trump to be elected with foreign intervention, with unlimited funds. Israel played a major role in Trump getting elected. Then Trump lost. Joe Biden was also an ultra-Zionist. And therefore, once October 7 happened, there was no daylight between what Trump would have done and what Joe Biden ended up doing with respect to defending Israel and allowing Israel to be in the driver's seat. There is a major fissure in American foreign policy. JCPOA was the last time that the American foreign policy apparatus did not act in unison with Israel or straight up allow Israel to command and to direct American foreign policy in the MENA region. I will stand on that. I have many criticisms for Barack Obama. This is not one of them. You can say he still was far too militant, far too violent, far too bloody in the region, far too destabilizing. He went back on his promises. He did the troop surge in Iraq. All of that might have been beneficial to Israel's interests. However, that was the American government controlling what the Middle Eastern policy was. Donald Trump came in and said, we will do anything Israel wants. Okay? This is a major, major difference. Once again, marginal differences in terms of foreign policy lead to disastrous and major outcomes for the people that are on the receiving end of that policy change. Trump greatly accelerated the drone warfare program that Obama had previously greatly accelerated. Trump took advantage of Obama's disinterest in changing our MENA policy in general. Okay? But as far as the JCPOA goes, as far as Barack Obama's Cuba policy goes, Barack Obama was the last time America had sovereignty in its foreign policy. Post Barack Obama, the presidents that came afterwards, regardless of how bipartisan the war machine is, and it certainly is bipartisan, okay? Donald Trump basically said, Israel, hold the wheel, we'll do whatever the fuck you want, down to assassinating Qasem Soleimani, okay? Joe Biden was also a major dick rider. of Israel, a major ultra-Zionist, which is precisely the reason why Joe Biden did not reverse any of Trump's accelerationist policies. Okay? And then Trump came back into power, partially because of Joe Biden's inability to understand that this super pro-Israel position was going to be devastating for both the Palestinian population and devastating for the Democratic Party's chances of making sure that a fascist did not come back into power. I thought you said you wanted Iran to develop nukes. I do. Especially after the failure of the JCPOA. But the JCPOA, if the president after Barack Obama followed on the commitments of the JCPOA and told Israel to suck their dick, that would have been far better for the Iranian population. But here we are. Iran, if they want to have sovereignty, if they don't want to turn into Libya, if they don't want to turn into Iraq, if they don't want to turn into Afghanistan, Iran must develop nukes. That's it. You cannot be a nation in the periphery and have sovereignty without developing nukes. You must develop nuclear arms. That is just the truth of the world in 2026. Shut the fuck up. It's true. I'm going to get deployed into the Middle East in a few months. See, if Iran had nukes, you probably wouldn't be getting deployed into the Middle East in a few months. They are way too radical for that. Listen up, dumb grunt. If you don't want to fucking shit and have that dookie get flushed back in your face on USS Gerald, okay, then you should be hoping that Iran develops nukes. Okay? Do you understand? Because otherwise, Israel gets to fucking dictate foreign policy. And you go out there and you die for Israel like the good little boy you are. Have fun trying to flush out the dookie in the head, okay? You don't care about the Iranian people, even if people are living in dictatorship. You don't want Iran to be a democracy. If you think Iranians will be able to achieve democracy by way of American and Israeli bombing campaigns, you are the biggest delusional. You are the biggest dumbass I have ever encountered. America doesn't even care about democracy in America. Israel doesn't even care about offering humanitarian rights to the Palestinians it kills. I agree with you, but this take you will never get the normies on board with. I don't care. Sometimes someone has to fucking say the truth. Okay? Someone has to say the truth. This is the truth. Look to all of America's foreign entanglements and missions of destabilization in the periphery and understand that there's one common uniting factor there. And if you want to actually look to a country that is more sympathetic to the American design, Ukraine comes to mind. Ukraine gives up its nukes, no sovereignty for Ukraine. Look what's happening to Ukraine now. Okay? That's it. If you want to look at a white nation, if you can only understand the humanity of white people, look to a country like Ukraine. Now, of course, the Ukrainian nukes were still controlled by the Kremlin, but it doesn't matter. Ukraine gave up its nukes for security assurances from both the Russian side and also the Western side. Okay? And that's where we're at now. I mean, there was another guy who I actually think is very funny, Gorilla Osint Gorilla, who was making fun of my take about North Korea, right? Where is it? Hold on. I replied to him. Osint Gorilla said, people often forget the most important part of being woke, slave labor, when referencing the North Korean labor conditions. I said, true. They should have no nukes so they can slave labor the right way, in parentheses, Libya. The fuck does my take have to do with anything but sovereignty? He said, you don't got to hand it to Kim Jong-un. Well, on this issue, I am handing it to Kim Jong-un because he was right. I was wrong. He was right. OSINT Gorilla is actually very funny normally. It's not, this is, I guess, one area that where the Western chauvinism kicks in a little bit. Fuck. This doesn't mean, for the record, that, the situation is sweet in North Korea. Biggest mistake Iran ever made was giving up on getting the nukes. This is not funny or normal, says H3H3 Productions. The esteemed politics understander has joined in on what countries must do. Ro Khanna was pressed on Iran. The people yearn to be bombed, to get bombed.
Well, first off, thank you, Congressman, for hosting this town hall in the first place.
AL thinks the U.S. should launch a war on the Middle East regime because it has been killing 3- and 4-year-old children. He does not see the irony or contradiction of his position.
Opening it up to dialogue for your constituents. I just kind of wanted to go back on some of...
By the way, all I'm going to say is someone comes to me and is like, I'm a constituent and my demand is that we bomb Iran. I think y'all know what my answer is going to be.
The points that were mentioned in the beginning regarding the Iran situation and try to counter a few of the things that you said just because I wanted more elaboration. So when we're talking about this issue, you're saying that you don't want the U.S. to go into another war with the Middle East. But what we're trying to emphasize here is that targeted strikes on military facilities, IRGC bases, those... That is not...
Yeah! I love being American! Murder! Genocide! We need blood! More blood for the blood god! Yeah! Are you telling me that a 20-year military occupation and yet another quagmire is going to lead to instability in the region and potentially destroy the American empire? I don't care. I need blood. I need soil. I need blood and soil for democracy. Yeah, I see stuff like this. It's so hard for me not to be like, my war is no longer with the American ruling class. It is with the American people, straight up. Like, we are fucking insane, dude. We are baying for blood. We are baying for blood. Yes! Do you think that the room is astroturf? No, I think the average American it literally has Hitler particles in their blood. I think that's what I...
Are very deliberate military strikes, targeted strikes, and this is what the people in Iran are asking for. I have relatives in Iran who are just begging for something to happen. And the more we stall and...
They're bored, bro. Blow them up. I have people in Iran that are begging for it. I don't care. That's still stupid, okay? Here's my take as an American. If you want like a selfish American, somewhat right-wing take on this, why is it my fucking problem? Like, why? Why am I spending tax dollars killing your fucking relatives? There is a right-wing argument here that you can make if you want to. Obviously, the normal argument to make here is, how is me blowing up your country going to somehow bring about democracy? What the fuck are you saying? What is coming out of your mouth right now? Like, I know you're too young to remember Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, but that happened. That happened while you were a baby, but you saw the impact of that.
try to discuss this with Congress every second that is wasted.
Persian Cucumber says, fuck your relatives in Iran. Mine don't want U.S. to come in. Now what? I mean, it doesn't matter because your relatives are never going to be hurt. It doesn't matter.
Another life is being taken. And I'm 17 years old. I'm an Iranian.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, oh God. How do you become this way? I just don't get it. I'm so glad you haven't covered the insane things Iranian diaspora is saying online is brain breaking. I know. I see it. I see it all the time. But it's also the same exact fucking bullshit that I hear from the Cuban diaspora. It's the same exact bullshit that we heard from the Iraqi diaspora, the diaspora everywhere around the world. It's always the same. Same with the Venezuelan diaspora, who is, you know, they're awfully quiet as of late because Delcy Rodriguez is now in charge. So what happened? You didn't overthrow Chavista. You just got a more pliant Chavista regime.
There are people in Iran who look just like me, who are being murdered on the streets of Iran.
And they should be murdered by American bombs instead, Congressman. Why do you want them to be murdered by the IRGC and not JDAMs that my parents' tax dollars paid for? I don't think you heard her. She's 17, bro. She's not a voter. Okay, it doesn't matter. She is clearly winning that room, okay? And of course, because there's no sane anti-war, anti-military, anti-fucking imperialist voice in American politics, no one could just sit there and be like, yeah, I understand what you are saying. What you are saying is, I appreciate your voice. I see you. I hear you. You know, shit that Democrats tell you all the time when you're like, can I please get a crumb of healthcare? When they say, I see you, I hear you. It's not going to fucking happen. Shut the fuck up. They should do that to these people. They should literally do that. They should be like, listen, your voice matters. I really love that you are brave to speak out like this. It's a freedom that many Iranians don't have in Iran. Unfortunately, however, I don't believe that American military incursion and targeted strikes in Iran is going to actually bring about democracy. This is a lie that has been told over and over and over again from neocons onward since 2001. It has never been a real thing. We have never brought about democracy in a place where we've had any sort of imperial design over. It's not going to happen. Okay? They have no problem being fucking indecent and lying to our faces and you know, operating at the behest of the military industrial complex, but there is not a single fucking person that has the decency to do that in the correct, morally righteous position. Doors open.
And it is just heartbreaking. So I don't understand where is the obstacle in taking action against this regime. You know, everybody is entitled to their opinions about the president, of course. But when it comes to targeting a regime that has been killing nonstop children, 3-year-olds, for 47 years now, where is the obstacle? Please tell me, Congressman, because I and all of the Iranian Americans that you see here just cannot fathom that at all. So that is my question.
I share genuinely your horror of what's happening with young people in Iran. I have said that the Iranian regime is massacring civilians. I am not under any illusion that this is anything but an evil regime. I do not have any sympathy for the Iranian regime. I have a lot of sympathy for the protesters in Iran. The question is, what is going to be effective? Last time Donald Trump took unilateral action in Iran, it obviously didn't work. Because we're in a situation.
Oh, boy.
After he took that.
Oh, they're mad.
It's better than nothing.
Cook him, bro.
Please, I didn't interrupt. If I can finish.
Bro, they literally got mad that he's saying, we bombed them last time. Look how that turned out. God, Americans are disgusting. What the fuck is wrong with my countrymen, bro? These guys are not plants, chatters. These guys are not plants at all. They're just fucking insane. They have one speed and one speed only. They want war and death and destruction and blood and soil. They have been taught their whole lives that the only fucking way that you can approach any problem is with the nail of U.S. imperialism. Fucking J-dams. God damn, this room is not entirely comprised of Persians, okay? Like, before you make that mistake, these are everyday liberal Americans at a fucking Ro Khanna town hall, and they sound like psychopaths. Conscript every single one of them? No, I mean, that's not going to solve it either.
Yeah, thank you, Dana. Check this out now. Give a listen.
And on building out a nuclear program. This is their prophecy that says, no, we're not going to capitulate to the infidels, to the big Satan, the United States of America. So I'm unsurprised that they haven't agreed to the basic ask we have, which is like just behave like a normal nation. I suspect they will not do that, and I anticipate President Trump will take a response that will put even more pressure on the regime.
Okay, here we go now. I want to take you back to the region, show you on the map here about the advanced U.S. military buildup. See these red dots here? These are basic.
Behave like a normal country, and what, defang your defenses? Get the fuck out of here. They are behaving like a normal country, dumbass.
Is that host U.S. aircraft, right? So it's Jordan and Saudi Arabia.
I think what you're not seeing is that as an Iranian, you see the regime is just killing civilians and there's nothing you can do. As an U.S. invasion destabilize the country, there's no viable option for a fuck regardless. Yeah, I know. Which is why I'm saying the least fucked option in this circumstance is unironically to not demand America bomb your country. They're going to kill your family members. If you have any relatives in Iran, America is going to kill them. And this is not the entirety of the nation demanding blood anyway. There's plenty of people who don't like the regime, but don't also want to get fucking bombed by America. And there's plenty of people who don't like the regime or who love the regime and, again, don't want to get bombed by the United States of America.
Arabia, it's Oman. Everything in yellow is where the U.S. Navy has established a presence there on the ocean, right? Eastern Mediterranean, Persian Gulf here, Red Sea, and also off the coast of Oman as well. And you got, well, the Lincoln and the 3 destroyers that accompany that. And you've got just massive amount of material that you have options for. And now, if I could, sorry. This is a satellite picture from the Natanz nuclear facility, of which there were 3. There's Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. This is Natanz, and this is December of 2025 versus really 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago in January. So what I want to show you here is that this appears to have been taken out. All right, back in Midnight Hammer, late June of last year. And then this, it's a little hard to see here, but if you look very closely, you can see the white top of a roof or a tent that's been established. And based on some of the reporting, at least 2 of those 3 sites, they've set up this tent. this roof. And what they're doing, we do not know. General Jack Keane might. He joins me now. And, sir, good morning to you. It's my understanding that Natanz doesn't even have electricity. What's your best guess, and where do you think the commander-in-chief's head is right now about hitting Iran?
Well, first of all, on the sites that we certainly destroyed, what Iran has been doing is attempting to assess how much damage can they recover that site. Is it really worth the effort? Also publicly reported, we know they're looking at another site that we did not hit. It was not a nuclear site, so they can actually develop new capability at that site. But we're tracking all of this. The Israelis are tracking it, and we're tracking it. And believe me, we're not going to let them get too far advanced any place without having to either, one, they voluntarily stop work through negotiations and agree to a substantive deal, or two, that it would be on the target list in addition to a very comprehensive target list.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought it was fake news that they destroyed the fucking nuclear facilities. What happened? I thought it was fucking fake news. What's going on? That's what the Trump administration told me. That's weird.
If we do conduct a military operation, which I do think we will.
Okay, we just got a 2-minute warning to the president, so we might get interrupted here, sir. I want you to listen to Steve Witkoff. He's on with Laura Trump on Saturday, My Deal with Laura, and this is what he said about the nuclear capability. Watch the wording now. Within a week, he says, they could be. Watch.
They've been enriching well beyond the number that you need for civil nuclear. It's up to 60%. They're probably a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material, and that's really dangerous. This is something that they.
Also, oh, they're a week away? That's so crazy. They're always a fucking week away.
Have to stick with until they prove to us that, they can behave.
Sir, how do you interpret that comment when we were told that their nuclear program was obliterated and destroyed in that raid on Midnight Hammer, 3rd week of June last year?
Well, I don't know what the basis for that is, but certainly if that's the case, that there still would be months away. Getting actually to weapons grade is 90%. To go from anything north of 20 to 90 doesn't take that much time. But listen to what the absurdity of all this. They sit across from our negotiators and say, we are not building a nuclear weapon. The enriched uranium you need just for civil nuclear power is 3 to 5%. And they are way beyond that, and they have sites buried underneath the ground. But yet, they lie and lie. So why would we ever agree to a deal with these people when we know they're lying to us right now? They've lied to us for the last 46 years, and they will continue to lie and cheat. In my judgment, we should do nothing to extend the life of this regime when we have an historic opportunity right now, given it's so weak and fragile, to finally set the conditions for a regime collapse. We have never been in this position in 46 years. And the only reason we're in this position because of Netanyahu and Trump, the 12-day war, and what they did to weaken Iran, not just militarily, but psychologically, politically, and as we all know, they're already in a tank economically. This is a fragile, vulnerable nation that does have some retaliation capability. I'm not dismissive of that. And that's why we're putting resources in the region to protect our bases and to protect Israel. But the historic opportunity is here. It is right in front of us, and that's why I think it's the preferred option. If we get this regime to collapse and we start working with another regime, like we're doing in Venezuela, people that we can bend to our will, we have the opportunity for peace and stability that could be enduring for decades to come. We have not seen that in the last 46 years. Well, that is what is in front of us.
Yeah, you're dealing with I'll try and squeeze one more in here. You're dealing with a leader who's be 87 years old in April, and he's driven by theology. That's a hard thing to uproot. In the meantime, the New York Times reports this on screen. Trump considers targeted strike against Iran, followed by a larger attack. Trump has been leading toward conducting an initial strike in coming days intended to demonstrate to Iran's leaders that they must be willing to agree to give up the ability to make a nuclear weapon, end quotes. Do you see that as a possibility? Hit them, show them that you mean it, then pull back for a larger one later?
Well, I think the history is clear. Whatever Iran says or whatever Iran pretends to do is not real. They will cheat. And even the nuclear weapons threat, that's not even...
Everything they're saying about Iran is applicable to America, actually. Everything down to like this is a nutcase. This is a nut house theological leadership. They're zealots.
A good deal in itself. What about the ballistic missiles? That's what they've been recovering since the June war. That's what's got Israel so concerned. That's why we have so many assets in the region to protect our own bases from that. They would have to agree to limit the range of those nuclear ballistic missiles, 300 kilometers, and so they couldn't hit Israel, and also limit the numbers of those. And they would have to stop supporting the proxies.
Bro, what you just said is the quiet part out loud. When he says they want to limit the range of missiles to 300 kilometers, he's literally saying you can kill Americans in American military bases in the region. Like right across the fucking water is Qatar. That's where U.S. CENTCOM is. He literally is openly saying you just have to limit the range to Israel. We don't give a fuck about anything else. You can kill American soldiers if you want to. Just please spare Israel.
After all, they've been destabilizing the region for multiple decades by supporting the proxies. The whole October the 7th is all about Iran fueling Hamas and Hezbollah to try to destroy the state of Israel. Where is our memory? That was just 2 years ago. So they haven't changed their stripes. And yes, they are ideologues, theological ideologues. And it would be much better to remove them and work with nationalists. They may be hardcore, but that you can bend to our will. And that is a much better option.
Pardon my interruption. The president's out now. Thank you, General Jackie.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me.
I really like Nick, but sometimes you really do push the boundaries. Well, why does USA always want to impose their morals, their values, their way of living on other nations?
Are you happy with Iran having a nuclear bomb?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have one.
Hang on a second. Do you know, I thought you said yes.
On USA, why?
You are happy with Iran developing nuclear capability?
100%. Why should they not?
Why should they not? Because they're run by someone who's a leadership that have admitted to killing 3,500 of their own and imprisoning 40,000 people. That does not sound to me like a responsible country.
USA.
Oh, don't be silly. If you're going to talk to me about ICE shootings, which are despicable.
America kills hundreds of thousands of people and doesn't even think about it. America's killing more Iranians with their sanctions. And we have a nuke. We're the only country that has deployed nukes on civilians. Also, there's little America right there. Israel. Israel has nukes. Israel is doing a genocide. Israel's an apartheid nation. Israel is a far more malignant force upon the planet with nuclear arms than Iran. I'm glad that there are people who are coming to this conclusion, though. Like, it's crazy.
Reprehensible and wrong. It is not on the same scale.
Take it back to what you just said. They are nuclear. They are nuclear equipped.
Yes, they're also a democracy where they don't shoot 3,500 people in the streets and arrest 40,000 others.
Ask Americans. Ask them. They're not democratic at all.
Listen, I respect you, but we're not going to be able to have a conversation as here, because if you, what would you call the presidential elections if they're not democracy?
They're not democracy. They're not.
What are they?
They may have democratic vote, but that doesn't mean they're democratic country. They're two different things, Nick.
All right, sir.
Fighting for families as an...
All right. Offer Lieutenant Governor. We're going to have him on in a little bit. I'm still... I'm almost done eating.
Attorney was supposed to be my dream job. I'm Oliver Ma, a son of immigrants, an organizer, a civil rights lawyer. I've represented working families against their slumlords. I've marched for Palestine. I've sued Trump for tearing immigrant families apart, and won. But I'm tired of swimming upstream. Every year, politicians and corporations raise our rents, tear apart our families, and send our money to fund genocide. Politics has become a game of stealing from the public pie. Corporate landlords, war criminals, prison companies, anyone but California families. And that's why I'm running for lieutenant governor. So every Californian can own their own home. So we nurture kids here instead of bombing kids abroad. So immigrant parents can sing their kids to sleep at night. We deserve a California that's affordable. We deserve a California for working families. We deserve a California led with courage.
CNN's Harry Anton is running the numbers on this one for us. Harry, what's your take?
Okay. I like that was a campaign ad, and there are still chatters in here being like, "Who is this guy, bro?" It's like literally listen to the words that are coming out of his mouth, but you can also listen to him in person now because he's in the building. I'm gonna clean up real quick, but. Oliver Ma running for lieutenant governor in the state of California. He's here. He was staring at me eating for like the last 10 minutes. He came earlier. He was supposed to be here at 4 p.m. but he was early. Hold on. Is there a chair? Oh, there is. All right, come in. And you can say what up to the people. Nice to meet you. And I'm gonna go pee real quick, so I'll leave you alone with them. I'm gonna leave you alone with them. It's I'm throwing you into the frying pan.
I'm gonna give you guys a tour of his house.
Yeah, and you can answer their questions. It's really fast though.
Oh my god,
the chat is really fast. I trust you so
chats.
much. You are so trustworthy that I'm giving you the mouse. You can just like scroll up and then stop stop the chat if you wanna say something to him. I gotta pee real quick. Sorry.
I see a lot of dogs. Oh my god, so many dogs. Guys, it's crazy how much Hasan eats. I just saw there's like 2 whole trays.
That's his one meal of the day.
He only eats once?
He just fasts and then eats. That's his one meal.
He doesn't have dinner?
Not usually. Sometimes he'll have like a little snack, but that's like his big meal of the day.
Oh my god. That was insane. All right, let's see what the chat's saying. He do be eating. Yeah, he does. Oh. Call out his fat ass. What does a lieutenant governor do at HasanAbi? Well, you're going to find out. He doesn't do Ramadan. Oh my God. Hello, Mr. Oliver. Do this in real life. 3 key policies go. 3 key policies is 1, we should get more dog content onto this podcast. 2, I kind of want to. Guys? My red flag is I think I can beat every eating challenge in the state of California. But it sounds like Hasan might give me a run for my money.
You should tell him about the chicken nugget story.
There were 3 eating competitions in law school, and I won all 3.
Are you an eater?
I am, but I just know how much you eat.
Yeah, that's my one meal a day. All right, Oliver's in the building, everybody. Here it is. Well, this is better. Welcome to the broadcast. You are running for lieutenant governor of California. What does that mean? What is that word?
So the lieutenant governor, a little bit different from vice president and president. It's a separate office. It's a separate election. And what the lieutenant governor can do is they are the president of the state senate, where I would be able to co-sponsor legislation. They are on the UC Board of Regents. That's where I want to divest some of our stuff away from genocide in Palestine. And then they also chair the State Commission on Economic Development. So they advise the state on where our economy needs to go.
Okay. What's your beef with the current lieutenant governor that you were like, they're not doing a good enough job? I think I could do better.
The current lieutenant governor is not running. She's doing a switch with the current California state treasurer. So treasurer is running for governor, lieutenant governor is running for treasurer. But I do have beef with both of them. So I have a beef with
who are
most
your
of them.
ops? Let's take a look. What are their names?
It's Fiona Ma is one of the candidates. And so she's the current state treasurer.
What has she done as the current state treasurer that you don't think is appropriate? Like that you have issues with that you're like, we need a different vision for California.
She is very moderate. She's also harassed one of her employees, and the state of California had to pay out $350,000 for her, which I don't like.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, I think we need a state where working people can thrive, where housing is cheap, where healthcare is free, where immigrant families are safe. And those are not stances that Fiona or I think any other candidate in this race has taken.
Okay. It says here that she's a proven principled problem solver, which isn't really saying much about her opinions or her positions in general. She does have a lot of endorsements on here, however.
Yes.
So that usually tells me all I need to know about someone that's running for office. They care less about policy and less about what they can do for people and more about, look at all these other Democrats in positions of power that have endorsed me. So the question I have for you is, if you were to break down what some of your top line policy positions are, how would you describe them? I call it like the Zoran technique, but it's like if you were to give me 5 things that you want to be identified by, policy prescriptions that you want to be identified by, what would those policy prescriptions be?
Yeah, so I want to build a California where healthcare is free for Californians. I want to build a California where our state resources are invested in kids here, making sure kids have access to education, healthcare, housing, instead of bombing kids in Palestine. I want to build a California where immigrant families are safe and they are together with their families instead of being sent into for-profit ICE prisons. And I want to build a California where housing is for regular people and not for corporate landlords.
Okay, so that's 4. Well, you got to give me a 5th one. It's the bonus round.
And a California where white people tacos are banned.
Okay, I like that. I like that last one. So, number 1, you said healthcare. This has been attempted in the state legislature before.
Yeah.
The current governor, Gavin Newsom, actively petitioned against it. He's also actively petitioning against another bill that Bernie Sanders is in favor of, which is a billionaire's tax, like a tax to the super wealthy in the state. What are some setbacks in the state legislature structure that you would have to overcome as the lieutenant governor?
So the lieutenant governor is president of the state senate, and so I would be able to co-sponsor legislation. But I mean, I'll be frank, all of these things that I told you about protecting immigrant families, divestment, healthcare, housing, these are not things that any one person in our state government can't do. We have a system of checks and balances, and I think we should have a system of checks and balances. But what's really important for our race is building a power structure, a legacy. That's not about my campaign. One that will keep on electing other socialists into office.
Yeah.
Right. We saw in New York with Zoran, they trained 100,000 volunteers in their campaign. And now that he's mayor, these folks are going around staffing rapid response networks, tenant unions, helping other progressives. We want to do the same thing in California so that when progressives who don't take corporate money run for office, they start 2 steps ahead instead of 2 steps behind.
Yeah. So you want to build a more robust movement that will apply pressure to people who are setting hurdles against this legislative agenda that you have.
Yes.
Okay. So that's on the healthcare front. You just mentioned socialism. You are the first statewide candidate for any position that has been endorsed by DSA
in history
in California.
Mm-hmm.
What's your experience and background with the DSA?
Yeah, so I was born in Beijing. I was born in China. And so And China's a socialist country, and the power and the role that capitalism has in our country has always been really strange to me. It really felt really wrong. And so, I came to the U.S. when I was 7, grew up as an immigrant. There was one time where my grandma was picked up by federal agents, and that really set me on my path. And I came to the ACLU to work as a civil rights lawyer, got involved with the Democratic Socialist chapter in Kern County, which does exist in Kern County. It's not as red as you think. And so once we launched the race, we were in close contact with some of my comrades in DSA, and eventually we got their endorsement.
That's cool. Don't read the chat, by the way. I don't think it's a smart thing to do. Okay, so
I'll just look at you.
Yeah, don't look at chat. They're asking you what your thoughts are on the white Chinese movement, which I may or may not be a part of.
I have heard about that.
You have heard?
Are
yes.
you a part of the movement?
I'm some might say I am the movement.
Talk to me in Mandarin.
Which is like me and I can't. I don't. I'm getting there. This is like
Okay.
it's more so about vibes in general.
Can I teach you some Mandarin today?
Sure.
What do you want to know?
Dude, you're cooking yourself with this right now. I'm just letting you know. I rarely ever bring up China when I'm talking to electeds or people who are running for office, because I don't know if the broad American population, I feel like they're gonna say that about you. They're gonna be like, oh, he was born in Beijing. He's Chinese. Like, what do you have to say to people that would attack you that way? I'm gonna grab a drink while you do that.
Yeah, I mean, I was always growing up, there were times where I was ashamed of being Chinese, and it's something that I came to terms with and really saw that the problems that I faced growing up are not my fault. It's not the fault of my community. It's not the fault of being Chinese. It's the structural racism that we have in this country. So I don't mind talking and being really straightforward about my heritage in China. I think the Chinese government does a lot of things that I don't agree with, but it also does a lot of great things. You know, I grew up when I was living in China in public housing. My grandma worked as a school teacher, and she got a really nice apartment in the middle of Beijing as a result of that. So I grew up on the 23rd story of her apartment building in this really nice government-owned public housing unit.
Yeah.
And I wish we had that here.
Okay. I mean, I agree with you 100%. And I wish more elected representatives, people who are running for office would be more open about this idea that public housing or socialized housing is actually not terrifying. I usually shy away from, again, using China as an example, and instead we'll use white countries as an example, because you just got to work within you got to work with the audience you have, unfortunately. And this has been done in many other places. Vienna is obviously a great example of this. Red Vienna is 65% public housing. The Vienna model is a pretty good one to follow.
Yeah.
But in my experience, I think one of the biggest setbacks for public housing is this notion that that Americans expect their housing prices to keep going up. This is a nest egg for older people. It's, I believe, 44% of Californians own their own homes. And that's 44% of the voter base that is infinitely more likely to vote. So I think that's one of the major drawbacks as far as people not even being courageous enough to advance this agenda to even bring it up.
Yeah.
How do you feel about an argument that people might present about public housing such as that?
Yeah. I think, so when I was in law school, I spent 2 years representing tenants against their slumlords. And some of the stories from there are just heart-wrenching. I'll tell you one, which is, you know what asbestos is, right?
Yeah.
And I
love eating it. That's why I'm the way I am.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. So asbestos, at the microscopic level, it's these little hooks that if you breathe in, they get stuck in your lungs. And so when people find asbestos in their housing units, this is free legal advice. When you find asbestos in your building, you should let your state Department of Health know about it. And, they'll make sure it's removed safely so you don't end up breathing it in. I was suing a slumlord, and during the course of the lawsuit, we found about 100 feet of asbestos in the basement. And we tell the landlord, hey, there's all this asbestos. You have to be super careful with it. This could be really bad for people's health. And a few months later, we go back to that basement and everything was gone. All the asbestos had been ripped out by hand by his untrained workers. None of it done the right way. And that basement is also where that entire building does laundry. And so every single time people are in that basement doing laundry, the machines are revving up these microscopic little hooks into people's lungs. 40 people use that basement for laundry. And so I think that is our current housing system, which is a system that treats human beings as raw meat for the ravenous hunger of capitalism, where because it's cheaper to rip these asbestos out by hand, this landlord is going to do it and give a high risk of cancer to 40 people, 15 children. I don't think that's a system that any of us should be living in. And so we need housing justice. We need a housing system that regular people can afford and not a system for corporate landlords. I mean, you mentioned that 44% or whatever of people in California are homeowners, but more and more homes are owned by corporate landlords.
Yeah.
Last quarter, a third of all homes in the country was purchased by investor landlords. I don't want to live in a world where all of us are living in that building in Boston, where our children have to breathe in asbestos, where we're all renting from these mega corporations, these billion-dollar private equity companies. I want to build a country, a California, where everyone can have access to cheap, good quality, affordable housing, like my grandma had.
Yeah, no, I agree. I have another question about housing in particular. What do you think are some of the major setbacks as far as advancing a comprehensive housing agenda in the state of California? Because Californians are actually much more woke on housing when they go out and vote than our legislators are, unfortunately.
That's true. Yeah.
And we vote for ballot measures. I myself have voted for plenty of them at this point, where we add additional mansion taxes and things like that, with the hopes that that money will then go to initiatives that will build more affordable housing, or even shelters, which is not a real solution to the problem, but at least is a Band-Aid. And from my experience, I feel like there's a lot of institutional hurdles where a lot of close associates with people in positions of power in California state turn around and refuse to follow along with the agenda of the people, things that people want. Yeah. How do you plan on addressing that problem as the lieutenant governor?
I think that's part of a broader problem we have in our politics, which is anytime the government is tasked with doing something, it typically doesn't get done well, except when it's brutalizing our communities like ICE is doing, which maybe they're not doing well either. But one big thing for me is getting corruption out of our politics, because I think the Democratic Party, their entire pitch to voters is government is going to solve your problems. But when your politics is so corrupt and your party is so corrupt that any policy that you end up implementing, it's so watered down. And in fact, they're probably meant to benefit the people who gave you campaign contributions. You can't deliver for people. That is why you keep losing, right? We can point to the high-speed rail. We can point to, I'll meet Republicans who say, I want people to have affordable housing, healthcare, and education, but I don't trust our government to get it done. Mm-hmm. And I feel the same way. I totally see where they're coming from with the corruption in our government. And so I think to address all of these issues, it's not just about the corporate landlords. It's not just about building more housing, right? It's not just about shutting down these for-profit ICE prisons. It's not just about divesting from Israel. All of these issues are connected with the corruption in our politics, and we need to build a new system where candidates who actually help people, who want to serve the people, can win, take office, and build a California that works for everybody.
What's your approach to taxing the rich?
I think we should tax the billionaires until they are not billionaires.
Okay. I mean, I agree with you. Hopefully, one day. We were talking about the actions against ICE in general, and making this a safer place for our migrant neighbors. What are some initiatives that you foresee you could potentially push for as the leader of the Senate?
Yeah, so I'm a civil rights lawyer. I am often in these immigration detention centers. And so much of the reason these things are happening is because ICE is a money laundering scheme. I'll meet people inside, right, who, I'll tell you a story. So I work in Bakersfield in the Central Valley with farm workers. And the very first immigration raid in the entire country under Trump was in Bakersfield. They came more than a year ago in January, and they rounded up hundreds of farm workers. That morning, I'm a volunteer with the Rapid Response Network. That morning, we get a call, and they say there's this little girl in a field by herself. And so we're like, that's weird. Why is she in a car in the field by herself? So we sent a team out to investigate. Her dad had been driving her to work, and ICE saw that he had brown skin, pulled him over and put him into one of these detention centers. In this detention center, the way he stays in touch with his family is he makes phone calls, and they charge him $5 per phone call. And the way he makes those $5 is he works. And for a full day of work, they pay him $1. So him and every single person in there are working for $1 a day to stay in touch with their families, to buy food, to buy hygiene products. And that's so much of why these raids are happening. Because first of all, these people work. And second of all, these detention centers charge a lot of taxpayer money. They're run by for-profit prison companies. So I think what California needs to do, first of all, is shut down these for-profit detention centers so that people are not being brutalized for some for-profit company. I think we also need to hold ICE agents accountable when they break the law, like shooting people, like assaulting people, like trespassing. And I also think our volunteer rapid response networks are doing a lot of great work protecting people across the state. And everyone I know who's doing that is a volunteer. And the state of California really needs to step up to help them do what they're doing.
Yeah. So you were a civil rights lawyer before this. What other experiences have you had, and why did you choose to run for lieutenant governor? Why not anything else?
Yeah, I've always been a community organizer. For 10 years, I ran a nonprofit organization that trains Asian youth to fight for racial justice. And then I did eviction defense. I organized for housing justice. So I would organize tenants unions and rent strikes. And then I came to the ACLU to do immigrant rights. What really excites me is using my legal skills to build power. I never want to be the kind of attorney who helicopters into a community and just says, I'm a hero, I'm here to save things. And then I leave and make things worse. I always want to use my legal skills to build power. And for a long time, that was the ACLU, and that was very attractive to me. But with these ICE raids, so when the raids began in California, we file our lawsuits. And we actually win. So in April, we got an injunction in federal court ordering the Trump administration to stop with the immigration raids in the Central Valley. And in July, we won a similar victory protecting Southern California. But what was really noticeable to me was the Trump administration didn't care. They kept the raids going. For them, an order from a judge was just like a sheet of paper. And it really showed me that what the courts can do is so limited when it comes to protecting us, and California needs to step up. And so that's why I'm running.
Yeah. What are some legal mechanisms of defense that your background as a civil rights attorney allows you to expand on that you could potentially pursue? Because like we're talking about building a consensus, right? There are gonna be a lot of people in the state that will oppose your agenda, oppose your vision. Let's say you build this consensus, and you have people pressuring their own state legislators, for example, and like what are some of the ways in which you could push back against the Trump administration at a time when, let's say, they want to occupy the streets of Los Angeles as they have done so to Minneapolis?
For me, the law and politics are not the end goal. They are always an avenue to build power. So yes, I am an attorney. I do have that experience. I do think California should be doing more in the courts to fight back against Trump. But that is not how we're going to change things structurally. Because when you win in the court system, it can just be reversed like that. I mean, we saw with Roe versus Wade. And even when you win and you pass a law, it could just be repealed. Obamacare is, always being put on the chopping block, and this year lost a lot of its funding. So I think the kind of victory that really sticks is changing people's hearts and minds. And so, yes, I think California should file more lawsuits. I think we need to pass more laws, but I really want to use my position and my campaign and my role as lieutenant governor to change people's hearts and minds and change the way people think about capitalism, change the way people feel about immigrants, change the way people feel about our politics so that we have actually long-term structural change. And it's not just me, right? It's building into a movement that so many people and so many organizations have worked on for so long.
Okay. What's your plan of action as far as getting the word out? I mean, even before we get to that, actually, because we're talking about what happens when you become lieutenant governor. But let's talk about how you plan to become lieutenant governor.
Yeah.
I don't know what the internal polling looks like. I'll be honest. The lieutenant governor's race is not one that I was paying close attention to in the state of California. Many people don't even know that there is a separate race for a lieutenant governor as opposed to the governor.
People love asking us who our running mate is, and we don't have one.
Yeah. And there probably would be friction as well between the lieutenant governor and the governor. Has that happened in California at times?
We've had a Democrat as governor and a Republican as lieutenant governor. And California's constitution has it so when the governor leaves the state, the lieutenant governor becomes the acting governor. And so this Republican would sign legislation and appoint judges and do all sorts of stuff. So there has been tension.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so what's your plan of attack for winning the election?
Yeah, good question. Maybe I should get my finance director or campaign manager here. No, so this past week we had two really good breakthroughs. Number one, we got the California DSA endorsement statewide. First time in history they've endorsed somebody. First time since Bernie Sanders in 2020 that they've endorsed somebody. First time in history they've endorsed somebody for statewide office, which we're really happy about. And then this past weekend, we were up in San Francisco for the California Democratic Party convention. And, there are some career politicians in this race with decades of time in politics. And so we really thought they would endorse one of these corporate Democrats who have been in politics for so long.
Yeah.
And they actually decided not to endorse anybody.
Why do you think that's the case?
I think the hold that these corporate Democrats have over the party has really weakened in the last few years, especially after 2023, 2024 with Palestine. Mm-hmm. And so they voted not to endorse anybody. For us, that means the race is wide open. And when it comes to grassroots support, we are bigger than every other campaign in this race combined. We have thousands of volunteers registered with the campaign. On social media, we're doing way better than everybody else combined. And so our plan is really to build, kind of like Zoran did in New York City, a very grassroots campaign, knocking on doors, speaking to people, building power in local communities. We're training a lot of our volunteers to be campaign captains, and these are folks that we specially train and resource to represent us in their communities. It's a very grassroots model, but I think it's the kind of long-term organizing and power building that we need to change the state.
What's the state Democratic Party's outlook on someone like yourself, if you can be honest about it?
It's nuanced. I mean, there's the traditional power structures don't like us, but there is a surprising amount of people who are in the power structure who are open to things. What I find throughout this process that is most surprising is sometimes we're shy about talking about Palestine because we know the party's role and complicity. And so whenever we talk to some of these party people, it'll kind of be like, we'll drop a hint and then they drop a hint and then we drop a hint. And then it comes out where both from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. And they say, hey, you should have just led with that. So that's a really big surprise. So, I can't condemn like the entire party in one breath.
That was surprising to me too when I went to the DNC and how many people were like actually fans. That was like a shock to me.
Yeah.
I would have expected them to be much more hostile. I mean, they have been a lot more hostile since then, because Kamala Harris lost and they're just like actively looking to shift the blame on whoever they can. But okay, so you got Fiona Ma, that's like your main op here. That's like the top dog, I guess, in the race. Is that, would you say?
I would say there's no top dog. No one got the Democratic Party endorsement.
True. But like, there's always someone that you're like,
she's the media's top dog.
She's the media's top dog. And then the other candidates are David Fennell, Josh Friday, Brian Jones, Janelle Kelman, Tim Myers, and Michael Tubbs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about any of these people. Like, this is... So you need to walk me through what these guys are about a little bit. This guy's a cool hat.
I don't have a cool hat.
Yeah, he's got you on that one, I think.
I know.
And he's from St. Louis, Missouri. Okay, that's interesting. St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah.
But got a degree from the Beijing Language Institute.
Hey, we're cousins.
You think he could out China Mog you? You think he could China Mog you?
We'll see how much Mandarin he speaks.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. That's so California that the Republican is from the Beijing Language Institute. You got Josh Friday, Office Holder, California Volunteers Chief Service Officer.
Yeah, I actually met him 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was very nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got Brian Jones, Republican, member of the California State Senate, representing District 40, and his term is supposed to end. He's running for election, currently is the state Senate minority leader. I feel like I can't speak for the lieutenant governor position, but like the gubernatorial race is oftentimes not very ideological. Like, people will go after specific candidates, like, and what their policies are. The California gubernatorial race right now is, it's a very crowded field.
Do you have a favorite?
No, I don't. I will be interviewing Tom Steyer, I believe this week or next, or yeah, I think this week though. And I'm very interested to hear what he has to tell me about being a billionaire who's also one of the more woke candidates. There's also Butch Ware, I believe, is also going, and Ramsey Robinson, who is running as a socialist, I think. But as far as who is favored in the race, in the California gubernatorial race, I think it's Eric Swalwell, right? I think he's polling the highest.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of Eric Swalwell.
Me either.
But also, again, not to take it there, but he's probably more pro-China than you are.
Is he? What has he said?
It's a joke. He's been caught with the Chinese honeypot. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's anyway. What do you think about the governor's race? Oh, Katie Porter's running too. Yeah.
Katie Porter's running. There are many options. There are a lot of people I don't like. There are some people I like, and I'll just drop that we are talking to some folks about working together.
Okay.
But it's not announced yet, so keep tuned.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. How do we force eminent domain and finally make high-speed rail a reality in California?
I think we need to get a lot of that corruption out, because here's what the California Democratic Party really, and the California government as a whole does, is they write a bunch of regulations, make things really complicated, and then anytime government wants to do something, things are so complicated that they can give checks to the people who are their donors, and people don't notice, right? So it's like they're muddying the waters, so you can't really figure out what's going on. So I think we need to get corruption out of politics, because it's not just the high-speed rail. for anything that people want to do, whether it be getting an attorney to go through the legal system or divestment from genocide in Palestine, like government is so incapable by design. So we got to change that.
Okay, but as far as I'm asking you more like how do you plan on playing hardball when and using the office? Because I understand that like you're gonna utilize the masses to the best of your ability to apply pressure, or pressure is a necessity. But there is like an internal machination in the system itself where you can play hardball with contractors. You can work with I guess there's like a comptroller, right, in the state as well, just like there is one in Los Angeles, and you have some levers of power at your disposal. Like, do you have a comprehensive agenda on how you would utilize this position to basically force out some of the more corrupt people that have benefited from the current system? You can also not have an answer for it right now. It's all right. This is not like a very easy question to ask someone.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
I think, my background is the legal system, and I know the legal system takes a long time, right? We could get a laws through that says, hey, you have to build a high-speed rail by 2030, and here's all the money you need for it. And different interest groups can file laws and delay that by 15 years. So I wish there were I could promise you, hey, I'm going to do this thing and the high-speed rail will be done by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it really takes a complete restructuring of our system.
Okay, but what have you thought about lying and being like, yeah, I'm going to get it done by, you could be like, I'm Chinese. What do you know about China? High-speed rail, 50,000 kilometers.
China would be able to do that in a year, 6 months.
Like you could do like a competitive angle. You could be like, why are these guys stealing our lunch money? Like they're cooking us on the high-speed rail approach. Like no more. California is the fifth largest economy on the planet.
Yeah,
that's a lot of money. We got a lot of money at our disposal. We're gonna do. We're no longer letting China defeat us in the home ownership rates. We're no longer letting China defeat us on high-speed rail, and we're no longer letting China defeat us on education. Maybe.
Yeah,
something like that. I don't know.
You should join our comms team.
Yeah, I don't think people care about that too much. They would rather live in copium and think like everything is great here. But yeah, I mean, these are. I'm just thinking of things as a Californian voter and a taxpayer.
Yeah.
How are you going to punish the internet service providers? Let's get down to the real reason why I brought you here.
Do you have beef with your what beef do you have?
Who doesn't have beef with their internet service
I want to know your beef.
I have Spectrum, and unfortunately, all of the ISPs in this country are there's an oligopoly in virtually every market, and in most markets, it's a monopoly. And for that reason, they have, in spite of the subsidies that they've gotten, the tax breaks they've gotten to the tunes of tens of billions of dollars since the 90s, refused to offer additional infrastructure improvements that they said they would in exchange for those tens of billions of dollars in subsidies and tax cuts. I don't have fiber in this neighborhood. And for me to get fiber in this neighborhood, I would have to literally pay for them to break the concrete and lay down the fiber lines. It would be $100,000 just for me up front to pay for a fiber line to be connected to my home. $100,000, and then on top of that, $5,000 a month.
$5,000 a month
after that.
Wow.
To get fiber. That's insane.
Guys, you got to donate to the stream.
No, it's not happening regardless. That's on principle. I refuse to do it.
Okay.
Because that's insane. Yep. They should do it. What the fuck, right? And because there is no alternative, there's no actual like competitor that has fiber.
Yeah.
Because the same applies to the competition as well. There's only two that I can work with: AT&T or Spectrum, and neither of which offer fiber. even though there are fiber lines around. How do we get the municipal internet? Similar to like the Tennessee Valley Authority, Chattanooga has one of the best internet service providers in the nation.
Yeah.
Have you thought about public utilities at all?
Yes. So I'm a huge fan of making these things public because, you know, when we turn on the water, right, we typically, I mean, that's less and less the case, but we typically expect it to be drinkable and we expect it to be pretty affordable. Same thing with the power. And these things exist because we have invested in the infrastructure. Government has invested in the infrastructure. With the water, it's the reservoirs and, you know, the dams and all of these things. And with power, it's, you know, our power grid and the different renewable energies and non-renewable energies that we have in this state. I think we need the same thing for housing, for example, and I think we should have the same thing for utilities. Things should not only be provided because a company can make money from that. Because what that does is, first of all, a lot of people don't get access to that. And number two, when you do get access to it, it's really shitty because they're trying to nickel and dime you and trying to dare you to sue them, which you're going to have a really hard time doing as a single person. And so I think the government really has to step in and provide, in some cases, a public option. In other cases, I think the government should just provide that thing like healthcare.
You're going to win over the gamers with that one.
The healthcare? Or the internet?
No, not healthcare.
Gamers don't want
healthcare. Good, but public broadband, public fiber, oof, that's an easy one.
People are gonna lose all their excuse.
Yeah.
With
What
the lag.
What are your? Speaking of utilities, PG&E is a behemoth in this state.
Yeah.
And they have also time and time again refused to update their infrastructure, and because their infrastructure is not hardened enough to deal with the anthropogenic climate change brought about wildfires and things of that nature. There are wildfires in the state. They're oftentimes very deadly. How do we tackle PG&E in this state?
Yeah, I have a friend who worked at PG&E after college, and every time we talked to him, he would say, "I'm probably going to lose my job soon because we are completely bankrupt."
Mm-hmm.
He actually worked there for like 2 years, but yeah, I mean, what we've done with PG&E is we've carved out a swath of California for them and said, you get to have a monopoly over this area. And then they're not gonna provide you good service. They're not gonna make it fire safe because they have a monopoly and they're too big for you to actually hold them accountable. They've burned down so much of California. They've been bankrupt for almost a decade now, and they're still in business because there's no alternative to them. And so what we need to do is to do an alternative to PG&E, put them out of business as they should be, and actually provide good quality power that doesn't burn the state down.
Okay. So how do you I mean, you could also overtake them, I guess. Like the state has that capacity. I'm fairly certain. I mean, there would be a lot of legal hurdles in front of that, but no. I mean, who knows? Okay, so you're in favor of taking out PG&E from continuously burning down the state every year.
I don't like the state burning down.
Yeah, I like that. As far as housing initiatives goes, let's talk a little bit more about that. So you've talked about corruption and people not having a lot of trust in the state, not having a lot of trust in the government. How do you feel like you could fix the housing crisis in the state of California, which is leading to a lot of homelessness here?
Yeah, and it's so much more than just homelessness because so many people are paying so much of their income on housing that, you know, you're not able to invest in your local communities. You're not spending it at your local small businesses. So it's really holding back our entire state. And there's three things that we really want to do. The first is, of course, building more, which I do think we need to do, but it cannot be the kind of building that the real estate developers want, which is luxury condos that take up the space of 5 affordable units. Because when you let them have their way, that actually decreases the amount of space we have for affordable housing. So I think we need to build more, but it has to be affordable. Number 2, we need to protect tenants better because, you know, I've represented these folks, and having good legal protection for tenants will do so much to addressing our state's housing crisis and the amount of unhoused people we have in our state. And lastly, which is something that I think really gets under talked about, is who actually owns the housing. Because too much of the housing in our state is owned by these corporate landlords, these investor landlords. And of course, regular people, young people, working families are never going to be able to compete against a billion-dollar private equity company when it comes to buying a home. And so these companies are buying up entire neighborhoods, outbidding regular people, and then charging them whatever they want on rent. And that is such a core component of our housing crisis. And so what we want to do is, I wish we could just say ban the corporate landlords, and that's what I want to do. But legally, when you do something like that, you have to compensate them for that property. And so I think what California should go about doing, that my campaign is proposing, is a property tax penalty for homes that are owned by these corporate landlords, and use the proceeds of that tax to help first-time home buyers buy homes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's one aspect of it, but like the bubble that has developed around housing, it needs to, at some point, I don't want to say pop, but it kind of does need to. The housing market needs to deflate a little bit. One of the only effective ways of doing that is either creating a market competitor in the hands of the state, or is by, I guess, opening up alternatives in terms of new developments. Many of the new developments, however, unfortunately, are luxury condominiums and things of that nature that aren't affordable alternatives, and that sometimes actually ends up increasing the existing of the available inventory of housing and their prices as well, because now you're in a more expensive real estate market because there's a nice luxury condominium right there. What is your solution as far as like increasing the amount of availability for housing?
Well, for housing, I think we need to build more, right? So there was a California law that recently passed that got watered down quite a bit, that kind of deregulates a lot of building around public transportation centers. I think we should have that statewide. But on your earlier point about this bubble, I think there's a third alternative, right? You mentioned there's two ways to pop the bubble. And I think there is another way where you pop the bubble for corporate landlords and you leave everybody else alone. Because right now, a lot of that bubble is there because of this artificial demand for housing, which is not by people who actually want to live in them, but by these giant investment companies that want to invest and make money. And so by targeting the corporate landlords who own that, you can kind of pop the bubble of the corporate landlords, leave the people who, invested their whole lives and who saved up to buy their homes, leave them alone, target the corporate landlords and the housing they own, pop that bubble, and make those stock, which is hundreds of thousands of homes in California, affordable for people. Everybody else gets left alone.
What do you think about a land tax or a vacancy tax?
I support a vacancy tax.
What about Airbnb?
I think they should probably be banned, but I want to do more research on that.
Okay. All right. That's cool. Changing corporate law to disallow corporations' right to own residential property wouldn't be a taking subject to recompense. They can and will sell the properties off prior to enforcement of the law. Okay, well then they're no longer corporate owned, right?
I don't think that's quite how the law works, but
you would know better than this chatter, I assume.
I appreciate the creativity.
Okay. Is there any way to stop property owners from blocking out renters by impossible credit checks legally?
Is there any way to stop?
Now they're asking you just about like
now they're asking me questions in Chinese.
Yeah.
I didn't understand the question. Airbnb is hard.
No, well they do credit checks before you rent on properties. Yes. And the chatter is saying like, is there a way to force landlords not to do credit checks before you go to rent a property? There are alternative ways of doing a check to make sure that you're like going to be a responsible renter. I believe like they can look at your income, for example.
Yeah.
instead of doing a credit check. So yeah,
I'll just say, yeah, credit checks, they make access to housing really hard for people who are marginalized backgrounds, typically Black and brown people. I represented this tenant who is Black, his family's Black, and we were negotiating a move out agreement for him where he gets a chunk of money from the landlord and he moves out and gets a new apartment. And I thought, okay, like, we'll give him, he's getting a lot of money. We'll give him like 3 months in the agreement and he should be able to find a new place because he has the money for a security deposit and all this stuff, right? And my supervisor was like, no, he's going to need way more than 3 months. And we actually ended up writing 9 months into his agreement and he used up the full 9 months because there is so much discrimination but based on race, based on the fact that he's on a housing voucher, based on his credit score, that it was super tough for him and his family.
Yeah. All right. Last question I have for you, and thank you so much for taking the time out.
Yeah.
And coming on the broadcast. What can my community do for you? Like, what are you? What are some areas of need for you right now on your campaign?
There's 2 really good ways folks can help. The first is our volunteers. We have trained thousands of volunteers with this campaign, and we're really passionate about training people not to tell my story and not to elevate this campaign, but training them to build power. And so our trainings are on things like your rights against ICE, how to organize your community, how to tell stories. Our goal really is to leave behind a legacy of thousands of people who can keep on fighting for the kind of change that we need in this state. So if you either live in California or don't live in California, there are so many ways for you to get involved. Especially we need campaign captains, who are the people that we give a specific community ownership over. And their job is to represent us in that community. So that's one way. Number 2 is fundraising. And we are completely grassroots funded. We're not taking any money from corporations. And we've fundraised quite a bit, hundreds of thousands of dollars from regular people. But on the other side, there's the housing lobby, there's the Israeli lobby, there's, all of these developers and the for-profit prisons. And so we do need more resources to fight back. What makes our spending so different is we're not hiring an army of consultants the way that most campaigns do, the way that Kamala wasted $1 billion on. Mm-hmm. Our resources all gets invested back into the community, training our volunteers, the thousands of volunteers we have on the campaign. And so if a grassroots donation feels right for you, then that'll really help us be loud in fighting for justice.
But you're still going to get TV ads, right?
I don't think we need to.
Okay.
On social media, we're getting millions of views every single week, and TV ads are exceptionally expensive, especially because all the governor candidates are going to be spending in that same market.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe it's different for the lieutenant governor race. Usually, maybe there's like not as much attention to it as there is for the gubernatorial race and all these other races that are happening. But you have internal pollsters, like you have people that you're paying for polling?
We haven't done any polling. No.
Okay. Are there polls out there of this race at all?
There hasn't been any public polls, or not public, like publicly funded polls. It's all polls that individual candidates pay for. And it's always whoever paid for the poll shows them leading. We don't really care about that. We just have our heads down doing the work. And we see a ton of grassroots enthusiasm. I anticipate maybe towards the end of the race, we might do a poll. Mm-hmm. But right now, we want to use our resources, our time, and our energy training our community.
Okay. They're saying there have been several polls currently at 10% to 10% split. Do you have any of them we can look at?
Yeah. So I think I know the polls you're talking about. Those are polls that were paid by other campaigns, and it's whoever paid for the polls, it shows them in the lead at about 10%.
Yeah. No, of course. What about a media strategy beyond social media? Because you're very good at social media.
Thank you.
Your campaign's done a great job on social media. Do you guys have a media strategy to reach out to local papers? Have you sought out other endorsements from unions and things of that nature.
Yeah. So earlier this month, we got the endorsement of the United Auto Workers, which represent the 50,000 grad student workers on our UCs. And so we're super excited for that. Yeah, we're building out our endorsements. We're talking to different sorts of media. Yeah, I mean, at the core of our campaign, it's a grassroots organizing. That's my background as a candidate, and that's what I think we need to do.
Okay. I mean, I will tell you, I worked with a lot of people and still continue to work with a lot of campaigns. The ones that are the most successful do still, at the end of the day, lean into more traditional methods as well. Zoran has that background as well, had the DSA backing, had the grassroots mobilization, but he also did work with a firm that is now getting even more and more popular. I forget their call. I think it's like called Fight Agency.
Fight Media. Or
Fight Media. Yeah. So like there is definitely utility in having a campaign that is, you know, focusing on both. Not to tell you what to do. Obviously, you're going to do what you're going to do, but you know, there is definitely definitely still utility in playing the game a little bit.
So we Fight Agency or Fight Media or whatever, they are a video production or like communications firm. And we do have a production company that we work with who do some of our videos. So we do that. The kind of campaign consultants that I don't like are the people who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars polling the public to craft messages for their candidates. And ends up what we get is the Democratic Party, which is like, don't say shit about Palestine. Don't support universal health care. Don't do all of these things. Just be moderate as fuck. And then
you have that, which is good. That's what I always urge people to do, which is to have moral convictions, to not be afraid to lead on issues, even if you feel like that might be unpopular. At the end of the day, if you have an earnest message, like that will come across. Like people are not stupid. You don't have to treat them like they're stupid. But people are also kind of stupid, and you have to like bludgeon them in the head with your message. And I think like there's utility in like working with someone to make sure that your message reaches far and wide and gets in front of people, and you know you do as much media as possible as well.
Yeah.
So, but thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll put your links in the chat as well. OliverMah2026.com. To find out more about the campaign, to see how you can join forces with Oliver here. If you liked what he had to say, I certainly did. So thank you so much for coming on.
Of course. I hope next time we talk, you know some Mandarin.
Yeah. Inshallah. Yeah.
Thanks, Hasan.
All right. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Harry, do you want let's take a photo before you leave. Hold on. I'll just do. Oh yeah, you have a direct link to the volunteer page for LA and California locals as well. If you would like to join the volunteer movement for Oliver Mah for governor, lieutenant governor. Hasan Mandarin Moments segment for daily streaming. What is this? Did you see the future Oliver Mah wants for workers? Oh, okay. This.
如果飞不完干啥的？你准备拿回家？反正我说没准备要，拿过来就要飞光。再拿200万，好不好？拿200万，我给我的员工发钱，有错吗？没。
Apparently, this causes workers to never miss a day because he just comes in periodically and randomly.
错，好吧？你说有错吧？没错吧？200万马上抬上来。
The founder of Henan Mining Group. How Americans think billionaires in the U.S. act when we cut their taxes? Yeah. What is this? Candace Owens is kicking off a miniseries on Charlie Kirk widow, Erica Kirk on Wednesday, Bride of Charlie. That's crazy. U.S. billionaire would rather die than give away their money. True. The crazy thing is that all that money is probably a fraction of their profit, and it's so much money to every worker. Yeah. How do you think that went? I mean, it went well. Oliver is a little bit more based than I thought he was going to be, I'll be honest, which I think you guys clocked fairly early on. Why did you never mention, Oliver, how you rated Beijing the lowest during your trip? Okay, chill. I also realized that that when I encounter someone who's running for office and they are very open about certain things like that, I was like, I don't know if you should be saying this, but I didn't want to say it. You know what I mean? You were too tense. It was too serious of an interview. Yeah. He's more radical than you? No. I think of how those things look. You know what I mean? Fiona Ma got a poll out that says she's at 18%. And it shows the Republican at 20%. Yeah, this is fake. Like, the thing is, like, I go back to Zoran a little bit too much, but the thing with Zoran is, like, he has a really good way of liberalizing his language in a way that people understand, and in a way that people are like not in a way that like doesn't scare people away to a certain degree. Yeah, when he started talking about China, I was already imagining the attack ads. Yeah. I do think that there is a utility in dog whistling a little bit.
CNN's Harry Anton is running the
Anyway,
numbers on this
we're
one.
going to get to Anton on Trump's pre-State of the Union polling lows, but before we do that, also, companies are already doing it. FedEx sues United States to get full refund of emergency tariffs after the Supreme Court found President Donald Trump had no authority to impose them, lawsuit says. There it is, as I told you. Respectfully disagree about the fake dog whistling. Have some conviction. Yeah, exactly. This is precisely what I'm talking about. A 40-month subscriber should never be super in support of the messaging attitude of a person running for statewide office. No disrespect to you, chatter, but you're not the fucking average voter, okay? Exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, no, that's a problem. Yeah, you're. Anyway. Why do you always assume you know who the average voter is? Because I go outside more than you do. I'm going to be honest, Goth Gamer 69. That's why. Also, I've been doing this for a very long time at this point. Like, many of you have never knocked on a single fucking door, and many of you have never organized. And therefore you have no way of comprehending what like the average person looks like, or the average person, how the average person responds to certain things. Going on Twitter stream, post stream doesn't count as a side, buddy. Yeah. Hold the fuck on now. That's a wide brush. That's why I said many of you. Not all of you. You're delusional if you think your takes from a handful of people you talk to in real life and literally Hollywood is reflective of anyone outside of LA. Okay. This is you right now.
Liberal, 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 liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, girl euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. Or smuggling fentanyl gas. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, girl euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. Or smuggling fentanyl gas. Chopping up children's genitals. Liberal, 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 liberal.
That's fire. Star is pushing hard. He's also going left. I know.
Abolished and demolished. Because you can't reform an organization that is criminal from top to bottom.
I don't know where he's going to go with this. Like, I mean, he did this in the presidential race too. He just like comes in hot, says a bunch of wild stuff, right? And you're like, where are we going to go here? Like, how is this going to work? He's always been a pro-environmentalist guy as a billionaire, but it's just like, I'm fascinated by him. Anyway, but yeah, he'll be coming on the broadcast. I would say there's no one true normie, but you're right. I feel a good rough idea of the Cali normie. All right. What was I going to do? I was going to cover, the setbacks on Donald Trump striking Iran. So Donald Trump came out with this long ass convoluted statement about striking Iran. And I don't know why he did this, because this kind of looks desperate, weirdly enough. Numerous stories from the fake news media have been circulating stating that General Daniel Kane, sometimes referred to as Raisin, is against us in going to war with Iran. Okay? The story does not attribute this vast wealth of knowledge to anyone and is 100% incorrect. General Kane, like all of us, would like not to see war. First of all, that's not true. There's never been a general that's like, I don't like going to war. Generals love going to war. Okay? Especially Raisin Kane, who told Trump that he should strike Iran. He is the type of general that extra loves going to war. His name is Raisin Kane, man. Yeah. Hammers love nails. Generals love war. It's their favorite activity. What the fuck are we talking about? So that's strike one here. But if a decision is made on going against Iran at a military level, it is his opinion that it will be something easily won. He knows Iran well in that he was in charge of Midnight Hammer, the attack on the Iranian nuclear development, which, by the way, was a failure by their own current admission because the fucking nuclear facilities are still very much in operation, right? Something doesn't add up here. Because if Midnight Hammer worked, then why are you striking Iran again? Why are you even dealing with Iran about their nuclear proliferation, their, uranium enrichment capabilities? I thought you took that out. Very strange. These two things can't be real at the same time. He knows Iran well, that he was in charge of Midnight Hammer, the attack on the Iranian nuclear development. It is a development no longer, but rather was blown to the smithereens by our great B-2 bombers. Raising Cain is a great fighter and represents the most powerful military anywhere in the world. He has not spoken of not doing Iran. What? Or even the fake limited strikes that I've been reading about. He only knows one thing: how to win. And if he is told to do so, he will be leading the pack. Everything that has been written about a potential war with Iran has been written incorrectly and purposely so. I am the one that makes the decision. I would rather have a deal than not. But if we don't make a deal, it will be a very bad day for that country. And very sadly, its people. I like that he's just like, I'm going to kill you guys. I'm going to kill your civilians if you don't fucking deal with me. Okay? Because they are great and wonderful, and something like this should have never have happened to them. So Trump comes out and says this, which is crazy because that's now 3 outlets, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, and Axios, that sources close to the White House have leaked the story to. Something in that administration is trying to head off what they realize will be a fucking disaster. Okay? And of course, there are dumb fucks in here being like, it's a major military operation. Of course it entails risk. How many major military operations do you have naysayers directly going to 3 separate major fucking American news outlets to warn them ahead of time, to leak information about their fears ahead of time? You only do this if you're in the room with the fucking president and you try to clearly communicate to him that this is going to be a disaster. And the president's like, well, I'm going to call Bibi real quick. And then Bibi is like, no, Mr. President, you should do it. You should do it. We will be fine. Like, how can you look at the situation and think that it's anything but catastrophe? Disaster or not, Trump does not care about the USA. He cares about the billionaires and Satan Yahoo. I know, but it will be disastrous for Israel as well. Okay? The reason why I say this is because clearly the analysts in the fucking room are looking at the situation and seeing what we can see from the outside, which is that the most restrained individual you can deal with right now is the Ayatollah. Okay? There is no effective way of striking Iranian targets, IRGC targets, or Iranian nuclear facilities. That literally failed last time. We know that failed last time. And in the process of that fucking 12-day war that took place, Israel got heavily punished. Iran got bombed. Iran got punished as well. The Iranian population was killed. Having said that, if you're looking at, if you don't care about the individuals that are dying in the process, but you do care about, like, protecting Israel, for example, it's very obvious to me that there is one guy who's recognized how difficult this will look like. Because contrary to popular opinion, if you read the news, you think the Iranian administration is falling apart. Okay? But the reality is very different. The Iranian government is not falling apart. Okay? There are protests that happened here and there. And there are still protests that are happening, like the one that took place on a college campus or whatever. But, like, one, if you actually end up bombing Iran, you're most likely not going to aid the protest movements. You're actually going to harm them. So that's one aspect of the story. Last time there was a fucking bombing campaign that took place, you had people who don't wear hijabs at all that were going into fucking town squares and talking to Iranian media being like, I'm an atheist and I think we need to use an atom bomb on Israel tomorrow. So, it's usually it doesn't aid the popular protest movements when they're under a bombing campaign by the American and Israeli forces. So there's that side of it. No matter how much the Iranian diaspora thinks like blowing up their fucking cousins back in Isfahan or Tehran or wherever is somehow going to magically bring about a popular revolution, that's usually not how that works. If anything, it just, there is usually a rallying around the flag effect. Okay? Bro, they bombed a political prison, and the family members of the people that were in the political prison were like, what the fuck are you doing? You literally killed some of our family members. Like, it wasn't the Iranian state that killed them. You killed them, right? Hasan, as a center-left leaning liberal, I hate Donald Trump, but I think that going to war with Iran is one of the few good things this admin could do at the moment. Yeah. After the massacre IRGC did, I doubt there would be rallying around any flag. Brother, what do you not understand? The reason why people fucking hate the IRGC is because they killed their neighbors. Who's going to be killing their neighbors now at a much higher number? It won't be the IRGC. Magically, overnight with a bombing campaign, the IRGC goes from being your slave master or being your enforcer to being your ally who is protecting you. Okay? I don't think you will understand. I don't think you'll understand this because you probably live in America, right? And if you live in America, what is this? What's this guy saying? It was never held together. I was in Afghanistan. All the Islamic countries have zero organization and proper priorities. Dude, how does that make you feel, though? Like, you went to Afghanistan, and I don't know if this is like, I don't know what's going on here, but you went to Afghanistan. You literally protected, you sat across from a poppy field watching a bunch of fucking pedophilic warlords rape children. Those were your allies in Afghanistan. You made sure that JSOC had, ample funding for its heroin trafficking operation. You got fucked up in the head, okay? And then the Taliban took the country anyway after you left. How does that make you fucking feel? It can't be good, right? Like, you can't literally come out of that experiment, come out of that experience thinking we really did something there, you know? Also, to make a comparison between the Taliban and the Iranian government, once again, shows how fucking stupid you are, okay? On the one hand, there are two competing forces within the Taliban's structure of governance. You have the much more religious force that thinks no women should be educated, and you have the more tolerant yet still very religious force that thinks, no, we got to let women be educated. What the fuck are you doing? That's like 50% of the workforce. But there is no alternative there that says, like, unconditionally all women need to be educated across the board. In Iran, they don't have such considerations. That's not even a question. They're aggressive about, like, implementing some weird religious doctrine to make sure that, like, everyone's wearing a hijab. They go back and forth on whether or not that should be allowed in cities anyway, with a lot of public pressure. But ultimately, they're not questioning whether or not women should be fucking educated. Okay? We pay $87 million a month to the Taliban, so no, it doesn't feel good that we are supporting Islam. Dude, you are so stupid. You will never understand. You are the perfect grunt, my boy. You are the perfect pawn, dude. Oh my God. You're like, yeah, we're supporting Islam. Fucking idiot. Religion's oppressions, yes. Guy who went to a foreign country and dominated the local population so they could fucking extract resources still thinks it's a religious war. Still thinks it's a war against Islam. Brother, you are so dumb. God, you are the perfect servant of empire. Look at this. In the synagogue of Satan. Okay, dude. Yeah. What is this Asmongold chats? Islam or Christianity, he cure for cancer. Judaism is the synagogue of Satan. Islam is the horseman of the apocalypse. America first. Have a good night, everyone. Jesus bless. Thou shalt not murder, not kill. Killing isn't always murder. Islam is the horseman of the apocalypse. Real Christians don't murder. Too bad they don't believe in God. Islam issuing leftist propaganda to attack the U.S. Gays are gay. Gays are mentally disordered. Brother, this is the funniest chatter. He's literally like, I actually hate the IRGC. I hate the Islamic Republic. I wish it was the Christian Republic. If it was the Christian Republic, I would be so fine with that. I would be super on board with that. Oh, that's awesome. Homosexuality is a mental disorder no matter what the WHO says. Oh, dude. Should have blew him up before 9/11. Vermont let put 51 during COVID. Gender is a made-up word. If you keep scrolling, he calls Asman a closeted Christian. All Muslims are radical. Christianity is the reason this nation is the most powerful. 25% of Islam are extremists. All Muslims are radical. Is it 100% or is it 25%? My family got hexed by a gay Wiccan couple. Wait, what? My family got attacked with a hex by a gay Wiccan couple. This is the workings of a man who knows being a homosexual is being mentally disordered. Not him, though. That was me. My apologies. This is pretty much the average voter. I don't think he's the average voter. I've seen a lot of diaspora Iranians speak in our stead, but this is the first. I don't think this guy's an Iranian, my friend. This guy is a grunt. He went to Afghanistan and he did not learn any good lessons out of that experience whatsoever. Also, he's more anti-Semitic than the average IRGC guy. Probably just as homophobic, but definitely more anti-Semitic. Like the other IRGC guys would be like, bro, chill out. It is not Jews, okay? Israel is operating with America. Israel and America are one and the same. Bro. This is awesome. Behold, Asmongold's only American viewer. Oh my God, you're right. This is one of the few instances where we caught one, and he's an American. Base chatter, God bless Lamau. 2-year veteran. Oh, he got dishonorable discharge. How the fuck do you get dishonorable discharge when you're on tour? What can you do for that to happen? What could you have done for that to happen? Dishonorable? You serve for 2 years only? How is that possible? Oh, he's a crypto guy too. I had a 3-6 contract and served for all 3, 1 year deployed. Motherfucker, Bernie Sanders is your senator. Like, figure it out, please. Okay? You got a nice dog. You got a nice family. What are you doing? How are you this brain broken? How are you this brain broken? Why are you saying nope? I'm gonna run Gore governor law. Okay, good luck. They sent him home because they knew he was hexed. Is this the teen running for governor in Vermont? He is not a teenager. Okay, this is a whole ass adult. Hey man, you're bullying the guy that was in charge of burning shit. We got a burn pit victim, but instead of getting brain cancer, he got the other kind of brain cancer, conservatism. I served for 1 year and got honorable. Chad is lying to you. Lots of circumstances. I just follow Jesus now. Oh, he's a born again. Oh, of course he is. Of course he is. I hope he's enjoying the defunded VA. I mean, there are so many fucking lost souls in the world, man. I mean, he's one of them. No more hateful force on this planet than Christian reverts. Yeah. Oh, he got banned. Oh, fuck. He lost all of his... I mean, yeah, it's probably the homosexuality is a mental disorder or stuff like that. Or Israel is the synagogue of Satan. That could be another one. We couldn't keep him. It's fascinating how your brain turns to that. I mean, it is. I don't see Christian reverse too often, if ever, here in Europe. Am I out of touch, or is this an American phenomenon? Well, if it's an American phenomenon now, it is most likely going to be a European phenomenon in the next decade or so. But yeah, it is a very American thing. Americans and their understanding of Christianity is pretty busted. Oliver Mott was right. There's too much asbestos. My friend Gravestone Fire, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla. Why the fuck are Twitch admins only in your chat? Shouldn't this guy been banned already? It's the ADL. They're in the chat making sure. They're in the chat 24/7 making sure that I'm not saying some fuck shit. You know? They're like, can we get him on something? And then they saw him say Israel is the, or not Israel, sorry. The Jews are the synagogue of Satan. And they were like, oh, this guy's anti-Semitic. Boom. I'm a veteran born and raised a Christian in Texas. I was so close to going the same route as that other vet. Crazy how things go. Oh, shit. We got a fa emote. Nice. Nice, guys. This is perhaps the most significant case so far of seeing General Kane's potential effort to exert influence as chairman. He clearly wants the American public to be aware of his views and advice. Every senior military leader eventually looks for a path to make their views known. Dan Shapiro says, former U.S. ambassador to Israel, the leaks about General Kane's warnings could have the effect of forcing Trump to try to answer a basic question that has clearly been neglected. What is the strategic objective? Until now, no one knows. And there is no way to justify strikes without that answer. Yeah. John Hudson from WAPO. New Joint Chiefs Chair Dan Kane, Raising Kane, expressed concerns to Trump at the White House last Tuesday that any major operation against Iran will face challenges because the U.S. munitions stockpile has been significantly depleted by U.S.'s ongoing defense of Israel and support for Ukraine. Separately, in Pentagon meetings this month, this is John Hudson, who is the NatSec reporter for Washington Post, by the way. He's the one who wrote the article that we were looking at, alongside Tara Kopp, the Pentagon correspondent for Washington Post. Kane has also raised concerns about the scale of any Iran campaign, its inherent complexity, and possibility of U.S. casualties. The general has said that any operation would be made all the more difficult by a lack of allied support for a U.S. attack on Iran. Kane's views are seen as highly credible by the administration due to the successful execution of two other major operations he's overseen: the assault on Iran's nuclear sites last summer and the U.S. raid to capture Nicolas Maduro in January. Kane said one person familiar with this conversation will support whatever decision the president makes, as he did with the previous operations, and does not want to be seen taking any option off the table, except the very fact that we have this information implies that he definitely doesn't want this option that much, or at the very least realizes that this will tarnish his fucking reputation. Like, just so you understand, there's no way that we would be hearing about this if he had no objections to the strike on Iran. We would not fucking hear about this information at all. Iranian officials to drop site. Tehran is showing unbelievable level of flexibility in talks to prevent U.S. war. Gregory Brew from Eurasia Group says, it is especially interesting to me that Kane's comments highlighted depleted U.S. interceptor stocks, a key issue in last year's war between Iran and Israel that hasn't really come up until now for whatever reason. Yeah. To me, the newsworthy part of Kane's story that dropped today was not his views expressed as CJCS, his job, Joint Chief of Staff, is to lay out scenarios and risks, but rather the implication that last week was the first time such risks have been described to Trump in detail. If the U.S. strikes Iran in more than symbolic fashion, it can expect hundreds of missiles in response. Many of those missiles may not get off the ground. The U.S. might have even more success than Israel did, but it's still notable that Kane felt it worth emphasizing. Again, Kane's job is to outline risk. The operation with Iran is riskier than Venezuela. It doesn't mean Trump decides to back down. It doesn't make the strikes less likely. It's interesting. So are we going to, or are we not going to strike? No, dude, you don't send 40 to 50% of our entire naval assets to the area surrounding Israel and Iran without the intention to strike. There has never been this much mobilization. There's never been this much mobilization in the region that hasn't led to at least some kind of strike. Okay? I think the reason why these guys are leaking right now is because they see what we see as well. This will be fucking devastating. It will be devastating first and foremost for Iran, but it will also be devastating for Israel and America as well. President Trump has grown increasingly frustrated with what aides describe as the limits of military leverage against Iran, with military planners telling the president that any strike on Tehran's assets would almost certainly not be a singular decisive blow. Instead, limited strikes could open the door to a wider confrontation, one that risks drawing the United States into a protracted conflict in the Middle East, according to multiple sources familiar with the matter who spoke to CBS News. Trump likes to do things. It sounds weird to say this, but we now have a We now have a pattern, right? He likes to go in fast. He likes to push the envelope and certainly do things that previous administrations would consider totally unsustainable and insane, right? But he likes to do things fast and clean, right? Because he doesn't want, he wants to be fast, he wants to be flashy, he wants it to be clean. He does not want to stay there for a long enough time that it's like, you know, starting to get unpopular. So because those are his needs here, and because of the way that Iran is approaching the subject, because this is the second time it's about to happen, it kind of feels like Dan Kane is trying to tell him, you're not going to be able to do this fast and quick and flashy and get all the things you want to get. I'm terrified that Oni thinks an Iranian hypersonic could hit something in our carrier groups. Maybe an actual carrier, but they're going to do it anyway. No, that's what I think too. Brother, if Iran was to be able to successfully hit a carrier, it would be bedlam. Okay? If they fucking lasered a major ship, it would be, I mean, it would be so insane. And I don't even mean it would be insane for like as far as domestic considerations. It would be impossible to deal with that. It would be impossible to deal with that at the domestic level. You got hundreds of families, thousands of families fucking going, you just killed my children because what? Like you wanted to fucking go and strike Iran? What the fuck's wrong with you? Only 21% of Americans actually want to strike Iran right now. So it's already unpopular. Okay. Yeah, 4,600 plus sailors and airmen on an aircraft carrier. But even worse than that, from the perspective of the American military, is that America's force projection calculation changes overnight. You hit a fucking boat, you hit a carrier, and you put a dent in that, you're putting a dent in American force projection. Like that's why I said it's bedlam. Like that will the repercussions of such the repercussions of this kind of risk is probably what Raising Cane is worried about. Your average person doesn't even know what or care about this deal. They don't want Warframe 1, and them trying to force project is making things backfire. Yes. Only Israel gets to sink our ships. Okay? Only Israel gets to sink our ships. A foreign adversary does not get to sink our ships. They want Iran to strike a carrier. They want popular response permission. The U.S. government wants to create room for invasion. I genuinely believe that if the United States actually fully invaded Iran, it would be over. I think it would be the end of empire. And not even Iran. If they invaded Venezuela with a boots on the ground military invasion, that's the end of American empire. Straight up. They don't want that. There's no, I don't think it's that easy. I don't think it's like, this is not Vietnam. This is not Afghanistan. This is not Iraq. This is post all of those things. We already have all of our, we have our economy already fucking working, in a wartime posture to defend all of these other interests that we have around the world. We genuinely we don't have enough manpower. We don't have enough ambition. It would be devastating. It would destroy America, I think. It would destroy Iran, but it would also destroy America. Also, Trump hates boots on the ground. I don't think he would even entertain such a thing.
Trauma surgeon East.
Yeah, 21% of Americans support U.S. attack on Iran, by the way. Good luck making that look good. Yes, this would be our version of the USSR invading Afghanistan. It's not a prediction. I'm not making a prediction. I'm not saying anything. Guys, stop. Stop. I'm not predicting it. I'm not predicting anything. Will he start bombing before or after Sodu? I don't think he would start bombing before the State of the Union. Are you kidding me? That would take the attention away. Allegedly, Israeli Channel 12 crews are preparing to sleep in the studio tonight, expecting developments. Oh, God. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. But it's Megatron. I don't know what the fuck they... You just killed me, Hasan, in Iran? No. Bro, I can't be having Iranian motherfuckers in the chat being like, bro, your predictions always fail. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, you're in Iran. Get to an elevated position right now. Russia sends Iran anti-aircraft missiles. Last you said that about a right-wing authoritarian, you knew what happened. I know. I'm not predicting shit about Donald Trump. I don't know what he will do. He's a madman, okay? Vice President J.D. Vance's voiced concern over getting dragged into a prolonged conflict with Iran and his hope for a diplomatic resolution, Axios reports. If Vance is leaking out that he's against this thing, that's a data point that it's coming and it's going to be really bad. Yeah. Oh, God. The Grim Reaper has spoken. Yesterday's, yeah. Yes, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service to find out what will happen yesterday. Listen to what I'm going to say is not going to happen. To find out tomorrow's news today. I am messaging my parents in Iran, telling them to get to shelters. Hasan is invading. I mean, okay. You better start gaming so this doesn't happen. If I start gaming, the moment I start gaming, it will happen. The K-135 Shadow tanker headed northeast just disappeared over Iraq with another behind. They do that when they're nervous. I still think it'll be after the State of the Union. And I think that they think that they could do a limited and precise strike, but I don't think it'll stay there. 24-hour stream going to go crazy when the strikes happen. Let's be real. Okay, that's crazy. I don't give a shit about that. The entire region will go in flame because Netanyahu wants his butt wiped. Americans won't just be fighting the Iranians here. I don't think they understand the animosity they will face, which is sad because too many people, poor people on both sides might die for the whims of the Epstein class. Yeah, I don't. Normally, I shy away from saying that this is like, Israel's design, but this is Israel's design. U.S. and Iran are headed for a new round of talks in Geneva. Wait, no, this is 2020. Is this new? Aimed at averting a conflict this week as the U.S. continues to surge military forces into the region as largest military buildup. Although talks are scheduled for Thursday, the prospects for a deal that would halt the U.S. drive to war remain fragile. The U.S. is demanding sweeping concessions, including a cessation of all nuclear enrichment, an end to Iranian support for regional armed resistance movements, and strict limits on the Iranian ballistic missile program. The only meaningful deterrent that Iran was able to employ during its conflict with Israel last year. I mean, I know for a fact that the ballistic missile program is a red line. For the record, I know that. It's such a red line that even the reformists in the president's side, like the foreign ministry, they consider it a red line. Like, because remember, the way that Iranian politics works is like the reformists are on the one side, and they're a constant pressure to like liberalize. They want to fucking work with the West. They think that the West will offer them a better deal if they comply. They're kind of wrong, but whatever. And then you have the Ayatollah, which is a very restrained force when it comes to foreign policy, not so restrained when it comes to domestic policy, obviously. And then you have the IRGC. I would say that the IRGC is the most militant out of these three different groups. They're all obviously under the banner of the Ayatollah, but the IRGC is the most militant and the least restrained group. There are areas of agreement within all three of these different groups, however, which is a red line on their ballistic missile program, which makes sense. IRGC is the military law. Yes. You know that there's famously generals have a different approach than, the political leadership. No, the IRGC is more militant than even the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah is a much more. There's the national military, then there's the IRGC. The IRGC is the military unit of the Islamic Republic. However, the IRGC's approach is definitely more militant and more aggressive than even the Ayatollah's approach is. This is part of the reason why I said that they can't just like fucking kill. They can't just like kill the Ayatollah. If they did a decapitation strike on Ayatollah and like higher up IRGC leadership, there is no assurance that the people that come after them will be more compliant with American demands. If anything, it'll be the opposite. But as I said, the civil governance or the political class in Iran also does not consider the ballistic missile program to be up for grabs at all, which is understandable. So the fact that they're trying to get the Iranian ballistic missile capabilities to be dismantled so that they can't hit like 300 kilometers beyond their borders is insane. It's the only deterrent that they have. That's even more consequential than the nuclear deterrent. It's like the artillery deterrent that North Korea had initially before they developed their nuclear deterrent. But I don't know what they mean when they say, like, the Iranian official told Dropside that Tehran understands the erratic nature of the Trump administration, but believes the position its diplomats are outlining to U.S. negotiators represent an unprecedented effort by Iran aimed at preventing a regional war. The official said Iran is directly addressing U.S. concerns on the nuclear issue with concrete proposals and asserting a willingness to expand talks to other issues once a deal to avert imminent conflict has been concluded. What is this? I'll be back on Twitch in 7 days. Law before. Way to go being a douchebag. I didn't want you banned. I don't know if, I mean, he can't hear me. I didn't try to get him banned. I didn't want him to get banned. He got banned because he was saying fucking Jews are the synagogue of Satan. Al Jazeera video explains Iran and IRGC.
Parliament every 4 years. Hidden in a bunker. In June 2025, with US and Israeli airstrikes pounding Tehran, Iran's supreme leader did something he has avoided doing for years. He picked a successor. Actually, he picked 3 potential successors, all senior clerics. This was because the threats against his life were becoming real. Israel wanted to take him out. The US wasn't opposed to it either. And so, hidden in a bunker at an undisclosed location, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei wrote down 3 names. Ones that would be kept secret as long as he remained in power, as long as he remained alive. But this isn't how Iran's most senior political and religious figure is meant to be chosen. So why the secrecy? That tells us something about how power works in Iran and what Iran's powerful are truly afraid of. Iran has an elected president, but he has a limited portfolio. It has a national military, but also another parallel army that's even stronger. It has influential business leaders, but it's the religious charities that make the real money. On paper, this complicated network of economic, religious, and military alliances is meant to maintain a balance. In reality, it's led to a web of competing interests, mistrust, and corruption. A web that's left only one person who is truly in control. One person holding it all together. Iran has enemies, powerful ones, who have used crippling sanctions and military might to isolate the country and push its economy to the brink of collapse. And that has exposed the deep fractures within its society, the growing disillusionment with its elites, and a desire by many for change. But the deeper the crisis gets, the wider the web is spun. The more powerful the state becomes, the weaker its society. To understand what is happening in Iran today, we need to talk about the country's history of revolution and how it led to this delicate balancing act between theocracy, democracy, and the military, one that could now be unraveling. I'm Mohammed Hasan, and this is Pinch Point, where politics and geography collide. We need to talk about Iran's revolution, but not the one you're probably thinking of. Not the one in 1979, the one that happened 7 decades earlier, the Constitutional Revolution. In 1905, 3 groups came together to demand change and representation. They were the clerics, merchants, and secular reformists. The clerics represented Iran's communities in rural provinces and their traditional ties to Islam. The reformists wanted to modernize Iran and create a democratic state in line with liberal Europe. And the merchants, or the bazaar, represented the growing middle class, the business interests that weaved the country together. Historically, power in Iran was decentralized. Each region had its own internal politics, its own leaders, and made its own decisions. It's why religious clerics hold so much influence. If you had a problem, you went to your local mosque and spoke to the imam. This is what historian Mehran Kamrava calls a strong society with a weak state.
History of modern Iran, like the history of many other countries, is made up of this almost constant struggle between state and society, between people in possession of institutions and instruments of power, trying to force their ideology, their agenda, their policies on a society that beats to its own rhythm. Sometimes is receptive to these pressures from above, and sometimes either is oblivious and doesn't want to have anything to do with it, and sometimes outright resents it. And so this state-society tension is one of the defining factors, in fact, the defining factor.
While this lack of a strong centralized state meant each region could be left to govern its own affairs, it left Iran at the mercy of foreign powers. They saw Iran as the bridge between East and West, fertile resource-rich, and located conveniently along both ancient and modern supply routes. In other words, prime real estate. Throughout much of the 19th and 20th centuries, Russia and Britain often controlled different parts of Iran at once, trying to edge each other out through competing political and business deals with Iran's leaders. When they weren't helping one ruler stay in power, they were overthrowing another who wasn't playing ball. But Iran's society was changing, becoming more urbanized. Young people moved to the cities to seek education and career prospects. There, the three sectors of Iran's society began to work with each other to imagine the type of state that could protect them from predatory colonial forces. A modern state that represented all its sectors, but one that would impose limits on absolute power. Together, they wrote a constitution and established an elected parliament, or majlis. They overthrew the Qajar dynasty and tried to usher in the change that would bring Iran into the 20th century.
It's one thing to capture power, it's another to hold on to it and to be able to implement your ideas and to administer a country as vast and in a historically critical juncture when colonial powers have designs on it as Iran. The constitutional revolution never really is able to consolidate itself past maybe 5 years at most. And so that vacuum and political paralysis provides and facilitates an opportunity for a military strongman to step in, Reza Khan Pahlavi.
A military commander with grand ambitions, Reza Pahlavi instead sidelined the parliament and the clergy, crowning himself a Shah, a king. But with all this power, he was still unable to protect Iran from foreign influence. During World War II, Britain and Russia invaded once again, forcing him to abdicate to his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, someone they could work with. In 1943, Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt held a conference in Tehran to debate how they could divide Iran amongst themselves and how they could keep it out of Germany's control, all while Iran's people were forced to watch. A decade later, Britain and the CIA overthrew Iran's Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, a leader of the Constitutional Revolution, after he nationalized the country's oil sector. That left the Shah with uncontested rule once more. He passed economic reforms and liberalized the country, but under his watch, powerful secret police trained by the CIA went after democratic and religious leaders, imposing a climate of fear and control. By the 1970s, worsening economic conditions pushed more people into the cities, converging the three sectors of society as revolution was again in the air. The bazaar merchants went on strike, the students protested, the clerics urged their congregations to leave the mosques and take to the streets.
Literally the same forces that are still, I mean, it's reductive, but these are the same forces that are still in play. Like the last round of protests started with the bazaris, like the merchant class, and then the students obviously joined in quickly thereafter. As far as the clergy goes, like as far as the clergy goes, like I would say that they are obviously pro-Ayatollah.
Allied around the exiled Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, Iranians overthrew the Shah and his Western backers.
What is your own role in this government that is to come?
I would not have any position in the future government as such, being the president or a prime minister. And my job is not to be as such. I will be some sort of supervising their activities. I will give them guidance. And if I see some deviation or some mistake, I will remind them how to correct it, give the general guidance.
You would be, in effect, the strong man of Iran.
You may assume so.
What followed wasn't the euphoric sharing of power everyone hoped for, but a fight for control between the three sectors of Iranian society. The clerics, with Khomeini as their head, came out on top. Iran became an Islamic republic, and the secular reformists were pushed out. Many fled the country. A new constitution was drafted, setting up a hybrid system that combined theocratic rule with democratic elements under the umbrella of Islamic law. And here's where things start getting complicated. It's helpful to imagine it as a pyramid, with the supreme leader, the Grand Ayatollah, at the top. He is chosen by an assembly of experts, which is elected every 8 years by popular vote, as is a president and a parliament every 4 years. However, any laws the parliament drafts have to be approved by the Guardian Council, which is made up of senior clerics. These guys also decide who gets to run for president and who doesn't. The clerics are picked by the supreme leader and the judiciary, and the head of the judiciary is picked by the supreme leader. You see where I'm going with this. The president oversees the cabinet and economic and foreign policy, but has no control over the armed forces, which falls under, you guessed it, the supreme leader. There's another block next to the military, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which operates as an independent security force answerable directly to the supreme leader. And the IRGC has become a lot more than just an army, but I'll get to that. At the base of this pyramid, you have the voting electorate, the ordinary people of Iran. You have the economic merchants, the bazaar, and finally, the clerics. There's also other blocks like the Expediency Council and the Supreme National Security Council, but let's not confuse things any more than necessary. Just 1 year after the Islamic Republic was established, it faced another invasion in 1980, this time from its neighbor, Iraq. The war was backed by Western powers as well as Iran's own neighbors, who all felt threatened by Khomeini's revolution. The US had also begun to sanction Iran and its oil sector, isolating it economically and politically. A decade later, having survived one of the century's longest wars, the new Islamic Republic emerged having done what its predecessors failed to do, protect its borders. Khomeini emerged as a strong leader at the helm of a strong state. But there was a big problem bubbling beneath the surface. The pyramid he had built was lopsided. Its blocks didn't carry equal weight. For one thing, the IRGC had grown significantly, eclipsing the military and the government in power and authority. Following the war, the Revolutionary Guard was entrusted with protecting not just the country, but its revolutionary ideology. And over the next few decades, how it did that took on many forms, from backing proxy militias in Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen, to smuggling oil over the border to bypass sanctions. Its economic power ballooned, taking over major assets like infrastructure, petrochemicals, and banking. And because it was only answerable to one man, it became something of a state within a state. To put this into perspective,
they took some of the best aspects of state centralization and then put it under the banner of the Ayatollah.
When US President Donald Trump wanted to punish Iran in 2020, he didn't go after its political or religious leaders. He assassinated Qasem Soleimani, the head of the IRGC, widely seen as the most powerful person in Iran after the Grand Ayatollah. In June 2025, when Israel attacked Iran, they went after the IRGC generals, not its military. The clerics also gained significant economic power through local charity organizations called bunyads. For example, the Mustafa Zan Foundation was set up in 1987 to provide for the families of people killed in the revolution. Today, it's one of the largest commercial enterprises in Iran, employing hundreds of thousands of people across a number of public and private sectors. The bunyads, which make up around 20% of Iran's economy, also answer only to the supreme leader.
What's very interesting about this institution is that initially they started as a charitable institutions, then become a major economic forces, but the rhetoric and the discourse they try to do now, they try to basically present themselves is that they are a part of the national development projects, and this is part of the economic resistance of the state against basically the West.
Today, Iran looks a little more like this, with the bunyads and the IRGC controlling more than half the economy. This has limited the ability of the parliament and the president to pass meaningful economic policy or to respond to the impact of sanctions and rising inflation. When Iran is hit with a crisis, like a currency collapse, its elected officials have few levers to pull. And while the elected assembly of experts can technically influence the supreme leader, that's not really how it works in practice. In 1989, following the death of Ruhollah Khomeini, the assembly had to change the constitution to allow his chosen successor, former President Ali Khamenei, to become an Ayatollah. In reality, it was much more important that Khamenei had the backing of the IRGC and the clerics. So where are the other two sectors of Iran's society, the reformists and the bazaar? For one thing, the majority of the secular voices now live outside of Iran, which means those calling for change in the system have to operate within that same system. For example, in 2005, hardline conservative Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was elected president. He oversaw the so-called privatization of state assets, which transferred public entities to the IRGC and the bunyads, giving them government contracts worth tens of billions of dollars. He also expanded Iran's nuclear program and worsened the already tense relationship with the US, leading to even more crippling sanctions being imposed. When he left office in 2013, he was replaced by a reformist president, Hasan Rouhani. Rouhani was a cleric who sat on the Expediency Council, which advised the supreme leader, not exactly an outside voice. Rouhani, responding to his predecessor's deeply unpopular policies, tried to reverse the privatization Ahmadinejad had put in place and improve relations with the US, leading to the Iran nuclear deal in 2015.
در این راه ما هر سه قوه و همه ارکان نظام تحت نظر رهبری معظم انقلاب باید انسجام و وحدتمون رو حفظ بکنیم.
But Ayatollah Khamenei intervened, publicly criticizing Rouhani's government for abandoning the resistance economy and being too soft on nuclear power. Since the 1979 revolution, Iran's supreme leader has maintained a special relationship with the country's merchants. When young people protested against the state, like in 2009 during the Green Movement, and in 2022 after the death of Mahsa Amini, Iran's leadership could feel confident they still had the loyalty of the Bazaar. But they've also borne the brunt of privatization policies, which saw their economic and political power shrink. So in December 2025, months after the devastating 12-day war with Israel and the US, Iran's economy went into a tailspin. The merchants went on strike, sparking a nationwide uprising echoing the events of 1979. When Ali Khamenei addressed the protests, there was one group in particular he was speaking to.
اولا قشر بازار و بازاری جزو وفادارترین قشرهای کشور به نظام اسلامی و به انقلاب اسلامی است. ما بازار رو خوب میشناسیم. به اسم بازار و بازاری نمیتوان با جمهوری اسلامی و با نظام اسلامی مقابله کرد.
Iran's government tried to appease the protesters by offering $7 a month to fill a shortage in people's earnings. But with a true cost of inflation much higher than the official numbers, that $7 was losing value with each passing day. And this wasn't happening by accident, but by design.
President Trump ordered Treasury and our OFAC division, Office of Foreign Asset Control, to put maximum pressure on Iran, and it's worked. Because in December, their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports. And this is why the people took to the street. So this is economic statecraft. No shots.
When I say it, though, everybody fucking yells at me. Like, this is what's so crazy about especially this administration. Like, this is never said out loud. Normally, at any level of leadership in the United States of America, they don't say this out loud. Okay? It's known in the rest of the world. Everybody knows this. Like, no matter how mad you get at like Turkey or whatever, no matter how much like currency mismanagement takes place, everyone ultimately understands that America is fucking around. And usually America doesn't ever reveal this position. And it's really interesting that now under the Trump administration, they're openly saying it. You know, they're just like, yeah, we're hitting their economy as hard as we can through the Treasury Department to ensure that their economy collapses in and of itself, to foment instability, and to hopefully starve them hard enough that they fight back against their government. It's very interesting.
Fired, and things are moving in a very positive way here.
And here's where Iran's balancing act ultimately fails. The more power the IRGC and the clerics get, the more unchallenged power the supreme leader wields, the weaker the government becomes. And faced with widespread discontent and international pressure for regime change, it's left with only one tool to retain control: force. A century ago, Iran was a weak state, unable to protect itself from the outside. But it had a strong society, a rich culture, and a young generation eager for a revolution. But at the cost of consolidating power, it has instead become a strong state with a weak society. an upside-down pyramid crushing those at the bottom. Ali Khamenei is now 86 years old. He's getting ready to transfer this enormous power. But to who? What happens if there's no consensus on who comes next? If his successor doesn't wield the same influence? Or if the demands of the protesters for real change grows too loud to ignore? The answers to these questions shape not only the future of Iran, but the future of the region. A region bruised and battered by war, crippled by foreign sanctions, with vultures still circling overhead.
This is also part of the reason why I say that, like, in countries like Iran, even in countries like Russia, like, a decapitation strike on the existing leadership will not actually yield any positive results for the population, nor will it yield popular or positive results for the rest of the region, especially Iran, which is an unimaginably diverse country. Like, in many respects, the Ayatollahs and the IRGC's like ruthless system is in some ways what's keeping society intact. So what comes next in that power vacuum will be incredibly destabilizing. And you already have different ethnic groups in the country, many of which are backed by America, by the way, already salivating at the prospect of American strikes. All of the different Iranian Kurdish ethnic groups have already consolidated power amongst themselves and created a new like autonomous region, or want to create a new autonomous region. That's going to be one of the forces that they have to deal with. Yes, I know, Turkish guy, once again, blaming the Kurds, but it's not a secret. You can wait for, I don't know, the Trump administration to openly reveal their position on this. That might come in a week or so, given the track record of this administration. Trump could easily come out and be like, the Kurds in Iran, they want freedom. They're so good. They're so good. We're going to balkanize Iran and we're going to use the Kurds in Balochistan. Balochistan independence. Believe it, folks. So, you know, there are different ethnic groups with different interests, and everything is just like basically held together with ticker tape at this point. So we'll see what happens. But I do think that more so than the bombing campaigns, the reason why there was an uprising of the merchant class was because of the economy. And I don't think America is going to turn around and you know, fix the economy anytime soon. So the way I see it, I mean, this looks like a final play. The Iranian political forces don't want it to escalate. The IRGC seemingly is ready for war. The Ayatollah is a fairly restrained mediator. So we shall see. We have demonstrated an unbelievable level of flexibility. I mean, the maximalist demands from the American government is fucking insane. And for the record, it's just death and destruction, either tomorrow or death and destruction while Iran puts up a fight, or death and destruction regardless after Iran dismantles its ballistic missiles capabilities, which I don't think they will. But ultimately, the goal is destabilization, balkanization of Iran, destabilization, and utter destruction, like turning Iran into Libya. And obviously, the Ayatollah doesn't want that. But, I mean, they have a gun to their head. And just as though they've had a gun to their head last time with the 12-day war, Israel basically forced their hand to retaliate, something that they really don't like doing. I think Trump's escalations this time around will cause a more severe reaction. But we also have, ironically enough, a more diminished American military capacity. So there's that element here too. Like they just don't have the same munitions. They're spread too thin. And if their goal is not to protect their assets, but to also protect Israel, that's going to be very difficult. It's much cheaper for Iran to fucking lob missiles where, I mean, their entire defense industry is designed around doing that while withstanding incoming fire, right? So it's much cheaper for Iran to deploy Shahed drones and missiles and just keep fucking pummeling Israel's Iron Dome and penetrate it like they did, once again, as they did in the 12-day war. What is this? This could have paved the way for the guy who hates Hasan to be elected. Lauren Boebert is calling Representative Tony Gonzalez to resign after leaked text showed him repeatedly pressuring a staffer for nude photos. She pushed back. He kept asking. She later took her own life. Resign? What the fuck? Oh, this is the story I saw earlier today. This is real. Who's the guy that hates me? Oh, Brandon Herrera's running for that same seat? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Holy Toledo.
The AK guy. They have 650 Tomahawk missiles to hit from the ships. Iraq war had used 800 in total. They need multiple rotation of ships since they would need double that at least. Yeah, this story is fucking crazy. Yeah, Brandon Herrera's winning that fucking race probably, which is crazy. Anyway, remember how CENTCOM transferred thousands of ISIS prisoners into eastern Iraq? And also that story last week about the thousands of ISIS prisoners who escaped from Syria. The IRGC is getting ready for them to invade. The IRGC began a massive movement of troops and heavy military equipment towards the Iraqi border. I don't know how real this is. I mean, that's just speculation, right? Speaking of Holy Toledo, Harry Anton on Trump's pre-State of the Union polling lows.
For us. Harry, what's your take with what you're looking at on how people are feeling about how Trump is doing in this moment?
Yeah, okay. I would borrow the phrasing of Tony Blair, of course, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, saying weak, weak, weak. It was weak over there in the United Kingdom. It is weak here in the United States when it comes to President Trump. Okay, Trump's net approval rating. Look at all the pre-SOTUS polls, the State of the Union. Look at this. Okay, we're at this point. Look at that. Negative 27 points. My goodness gracious, the snow is up to the knees here in New York City, and Trump seems to be well underneath it at this point. Compare that to where he was in 2020, 2019, and 2018 in term one going into those State of the Unions. Minus 10, way lower now. Minus 15, way lower now. Minus 15. Way lower now. The bottom line is this. Donald Trump has never been weaker going into a State of the Union address, according to our CNN polling, than he is right now, and weaker by a considerable amount.
So this is his first term to his...
Dude, I'm shocked. I thought he was the best president of all time. Why does he suck so much dick? He's saving America. You simpletons don't understand. By the way,
shows 60%.
Fox News is covering it too, which is awesome. Let's take a look at the Fox News coverage before we get back to Harry Emden.
Right, a new poll shows 60% disapproval of Trump, and this is just ahead of his State of the Union address, which is tomorrow. Guy Benson joining me now. Guy, what does he have to say tomorrow to swing voters kind of in his favor?
Well, okay. Let's Google it, because this doesn't matter, right? Trump approval ratings Israel, right? Like, because obviously it doesn't really matter what his approval ratings in America is. What matters is what his approval ratings in Israel are. Trump, one of the best U.S. presidents for Israel, majority of Israelis say. According to the index findings,
Holy Toledo.
73% of Israelis rate Trump as better than average U.S. president in terms of Israel's interests, with 49% describing him as one of the best in the history for Israel. Nearly 3/4 of Israelis say that U.S. President Donald Trump's policy on Israel is better than average, according to the Jewish People's Policy Institute. According to the index's findings, 73% of Israelis rate Trump as better than average, with 49% describing him as one of the best. Dude, what can someone do for Israelis to just say 100% like best president? I think Israel is one of the most selfish, arrogant countries on the planet. He is so much better to Israel than he is to us, dog. And they still are not. I mean, these approval ratings are very good. But like, what more could he do for Israel? Now I'm mad on his behalf. Now I'm fucking mad on his behalf. Yeah, Israelis prefer Trump to Kamala 58-25, and leftists think they're helping the Palestinians by pretending there's no difference. This guy's a fucking idiot. Who gives a shit that the Israelis like Trump more? Israelis are fucking stupid about Biden. Biden also gave Israel everything, and Benjamin Netanyahu still called him a pussy-ass bitch. Poll shows Israelis massively favor Trump over Harris in U.S. election.
Holy Toledo.
Gotta let Israelis vote in the elections. Why would you let Israelis vote in the elections? Whoever is the president for Israel anyway. You don't ever have to vote in the American elections if the American president is going to be serving your interests no matter what. This way, you get to have, aesthetic differences of opinion. Like, oh, Kamala's too woke. Anyway, now that we know the real approval rating, the one that matters, let's get back to the fucking fake American approval rating of Donald Trump.
I think it's going to be a hard thing to do just because, as we've seen in recent years, it's kind of a self-selecting pool that watches these things at this point. So he'll have a lot of his own supporters tuned in. So I'd imagine to some extent it'll be preaching to the choir. There are people who are curious or barely follow politics who will get at least bits and pieces of it. That's the key audience, politically speaking, because you and I have said this before, we'll probably keep talking about it for months. When people start to feel a better economy, things could start getting better for the Republican Party. Unless and until that happens, it's going to be tough sledding like this, pun intended with the blizzard in New York, because President Trump needs to not just tell people that things are getting better, they need to understand it on a very personal level. Now,
do you think more or less disapprove of Trump? Dog, we're literally looking at... Look. Like, what are you saying? Look at this screen. What do you think poll 60% disapprove of Trump ahead of address means? Yeah, you got it. Like 60% not majority. Huh? %, not majority. You said fake, bruh. Open the schools. Open the schools, dude.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
one thing.
What the fuck are you saying?
How does it compare to other presidents at this point in their second term, though?
Yeah, okay. It's not just that Donald Trump is breaking records compared to himself when it comes to State of the Unions. He's breaking records compared to other presidents at this point going into a State of the Union. What are we talking about? Look at all the 21st century presidents on your screen right here. About at this point in the second term going into the State of the Union. Trump at minus 27 points. Obama was at minus 15 points. George W. Bush was at minus 11 points. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that minus 27 points is considerably lower than minus 15 or minus 11. So Trump isn't just weaker than he's ever been going into a State of the Union address. He is weaker than any other president this century going into a State of of the Union address at this point in their second term.
You're talking about it all throughout the show as we're going through these numbers, but talk about what is driving this drop for the president.
What?
Did that chatter not understand that I was making a joke when I said the American approval ratings for the American president is actually inconsequential? The real approval ratings that matter is the Israeli approval ratings, which is a joke about how Donald Trump is more of a servant of Israel than he is a servant of America. Is that what happened there? Like, you did not understand that I was very clearly making a joke? Or do you just don't understand that like 60% is majority? Yes, I struggle with sarcasm.
Holy Toledo. What is driving this drop? I said record was the name of the game when it came to this segment, right? Talking about the lowest Trump has ever been going into the State of the Union, the lowest that any president has been this century going into a State of the Union at this point in their presidency. It is also the weakest that Donald Trump has ever been with independents. Look at this drop. We've been talking about it the past few months. At this point, a year ago, Donald Trump was at minus 13 points. Look at this. Minus 47.
Do you think Trump will move to Israel to avoid his monthly assassination attempts? That's so funny. Every other week. Well, until it gets to a weekly basis, he's fine here, I think. It's always a Trump supporter, too. It makes it so much funnier. It's literally just Trump supporters. Oh, man.
Points among independents, the lowest Donald Trump has ever been in either of his two terms as president with independents. That is driving these numbers. When you're 47 points underwater with independents, that's the name of the game. You can't be above water overall. And that's why Donald Trump is near record lows overall and the lowest he's ever been going into a State of the Union address.
We have a new CNN poll out this morning with President Trump's approval rating at 36%. That's lower than President Biden was at this point 4 years ago, and it's down 12 percentage points since a year ago, just last February. Just 32% of Americans say the president is focused on the right priorities. 68%, nearly 7 in 10 Americans say he is focused on the wrong things.
Chat,
this
is this
morning,
good?
The president had this to say about tomorrow's address.
Chat, is that good?
Greatest economy we've ever had. We have the most activity we've ever had. I'm making a speech tomorrow night, and you'll be hearing me say that. I mean, it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about.
I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters. Kristen, I'm going to start with you. And
okay.
We just showed the overall approval rating, but the story is deep in the poll with a couple of, actually several.
What's the Dow at? That's the real question. Because if it's over 50, he's good. If it's over 50K, he's good. If he's 49K, he's fucked. Okay? He's fucked. Everybody remembers that the Trump admin is protecting pedophiles when the Dow drops beneath 50K. Trump's approval ratings being nearly identical among Black and Latino adults is absolutely astounding. Oh my God, the biggest drop off from the Latino voters is crazy. Do you think them being Trump supporters has anything to do with them fucking up the attempts? Yeah, obviously. They're fucking incompetent. They're Trump voters.
Of the key demographics. I'm going to start with independence. This is one of the most remarkable stories.
Oh, yeah, he's fucking the crypto bros, too. I'm honestly sick and tired of Trump. Nobody is winning, Joshua Jake says, as Bitcoin dips below 65. Not the pedophilia, not the cannibals, not the child murder to cover up crimes. No longer backing your cult leader, Trump, because your fake pedo coin went down another 4%. This is the real Dow that these guys look at.
If you look at where the president was in January of 2021, this is January 6th, the attack on the Capitol, this is in the middle of COVID, 32%. Now he's at 26%. Among independents, which means only a quarter of independents in the United States of America.
Bro, Trump is really causing a fissure in American society, which I'm here for, to be honest, where genuinely the only people that are holding this thing together is just lifelong Republicans, like hardcore MAGA. And they're so gone. And I feel like it's going to get to a point where everyone is just like, oh, are you MAGA? I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Like, you're going to have like independents that have voted for the Republican Party, like with regular frequency, just genuinely despise the Republican brand forever because of Donald Trump. It's not going to be because the Democrats are doing anything good, mind you. It's just getting to a point where like everyone's like, oh, you like Trump? I hope you kill yourself. And it's just basically like the Trump cult and then everybody else in the country. It's also exceptional to take note of the fact that people still don't fuck with the Democrats, okay? Like, they hate Donald Trump, but that doesn't mean that they like the Democratic Party. People said that about the Bush admin, and here we are, brother. After the Bush admin, America voted for a Muslim Kenyan communist by the name of Barack Hussein Obama. What are you talking about? Hello? Like, yeah, what happened after George W. Bush? Now, the fumble came after because turns out he's not Muslim, nor is he communist, which is really shitty, right? Like, I wish if he was a Muslim Kenyan communist, he probably would have fucking moved this country in a much better direction. But like, you're forgetting that Barack Hussein Obama was spectacularly popular. It took 8 years for people to be like, this shit sucks. Nothing changed. Things are awful. Obama was right-wing then and right-wing now. No, dog. When he was fucking running for president, he wasn't exactly seen as like, again, he's black. And also, his middle name is Hussein. Okay? People think Kamala Harris is the most woke libtard on the planet. What are you talking about?
And pussy too.
Nobody cares about your assessment. We're talking about the average American, okay? The median voter. The median voter was like, we're voting for the Muslim Kenyan communist. Who is?
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah. A whopping 64% say both Trump and the Democrats are both out of touch, showing the strong anti-establishment mood has not subsided. Fire as fuck fear and preview
Punch
of this week's.
is a monkey.
His name is Punch?
Yes.
Like,
Kind of
asking for it.
This monkey was born into captivity and his mother abandoned him. And he was given a plushie toy. And the
No
other
one will hang
monkeys
out with him.
in the enclosure beat the shit out of him.
Can I be honest with you?
No.
First of all, I don't endorse bullying. Unless I look at some of these people that have rose to power like Stephen Miller, and I said if he would have been punched a few times when he was a kid.
He's an orphan monkey! What are we talking about?
Do you think this monkey is the next, like, what are you
Maybe
talking
this monkey would have grown up to be a right-wing incel, and maybe this is what it's teaching.
I like where you went with that. It was bold.
We need to bring back bullying so that we don't raise Nazis.
We are going to fry Austin over this. Oh, if you haven't watched the episode, you're going to fry me for this too. I made a lot of punch jokes.
Approve of the job that he is doing.
Yeah, and he's very aware of that. Now, of course, I don't think any of us are surprised that he's going to be giving a long speech tomorrow. Long in his terms, though. I mean, that seems like it might be really, really long.
I think it was 90 minutes before.
Right. I mean, if he's calling it long, it might be a little bit of a doozy. But, you know, when it comes to independence, when it comes to the job that he's doing, there is a lot of frustration inside the White House. It's not as though he is not seeing these polls. We know that he is reliant on these polls. We know that he is seeing polls on a regular basis from his own in-house pollsters. years. And that's why you're hearing a lot more frustration when it comes to the president, when you're hearing him give these speeches saying essentially,
Hasan knocked me out in a gay bar once. Yeah, with my penis.
even just now in this event that he was doing with these angel families, talking about how the media never gives him good coverage. He never gets credit for anything that he's doing. He believes that this is the media's fault, that this is his own PR's fault, and that's the reason that he's not getting the credit, and that's why the polls are bad, not because of what he is focused on.
It's because how people feel out there. Mm-hmm. And you obviously every day talk to people who are on the ballot in just a few months.
Yeah, and can he actually, I know the answer to this question, but I'll just ask it anyways. Can he actually show some empathy to what the American public is feeling right now, which is not, everything is so great, the economy is amazing, this is the best ever, and trying to cheerlead his way into convincing Americans that they're not feeling how they're feeling? Can he move in a direction saying, look.
He's just going to do the pocket sand move, which for him is immigrant crime, right? He's going to be like, look at these angel families. They're so happy. They're so happy that we are occupying. What? Hello? What's happening? What's going on? Kaya, get out of there. Oh my God. Kaya, please. Yeah, he's going to do a Lake and Riley repeat. He's going to be like, aren't you so excited? I've invaded American cities. I've invaded American cities with my Gestapo. Don't you feel wonderful? Look. This, what do they call him? Angel Mom is so happy that I'm killing Americans. Like, that's what's going to happen.
We understand there's pain right now that people are feeling. We are working on it to deal with it.
What does that sound? What do you mean? It's my place emote. There's a real button on my desk that I press now to electrocute my dog. Since people were wondering, and it seems like people love that I'm electrocuting my dog, as we have reached new levels of prominence that we had never reached before, with 46,000 people watching. The bots are back, chat. Getting botted again. Pigs hate the joy of snowball fights. She really does look like rotisserie chicken. I can't get over it. Hi. Wait. When will you be showing Kaya snow? Oh, man. I really got to do that. This is Wiley. He's never seen snow before and wants to make sure he gets a really good look at it for science. Aw. Aw. North Korea saw your apology? Yeah, they're botting me now. North Korea is botting me because they saw my apology.
X, be very specific. We're dealing with X, we're dealing with Y, we're dealing with Z. That's not really in Donald Trump's DNA. So I think we can expect him to try to convince a very skeptical American public. Like, tomorrow is going to be probably his biggest audience he's going to have before the midterm elections, and his opportunity to try to reset some Americans' perceptions of how the job that he is doing in office. But this midterm is going to be a referendum on him, which is why those numbers are freaking out Republicans who are going to be on the ballot in November.
Yeah, I mean, independents are, not only the swing voters, but they are the
Look at her tail,
sort of telltale sign of where things are headed with regard to the next time there's a major election, and it's really, really bad for Republicans. The Latino vote, this is another stunning change for the president. This is 1 year ago. If you look up on the screen, 1 year ago, February of 2025, 41% with Latinos. Now it has literally plummeted to 22% approval rating among Latino voters.
Yeah, and that was really one of the big questions from the 2024 election, was whether the support that the president had gotten from Latino voters will hold. We started to see some cracks in that coalition, thinking back to the New Jersey governor's race, where Mikey Sherrill made up a lot of ground with the Latino voters who had shifted towards President Donald Trump. But there's frustration within the Latino community about those same issues troubling everyone, cost of living and the economy, but also the approach to immigration. And so it'll be interesting to see if there is any way for Trump to kind of gain that type of ground back, but also what it means for other Republicans. I'm thinking about all those districts down in Texas where you have large Latino populations that they felt were shifting towards Republicans. That may not exactly be the case in the next midterm election.
And Emily, I know you're seeing some of this already play out in the special election in Georgia to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was down there last week, and this is a group of people who are reliably conservative, who helped send Trump to the White House twice, but they're also independently minded, so they don't like being told what to do. They don't just listen to the president based on...
I'm going to have James Tallarico on the broadcast, by the way. Speaking of Texas, Tejas. Before March 3rd. Oh, God, I have hair everywhere. Why are people botting you? I don't fucking know, dude.
What he says now that he is in the government, which this group of people is very skeptical of. And so you see one of the main issues that is resonating with those folks is still immigration. And so the White House feels pressure, I think, responsive to that base, responsive to others like them, to keep hammering that issue home. But then it is alienating some of these other voters who you talked about. So it's like a delicate dance.
It's remarkable. Sorry, just on the polling about how the demographic groups, he's really underwater with everybody. Yeah. I mean, he's struggling with Latinos.
Then you have to have Jasmine Crockett on too. I mean, I'd be down, but I don't think she'd be down to come on. Let's be real. Is Jasmine Crockett coming on too? Again, I'd be down to have both of them on. I just don't think that Jasmine Crockett would want to come on. Address the VOD allegations, man. Brother, what the fuck do you think is going on? You think at 7 hours into my stream, I magically have 130,000 viewers? Are you stupid? Yeah, someone's fucking VODing me. Yeah, it's me. Austin just said, yeah, it's me. Like, what do you think is going on, chatter? What do you think is happening? Nah, there's a real uptick. There's a real uptick in interest in Trump's approval ratings leading up to the State of the Union.
Black voters, where he made gains with black voters, at least did better than previous cycle. He is really struggling with black voters, with younger voters. It's just across the board, which is what's so stunning about.
Sorry, no jokes. I forgot.
Among young voters, pretty much
I'm
the same
joking too.
Amount that he did with Latino voters, and then just looking at the issues that people want the president to talk about in his address tomorrow night. I mean, nothing even comes close to the economy and cost of living. It's really stark to look at that at the top of the screen, and foreign policy, where he has been spending a lot of his time. It barely even registers there, Kristen.
Hi.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually the first time I'm looking at all of the columns together, and I think that's pretty stunning, the fact that the focus is the economy and the cost of living. And I think this is also where President Trump's strengths are some of his greatest weaknesses, right? One of the things that we heard from President Trump on the campaign trail was this idea that he was able to really fixate on a topic like the economy and drive home why it is that he cared so much about it and why he thought he could do a better job. This is also his detriment, because when he goes up there now, he doesn't want to talk about the economy. He doesn't want to talk about cost of living. He knows how people feel. He wants to talk about other things that he's doing, like the positives he feels he's doing when it comes to immigration. That's not what people want to hear. So the more they hear about that, the angrier.
Wow, Gavin Newsom just dropped out of the presidential race. President DJT. What? Like, this isn't a fake post. Like, this is from Taylor Populars, who's like a real journalist. Your impact. This op-ed, I kid you not, criticized China for not using its military to coerce smaller countries into doing its bidding, and specifically mocks China for having its power checked by local courts rather than just using its navy to menace weaker nations. Yeah, the post is a real post. He knows Gavin is illiterate, so he can't read this. Dude, by I'm old now. I'm washed. Like 7 hours in, I get delirious.
The more frustrated they get that they're not hearing about what he's doing on the economy. He himself wants to focus on anything but where he knows people are having issues with his performance.
I just want to quickly listen to some of the comments from people who responded in this poll. Republican from Pennsylvania, Republican from Ohio, and then...
Shut the fuck up, Top G. We will never fire the first shot, but we will make sure you cannot fire the second shot. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah. Unless firing the second shot implies that you can't do trade with that country any longer. Okay, get the fuck out of here. You can't be talking this big of a game. Okay, listen. I take full ownership and responsibility over the role that I play in the Imperial Corps, in the genocide in Israel, the genocide in Gaza, in all of America's evil machinations. But you can't be talking like China is doing things when the only thing China is doing is selling labubus to Israel and also surveillance technology. Get out of here. Okay? You can't be talking like that. Yeah, China, you know what China's going to do? They're going to trade max. Okay? Your president is a rapist pedophile, bro. I know. Is that the bar now? We're just like, well, at least the Chinese president is not that. Okay, sick. Oh shit, what did I miss? 155,000 viewers? Someone said Neon Raid. Aiden Ross Raid.
A Democrat from Connecticut.
The cost of living, the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, it has come down a little bit, but I don't think it's come down enough.
Asmongold
I'm
Raid.
retired. My wife is retired. We're on a fixed income.
I would like to see President Trump talk about the economy and cost of living because it is so difficult at this time to provide.
As a retired public school teacher who worked my entire life, I'm struggling in ways I never expected at 75 years old. Everything has become so expensive.
And that is what the president is
She's
up
reading
against
it.
in his...
She's reading it. It's fake. She's not real. It's just fake. It's fake. Fucking got him. Yeah, Trump's Latino vote is cratering. Pretty convenient that the popularists stop remembering how to read issue polls every time neocons and corporate centrists are on the wrong side of a popular opinion. Here's Matt Iglesias. I'm 100% sure that there are people who voted for Trump out of the mistaken belief that he would be better for Palestinians than Harris. But the question you want to ask is whether Harris, being less pro-Israel, would have won votes on net. There were two extremist pro-Israel candidates. Meanwhile, a solid majority of Americans were quickly souring on the continued aid to Israel. Trump sent nonsensical signals about being more pro-peace than clearly landed. For some unknowable reason, Harris's team decided that instead of fighting back, she should send the opposite nonsensical signals to try to outflank him with the neocons. And those also clearly landed. And now here we are, and no one has learned a fucking thing. That's it. Like, there's not really anything more to learn from the autopsy that we didn't know before the fucking election concluded. Okay? The autopsy of the Democratic Party is not being released, even though Axios has leaked one part of it, or at least like some Democrat consultants leaked a part of it to Axios. And it basically revealed what we knew already. Gaza was a big part of, or Gaza played a big role in Kamala Harris's defeat. Oh my God. How surprising. Who would have fucking thought? And, of course, the entire commentariat that kept undermining the impact of Gaza on the election are now running around making it seem as though it's actually insignificant. Sam Cedar exonerated you today with what? What'd he say? Like, it's so crazy because I'm willing to fucking bet that autopsy was the most conservative autopsy you could arrive at. Okay? And even then, it was undeniable that Israel was a major reason why people stayed at home. Or at least enough people stayed at home. And yeah, as Stead said, biggest thing Dems could do for their current position, in my opinion, is to have true moral convictions. They love to wait till the polls tell them something is confirmed. Okay, and by that time, it's too late. You should try believing in something, anything, for the first time, even at point of risk. And then, of course, Matt Iglesias comes in like the fucking asshole that he is and goes, but Joe Biden had true moral convictions about Gaza. You just disagree with them. Just as many voters disagree with Democrats' convictions on trans girls' participation in school sports teams or affirmative action in college admissions. I can't deal with this anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it. Every time I see a Matt Iglesias tweet, I understand why people built gulags, okay? I understand it. I understand it now. Prison abolition is a fleeting concept for me. Okay? What I didn't realize is we need more prisons, okay? Angela Davis be damned. Are prisons obsolete? The answer is fuck no. Okay? Turns out I actually believe in the concept of a thought crime. It's just like he is so fucking wrong all the time. He's so wrong all the time, and he's such a fucking asshole. He's such a fucking asshole about it. And I know he's got motion because he constantly dick eats billionaires. He's got motion with like the true minority, the only minority that matters. Billionaires. Okay? He keeps telling them what they want to fucking hear. Just an awful, egg-shaped, demonic person. Yeah, the real POCs, people of capital, people of means, people of wealth. Those Hitler particles acting up, watch out, lol. No. No, I don't think people should be drawn and quartered for inalienable traits. This is the Stalin particles acting up. Very different. Very, very different. It's not Hitlerian particles, is Stalin-esque. Because it's like, are you getting botted again? No, I just have 158,000 viewers, man. Yes, I'm getting botted. I can't deal with this shit, man. I cannot deal with this shit. Gavin has an autopsy. Hasan was right. Corporate Dems like Gavin Newsom will abandon trans people or any minority.
Culturally normal. There's no doubt that the Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say, more culturally normal. I believe that. Less prone to spending disproportionate amount of time on pronouns, identity, politics. More focused on tabletop issues, things that really matter, the stacking of stress in terms of electricity bills and child care costs and health care and obviously housing costs.
I mean, he's not even like entirely wrong. It's just his delivery comes off as like he's saying, yeah, fuck trans people. Okay. any moment that you spend talking about trans people is a wasted opportunity to talk about what every American, including trans people, care about, which is kitchen table issues, not tabletop issues. I don't know why the fuck he said that. What is he, like a D&D guy?
And how easily we get trapped in that, how I've fallen prey to that. I mean, here I was, way out front on marriage equality. So I understand this from both on the receiving end of this and on the, no doubt that.
Like, there's no reason to bring up fuck trans people as your first statement out of the gate. Okay? Like, you need to say, both parties do not care about material issues that plague the American working class. We must center the American working class in our policy goals. We must make life more affordable for the American working class. The working class needs a life of dignity. Long gone are the days where we center the working class in our thoughts and in our policies and in our agenda. We must never have to compromise on issues that pertain to marginalized identities, because after all, they are our neighbors. They are workers too. Okay? None of this shit. Just use fucking socialist language. I mean, obviously Gavin Newsom's never going to do that, but like, I think AOC, if you are listening, use Marxist language. It's okay. Use class first language. Class offers universality. It's the 99%. Okay? What the fuck is culturally normal? I know Clipper's going to blow this out of proportion. What HasanAbi saying is don't divide by trying to unite is dumb as fuck. And you are under zero obligation to lean into Republican agendas. You are under zero obligation to talk about whatever the fucking Republicans want you to talk about. Talk about what you want to talk about. Lead the conversation. That's it. Terminally wrong for 2 decades, by the way. 2007, Maddie, I want my barely legal porn. Fucking dude.
Bruh.
Dude.
Bruh.
Dude. Oh, God. You do not want to go back to 2006? Pedophilia. Matt Iglesias. Pedophilia. Not to get too thick in the weeds of apologetics here, but it's certainly true that the use of the term pedophilia in the context of Mark Foley's scandal should be resisted. What Foley was up to was sleazy and wrong, and it seems possibly illegal. But being attracted to older teens isn't pedophilia. I think the gay angle clouds people's thinking about this. You'll see on the right a photo of Scarlett Johansson in Ghost World. She was born on November 22nd, 1984, and the film was released in 2001, so it would have been shot as she was 16 years old. I think it's rather self-evident that to classify anyone who thinks this is a picture of an attractive woman as a pedophile would be to drain the term of any real meaning. One could fairly subject a much older man actively pursuing a sexual relationship with a 16-year-old to all sorts of criticism, but pedophilia isn't a plausible candidate. Update. I can't. Is this sarcasm? No, it's not. Even earlier, 2002, Matt Iglesias on warmongering. It was to monger for war that this site was set up those many months ago, and though the resurgence of domestic issues has been distracting me of late, I still like to give in my simplisme, racist, bloodthirsty side every once in a while. Hence this link to Oliver Willis's imaginings of what an anti-war crowd would have said about World War II. Doubtless an unfair rhetorical strategy of some sort, but funny as hell nonetheless. Matt Iglesias. Yeah, Matthew Iglesias, philosopher, psychologist, antichrist. Hasan is botting, no. Yeah, I decided to bot myself 8 hours into my broadcast randomly and also do it where I have 158,000 people watching. You've nailed it, chatter. After 8 reliable years on this fucking godforsaken platform, you know. You'll never guess who funds Blueprint. The firm behind that colorful chart Matt really loves to share over and over and over again like it's the word of God. Yeah. Oh, Matt Iglesias. Oh, my God. Matt fucking Iglesias, dude. He is such a cancer. He is such a fucking cancer to this goddamn party. It is disastrous. Absolutely fucking disastrous. Yesterday I saw your view count and I got scared someone got assassinated or cooed, lol. You're botting, I have proof. Yeah. Anyway. I thought we were all watching because America got bombed by Iran. No. Tomorrow is going to be the State of the Union. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired, chat. Love you guys, but I must go. That's all I got in the tank. I'm an old man. I used to be able to go longer, but nowadays 7 hours is I'm cooked.
Stunning anyway, introduction.
See y'all tomorrow. We got a bunch of other guests coming on the broadcast as well. Let me see if I have one tomorrow. Okay, no guests tomorrow. Gaming with Adapt on Wednesday. And on Thursday, I'm going to have Nita Allam, who's in North Carolina running for Congress. I don't know when Tom Steyer's coming on, but I think he's coming on this week as well. Anyway, love you guys. Peace. Tomorrow's the State of the Union. Don't forget. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.